Chapter 1091. 100 Layers of Shackles. Hundreds of Luoyuos threw out the chains in their hands. As long as they trapped the man in green, he would be dead for sure. However, the strength of the All Creations force had exceeded Yi Xian and Luoluo's expectations. The man in green clenched his fists and threw out 2 punches. His true chi and All Creations force merged and scattered the 2 ghost god fists. Not only that, but the true chi chains thrown out by Luoluo were all scattered by the man's All Creations force. Tisk tsk. You guys are quite capable. If it weren't for the orders from above to kill, I would have recruited you. The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian and Luoluo were quite talented and had reached the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. However, it would not be easy for them to deal with the All Creations realm elite. Now Yi Xian and Luoluo's expressions finally changed. They knew how powerful All Creations realm elites were, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. The All Creations force was all-encompassing. Even if Yi Xian could use all returning swords now, all the heaven-shaking swords would probably be broken by the All Creations force. Alright, I still have things to do. You guys can go now. The man in green muttered. In the next moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo felt an extremely strong suction force that forced them to fly toward the man in green. The All Creations force was equivalent to Yi Xian's double space when he was a void god great emperor. However, it was many times more powerful than that. The man in green wanted to suck Yi Xian and Luoluo over and kill them with 2 punches. Irresistible. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He was already prepared to break through the void and enter. However, the man in green had obviously underestimated them. They might be able to make use of this last attack. Luoluo. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Understood. Luoluo immediately understood. Since she was attracted, why not make use of it? The man in green still had a smile on his face, but in the next moment, his smile suddenly stopped. He saw Luoluo's hair suddenly turn golden, and her feet were rapidly moving on the ground. The azure-robed man's eyes widened. However, at this moment, Luoluo had already turned into a golden flash of light and swept past his body. Hiss! With a crisp sound, the man in green's head was tossed into the air. At the same time, the strength of All Creations exerted on Yi Xian's body disappeared in an instant. Well done! Yi Xian paused for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the man's head fly up. Carelessness, it was carelessness again. The death of the azure-robed man was due to carelessness. If he had used his full strength, he might not have been able to kill Yi Xian and Luoluo, but he wouldn't have died. Luoluo's demon fox flash was faster than Yi Xian, and with the help of the 10,000 mammoths force, her speed was multiplied, which was why she was able to succeed. Most likely, this green-robed man did not expect that he would die in this damned place. The land of the dead was not a good place to sleep. Since the Azura's eye had disappeared, the azure-robed man would not revive. Looking at the azure-robed man's corpse, Luoluo snorted in dissatisfaction. I hate it when people look down on me. Now he's dead. This time Yi Xian had Luoluo to thank. However, in order to kill this azure-robed man, Luoluo had transformed again. One had to know that every time Luoluo transformed, she would use at least 1 strand of golden tail hair. Now, her golden tail hair was decreasing. A manifestation realm expert is actually this strong. He's only at the 1st level of the manifestation realm. If he was at the 2nd level, he would probably be able to kill us instantly. Yi Xian shuddered inside. However, he was not worried because as long as he broke through to the manifestation realm and constructed a soul altar, killing this azure-robed man would be as easy as killing a chicken. Luoluo used her golden tail hair to kill him. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then quickly walked over, putting away the azure-robed man's universe ring and corpse. This azure-robed man was extremely proud. The mission of cleaning up all the living beings in the land of the dead was extremely easy for him, so there was no need for him to leave his things with the 8 great families. In this way Yi Xian benefited. After Yi Xian inspected the universe ring, he could not help but laugh loudly. This azure-robed man's universe ring contained a large amount of treasures. Most importantly, it contained the 7 natural treasures Yi Xian needed. Haha, I've struck gold. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Immediately after, He heard a system notification sound. Ding, host has survived a great calamity and constructed a soul altar. Host is currently at the first level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian felt that his body had greatly improved. His physique was at least twice as strong as before. At the same time, a black thing appeared in his dantian. This was the soul altar. The soul altar was filled with black water. This was the soul water. The more soul water there was, the stronger the soul. Not only that, Yi Xian had a new kind of energy in his body, the power of manifestation. At this time, Yi Xian's mind moved, and a burst of manifestation power surged out, enveloping a 100-meter area around him. Boom! The earth trembled. Then, the ground under Yi Xian's feet split open and quickly rose into the air. Ah! Luolua was shocked and turned to look. She found that Yi Xian had used the power of manifestation to lift up a piece of land. It looked like a floating island, and the two of them were standing on this floating island. Is this the power of manifestation? If I use it at full power, I'm afraid I can uproot the entire sect of the God of Ghost and throw it into the sky. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. When he was in the spirit realm, he could fly freely. However, it was impossible for him to lift up an island. He had heard that a manifestation realm expert could move an island before. At the time, he found it inconceivable. Now, he also had the same ability. However, his power of manifestation was not enough, and could only move a small island. Yi Xian's current strength was at least 10 times stronger than half a minute ago. If this blue-clothed man came back to life, Yi Xian's burning eye would probably cause him heart-wrenching pain, and even take control of the other. Yi Xian had constructed a soul altar, and his mind power had greatly increased. It was normal for him to have such an effect. Luoluo, these soul altar construction treasures are for you. Yi Xian threw over the soul-strengthening items in his universe ring. Thank you, young master. With these I can break through in 2 days. Luoluo hurriedly giggled. Constructing one soul altar was the first level of the manifestation realm. Constructing 2 soul altars was the second level of the manifestation realm. Therefore, in this realm, soul-strengthening items were very important. However, at this time, Chapter 1092. That's right, after breaking through to the manifestation realm, there will be an additional thing called spiritual sense. Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Spiritual sense was similar to the eye of perception, but the range was much smaller, only 1/3 of the eye of perception. What made Yi Xian gratified was that his spiritual sense could be stacked with the eye of perception. Simply speaking, his eye of perception had increased by 1/3. Not only that, his spiritual sense could also look into his body and check the injuries of others. The effect was pretty good. However, to Yi Xian, his inner vision was a useless skill. Then, Yi Xian started to investigate the other things in the universe level of the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man also knew a divine ability, but due to his carelessness, he was killed by Luoluo. This divine ability was called the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. Not bad. The Heavenly Heart Sword Art can be considered as half a soul attack. Increasing one's soul energy will also increase one's attack power. With the addition of the manifestation force, its power won't be weak. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. As a 9th-grade spirit disaster, he couldn't display the true power of the divine ability because he didn't have the manifestation force. Now that he had the manifestation force, if he used the dragon catcher hands, he could probably crush his enemies. Ding! The host has learned the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. The system notified. Divine abilities didn't have proficiency points, so Yi Xian didn't need to spend any more time to practice it. This was pretty good. Luoluo, find a place to break through first. I'll continue to walk around. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left his clone here while his original body left. With the manifestation force, he could directly raise this piece of land into the sky. As for Luoluo, she could directly stand on it. The rest was to find a place. As for Yi Xian's original body, he directly used the manifestation force to support it, so he was like a gust of wind when he ran. Speaking of which, the 8 great families had given the order to kill all living beings in the land of the dead. That meant that there should still be many experts from the 8 great families in the land of the dead. But it was a pity that Yi Xian was only at 9th grade spirit disaster when he fought with the azure-clothed man. If he was at the manifestation realm, he would be able to control the azure-clothed man and interrogate him. However, this didn't matter. With his spiritual sense, as long as he encountered a manifestation realm expert, he would discover them before they did. Along the way, Yixian did not need to attack at all. He just used his all-creation strength to smash the walking corpses around him into pieces. The power of all creations was inexhaustible. He could use it whenever he wanted. At the same time, the strength of this power was directly related to the number of soul altars and the strength of one's soul. Among them, there were quite a few items that could improve one's soul, so Yixian directly used the super devouring crystal to exchange for them. His soul strength had increased by half. In the manifestation realm, even if they only have one soul altar, as long as they are strong enough, they can fight against 2 soul altars. Yixian thought as he ran. Just as he was pondering, the spiritual sense outside the eye of perception suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Wanxiang realm. Haha, I finally found it. Yixian laughed loudly on the inside. This manifestation realm expert definitely came from one of the 8 great families. As expected, when Yixian flew over, he found that it was an expert from the Zhou family of the 8 great families. This Zhou family expert also found Yixian as he approached. How can it be? He's in the manifestation realm? The Zhou family expert was shocked. Didn't they say that there were only manifestation realm beings in the land of the dead? How could there be a human in the manifestation realm? However, when he saw Yixian charging over, he did not waste words and directly attacked. Just first level of the manifestation realm. Yixian snorted, his eyes flashing. This Zhou family expert felt like his heart was on fire, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At the same time, a giant palm appeared and held the Zhou clan cultivator in its hand. In terms of soul power, Yixian was even stronger than this Zhou family expert. Such a young expert, which faction does he belong to? This Zhou family expert could not understand. But in the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his head. Ding, control successful. The system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. At the same level, and with his soul power greater than the other, Yixian's eye of control could easily control him. Chapter 1093. Are you sure it was the same teleportation array that was used 2 years ago? Yixian asked in a doubtful tone. I'm not sure. Maybe it was used before. I don't know. Zhou Kai shook his head. There could be 2 possibilities for this transrealm teleportation array. First, old ancestor Yin Yang left with Song Suijing and Saijua Song through this teleportation array, but Zhou Kai didn't know. Second, old ancestor Yin Yang didn't leave through this teleportation array. After all, although this teleportation array could teleport to the glazed light sacred ground, the location was different from other teleportation arrays. There was still a distance in between. Maybe old ancestor Yin Yang didn't use this teleportation array because the 8 great families' teleportation array was far away from the Yin Yang temple, so he went to another teleportation array. Damn it. I hope Zhou Kai doesn't know. Otherwise, I'll have to start the investigation again. Yixian cursed in his heart. Now that he had asked all the questions, he directly went over and took Zhou Kai's yin and yang ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things in Zhou Kai's yin and yang ring. Do the 8 great families have something like the white bone token? Yixian asked again. The white bone token was a very convenient thing for the people of the god of ghost sect or ghost spirits to communicate with each other. No. The land of the dead is full of death energy, so the message of the white bone token was spread quickly. Our 8 great families don't have such a thing. We had an order a long time ago. As long as there was a change in the land of the dead, we were to join forces to destroy it. The order was not issued by the Zhou family. Zhou Kai shook his head. Yixian wanted to slap Zhou Kai to death, but the latter was right. The land of the dead had been formed for more than 1,000 years. The death energy was very strong. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, it was very easy to have inner demons or even chi deviation. When the Eye of Death appeared last time, it attracted the death energy of the entire land of the dead. If it appeared in other places, it would at most revive the dead in that area. Forget it, continue with your work. Keep this white bone medallion well. If you meet anyone from the other 8 great clans, immediately use the white bone medallion to send me a message. Yixian handed the universe ring and the bone order to Zhou Kai. If the latter discovered any of his companions, He could inform Yi Xian directly. To put it nicely, this Zhoukai was a wingman. To put it bluntly, he was a spy. However, he was already under Yi Xian's control. He had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. After that, Yi Xian left. With the power of all creations, his speed was off the charts. While searching for the powerhouses of the 8 great clans, he kept killing those walking corpses. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Finally, the return of 10,000 swords could be used again. During the 9 Great Spirit disaster, even if Yi Xian used the myriad returning swords, he might not have been able to defeat that green-robed man. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the manifestation realm, if he used the return of 10,000 swords, with the support of the power of all creations, its power would be explosive. After all, when Yi Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian had also broken through. Now Wei Zhentian was called a divine artifact. Unfortunately, the return of 10,000 swords could only be used once every 3 days. Otherwise it would be awesome. Soon half a day passed. Young master, I broke through. Luoluo sent a message. I saw it. Yi Xian nodded. His doppelganger was beside Luoluo. Once Luoluo broke through, he would naturally know. Now they could use both methods to find the person. However, just in case, after Luoluo broke through, his doppelganger directly broke through the void and returned to the Wind Snow Villa. 20 all creations realm powerhouses were too many. In fact, only 10 of them would be able to roam the entire land of the dead and kill all the living creatures. As for the others, they would go to the land of the dead and take a look around. The Wind Snow Villa was a few days' journey from the land of the dead, but this was for the powerhouses of true energy disaster. If Zhoukai were to hurry, he would be able to get there in 2 hours. However, behind the Wind Snow Villa, there were a large number of ghost spirits stationed in the 10,000 Snow Mountain. If the people of the 8 great families arrived, they would probably be in danger. Even if all the ancestors of the ghost spirits joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat a single all creations realm expert of the 8 great families. Therefore, Yi Xian sent Luoluo and his doppelganger back to guard the villa. However, as soon as his doppelganger and Luoluo returned, they discovered 2 powerful auras. The people of the 8 great families. Yi Xian's face darkened. He did not expect that this time, he would sense the people of the 8 great families as soon as he returned, and there were even 2 of them. At this time, these 2 auras were rapidly approaching the Wind Snow Villa. Young master, leave these 2 to me? Luoluo suddenly laughed. When she was at 9th grade spirit disaster, she could already kill the man in green. Now that she had broken through to the All Creations realm and possessed the All Creations realm power, it would definitely not be a problem for her to fight against the 2 of them alone. Okay, but don't kill them. Yi Xian's doppelganger nodded. As soon as his voice fell, a violent roar came from the sky. Sect of the God of Ghosts, so you were hiding here. Quickly come over and accept your death. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. This old voice frightened the people of the sect of the God of Ghost and the people of the Wind Snow Villa. However, at this time, Luoluo had already rushed forward. Little girl, this is none of your business. Go play somewhere else. When an old man saw Luoluo, the young girl from the Fox clan, he shouted again. His mission was to kill all living beings, including humans, that he saw in the land of the undead. However, as long as he left the land of the undead, he could only kill undead creatures, such as ghost spirits and corpses. I won't move. Luoluo pouted. Just now, she was afraid that her aura would frighten the people of the Wind Snow Villa, so she restrained her aura. As a result, the old man and the middle-aged man beside him didn't realize that she was in the manifestation realm. However, as her aura spread out, the old man and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Manifestation realm? The old man from the Wu clan was shocked. He didn't understand when such a young manifestation realm master appeared here. Moreover, Luoluo was so young and she was from the Fox clan. Without waiting for the other party to ask, Luoluo directly attacked. Manifestation realm force. Luoluo's slender hand grabbed the air, and then 2 forces shrouded the old man and the middle-aged man. What? The 2 of them widened their eyes. In the next moment, they were facing each other and couldn't control themselves. Bang! The old man and the middle-aged man bumped into each other face to face. they were already stunned. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in their decades of life. Huh. Even Yixian didn't expect this scene. Luolua's manifestation realm force was so powerful? The manifestation realm force was affected by the power of the soul. Luolua's manifestation realm force directly surpassed the two masters of the 8 great clans, so she could toy with them. In this case, the strength of Luolua's soul was probably much stronger than Yixian's. Chapter 1094. Bam! 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 Luoluo giggled as she used the All Creations force. The experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts and the people of the Wind Snow Villa were stunned. Who were those two? They were the experts of the 8 great families. How could they be played by Luoluo? It was terrifying. A few months ago, Luoluo was just a human body disaster. When she was sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley, she was only a first-grade vital energy disaster. But now, she had grown to a level that they did not dare to mention. Young master, come on. At this time, Luoluo suddenly turned her head and giggled at Yixian. Hearing this, Yixian directly used the Eye of Control on the two people who were stunned by Luoluo's All Creations force. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 system notifications sounded, and the two people were directly reduced to Yixian's servants. Although Luoluo could also charm these two people, there was a flaw in her charm. If the person she charmed died, Luoluo would not know. As for Yixian's Eye of Control, he would know if the person he controlled died. Yixian immediately rushed over and took off the two people's interspatial rings. Unfortunately, there were not many things inside, but there was still something that could improve the strength of the soul. It seems that we can't stay in the Wind Snow Villa any longer. The sect of the God of Ghosts must leave. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned back. He said to Guihe and the others, "Seniors, there is a change in the land of the dead. The 8 great families have ordered to eliminate all the undead creatures. If you stay here, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble." The sect of the God of Ghosts did not have any human manifestation realm experts. If they were encountered by the 8 great families again, they would probably be wiped out. Yixian's strength was enough to resist the experts of the 8 great families, but he could not stay here all the time. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghosts had to move. Alas, we really have to leave. The patriarch of the sect of the God of Ghosts sighed. He himself was a ghost spirit and was no longer human. However, he grew up in the land of the dead and established the sect of the God of Ghosts with great difficulty. He did not expect to leave this place where he had lived for thousands of years. He was really reluctant. "Little brother Yi, we've already decided to go to Yuyu's Bloodcliff continent to live," a ghost spirit ancestor said. "Bloodrock continent, huh?" Yixian narrowed his eyes. The Bloodcliff continent could be considered as his hometown. At the same time, it was also Yuyu's hometown. If the sect of the God of Ghosts were to go there, they would definitely be able to dominate the continent. Although the Yuanqi of heaven and earth in the Bloodrock continent was extremely lacking, as long as one brought along high-quality natural treasures and planted them, the Yuanqi of heaven and earth would be several times stronger than in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the Bloodrock continent. Yixian immediately nodded in agreement. In the Bloodrock continent, there was still his second clone and old immortal Tianju, who had given him information about the Yinyang old ancestor. The 8 great clans would not be so bored as to investigate a low-level continent like the Bloodrock continent. Since they had already decided, Yixian would help them this time and personally go to the entrance of the Bloodrock continent. In less than an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm from the Penglai Divine Land. The entrance of the secret realm was actually a transrealm teleportation array. Coincidentally, the Bloodrock sect disciple who had sent Yixian to the Penglai Divine Land was also there. This Bloodrock sect disciple was in the realm of human body disaster, which was extremely low. However, he was very prestigious in the Bloodrock continent and had directly taken in hundreds of wives and concubines, enjoying himself endlessly. At this time, this Bloodrock sect disciple seemed to be leading a person from the Bloodrock continent and was waiting for the Bloodrock sect to send him. When he saw Yixian, Yixian was shocked. "Gee, greetings, Senior Yi." This Bloodrock sect disciple hurriedly greeted. How could he forget about Yixian? After all, he was the one who had sent Yixian and Luoluo to the Penglai Divine Land that day. After Yixian had caused a ruckus in the Blood Rock sect and joined the Snow Wind Manor, Yixian had become his idol. Yes, I want to bring some people back to the Blood Rock continent. Yixian silently nodded and directly took out a heavenly treasure from his devour space and threw it over. This heavenly treasure's benefits were too low for him, but to this Blood Rock sect disciple, it was a divine item. As long as he finished refining it, breaking through to spirit disaster wouldn't be a problem. No problem, no problem. Thank you, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple was overjoyed. Although he didn't know the name of this heavenly treasure, it came from Yixian, so it was definitely worth a lot. Following that, Yixian didn't waste any time and directly broke through the void. In just 10 seconds, thousands of powerful experts had arrived. When this Blood Rock sect disciple swept a glance, he was so frightened that he nearly peed his pants. There were actually so many ghost spirits. However, he still recognized one of them. It was the elder of the God of Ghosts sect that he met when he was strolling in the Blood Rock continent. However, this elder of the God of Ghosts sect was now the ghost spirit ancestor. Senior Gue He, my clone in the Blood Rock continent will come to receive you. Yixian turned around and cupped his fists towards Gue He. Clone! When Gue He and the others heard this, they were shocked. They knew that Yixian had a clone, but they didn't expect that Yixian would have another clone in the Blood Rock continent. This was simply too powerful. They didn't ask any further and cupped their fists towards Yixian and began to enter the Blood Rock continent. Big sister Yuyu. I'll look for you when I'm free in the future. Luluo waved at Yuyu. Yuyu smiled faintly and followed the group into the palace. Soon the entire God of Ghosts sect entered the Blood Rock continent. At the same time, Yixian's clone was already waiting there. After they all left, Yixian asked the Blood Rock sect disciple, "Are there any other experts in the Blood Rock continent?" "There are some. There might be a manifestation realm expert among them," said the Blood Rock sect disciple. Manifestation realm, huh? Yixian narrowed his eyes. This manifestation realm expert might be from the 8 great clans or from other places. They might have entered the Blood Rock continent to find people with special constitutions. Some people who were bored out of their wits might have moved islands to join the Blood Rock continent and expand it. Although there might be manifestation realm experts in the Blood Rock continent, the God of Ghosts sect's base was the Eastern Continent's Ghost Tomb region. The Eastern Continent was protected by Elder Immortal Tianju's formation. Without Yixian's guidance, it was impossible to enter. This matter was considered to have come to an end. Now that the God of Ghosts sect was settled, it was time for him to do his own thing. Chapter 1095. There were people from the other 8 families in the land of the dead, so Yixian wanted to control all of them. Now, his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline had advanced once after completing the chain random mission of annihilating the Corpse King Palace. He could now control 25 people. At this time, Yixian hoped that these martial practitioners from the 8 families would all have a huge amount of wealth. This way, all of it would fall into his pocket. After seeing Luo's strength, Yixian was relieved to let her travel through the land of the dead alone. At the same time, there were also his 3 wingmen. Soon, someone used the white bone token to send a message. Then Yixian quickly rushed over. Martial practitioners from the 8 families only came this time. Each family sent 5 people, which was a total of 20 people. If they all came with their wealth to carry out the mission, then Yixian could probably break through to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm after robbing them. However, this was a little difficult. This time he stayed in the land of the dead for a total of 7 days. In these 7 days he controlled 12 people. Including the 3 from before, that made a total of 15 people. 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners. This was something that had never been seen in the land of the dead for thousands of years. However, this was not worth mentioning to the 8 families. The people I control now are from the 4 families of Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang. However, they all said that the teleportation formation was activated 2 years ago and was not used 1 year ago. Then the Yin-Yang ancestor should not have left through here. In the ruins of the God of Ghosts sect, Yixian looked at the 15 people in front of him and thought. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor did not use the 8 families' teleportation formation, the 8 families had sent people to the Glazed Light Sacred Ground before. Then they might have a map of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. This way he might be able to find out about the Yin-Yang temple. Luo, Is there a problem with controlling 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners? Yixian turned to look at Luo Luo. Young master, I have inherited memories. The soul altar I built is different from that of ordinary people. With the strength of my soul, it is not a problem to control 30 people. Luo Luo's bright eyes and white teeth flashed as her eyes instantly turned pink. Ding, Zhou Kai is out of control. Ding, Zhouxiang is out of control. Ding, He Yuan is out of control. System notifications rang out one after another. Yixian ordered these 15 people not to resist, so Luo Luo easily charmed all of them. Alright, apart from the Zhou family, the rest of you can disperse. Remember what I said before. Yixian issued another order. Although these people were no longer under his control, they were still under his control indirectly. After all, these people were out on mission, so they naturally wouldn't bring everything with them. Therefore, Yixian told them to hand over all the items to the representatives of each party when they returned and then hide them in a place designated by Yixian. Yes. These people nodded and immediately left. Yixian looked at the 3 strong men from the Zhou family. Then I'll pretend to be the son of Zhouxiang's deceased good friend. I want to enter the Zhou family. Is that okay? Among the 3 people in front of her, only one was a member of the Zhou family, namely, Zhou Kai. As for the Zhouxiang mentioned by Yixian, although his surname is Zhou, he is not a member of the Zhou family of the 8 major families. Yixian pretending to be the genius son of Zhouxiang's good friend is not a problem. Master, no problem. Zhou Kai immediately nodded. With the 3 of them as guarantors, Yixian joining the Zhou family is a done deal. Yixian only has one purpose in joining the Zhou family, and that is to use the Eye of Control to profit. It has been a year since Song Suijing and Judge Song were captured, so he couldn't delay any longer. In order to increase his strength, he began to use unscrupulous means. However, the unscrupulous means here didn't refer to a massacre. Even the 12 people who left just now, he didn't silence them. What he wanted was the heaven and earth treasures. After a moment of preparation, he immediately left the land of the dead and headed to the Zhou family. Among the 8 major families there were also ranks. The 4 Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were the upper clans, while the 4 Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang were the lower clans. Among the 4 lower clans, only the Zhou family had a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. These people were originally not far from the land of the dead, so they quickly received the order. But this time Zhou Kai and the other 2 wanted to bring Yixian to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was not built in a city, but directly in the wilderness. However, this Zhou family had been passed down for thousands of years, and the land they occupied was not smaller than a city. Yixian spent 2 days to arrive at the Zhou family that was built in a valley. This is one of the 8 major families, the Zhou family? It's really powerful. Yixian sensed for a moment, but there was still a 4th-level manifestation realm expert inside. Even if he restrained his aura, he was so powerful that Yixian's heart palpitated. He estimated that if he robbed this Zhou family, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, an old man came out of the Zhou family and bumped into them. Why are the 3 of you here? The old man asked in surprise. Manager. The 3 of them greeted in unison. Weren't you in Flying Tiger City? Why are you back? The old man was very displeased because there were 5 Zhou family experts in Flying Tiger City. Now that 3 of them had returned, what if something happened? Faced with this problem, Zhou Kai hurriedly took a step forward and said, Manager, it's like this. Some time ago there was a change in the land of the dead, so we discussed and decided to clean up the land of the dead. Oh, the land of the dead? Finally, there's trouble. The Zhou family's manager did not care at all and said, if it's destroyed, then so be it. In any case, the soul-locking grass can already be planted. Previously, the 8 major families left the land of the dead, because the land of the dead was surrounded by death energy, and could produce many natural treasures that could not be found anywhere else. But later on, these natural treasures could be artificially planted, but nothing happened in the land of the dead, so it had been left there until now. After the Zhou family's manager finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yixian and asked, Who is he? Manager Zhou, he's the son of my friend who passed away. Now that he has broken through to the manifestation realm, he wants to join our Zhou family. Zhouxiang hurriedly stepped forward and introduced. Oh, is that so? The Zhou family's manager narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. His intuition told him that Yi Xian's age is not more than 25 years old. Even in the entire Zhou family, not 1 in 10 people broke through to the manifestation realm at 25 years old. Not bad, not bad. Alright, then you'll work under me from now on. The Zhou family's manager nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, with 3 people's recommendation, Yi Xian directly joined the Zhou family without any suspicion. Chapter 1096. Alright, leave him to me. The 3 of you return to Flying Tiger City quickly. Don't let the other 3 families take advantage of this. Chief Steward Zhou said. The ancestors of the 8 families were sworn brothers, but as time passed, this relationship slowly widened. It was also because of this that the 8 families were not united and were scheming against each other. Although Flying Tiger City was only a small city, and was the closest to the land of the dead, the Zhou family only had 7 manifestation realm experts stationed in Flying Tiger City. This time the land of the dead changed, so the 4 families of Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang discussed and sent 5 experts to destroy the land of the dead. As for why Flying Tiger City sent 20 manifestation realm experts, it was also because of the appearance of the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death attracted the aura of the entire land of the dead. Flying Tiger City was very close to the land of the dead, so they sent so many people. After leaving Yi Xian behind, Zhou Kai and the other 2 left directly. However, after some time, they would hand over all their belongings to Zhou Kai and let him hide them in a specific place. Young man, with your strength, you can get a steward position in my Zhou family. If you work hard in the future, you will be rewarded. Chief Steward Zhou brought Yi Xian into the Zhou family and explained some things to Yi Xian at the same time. Chief Steward, I have some questions, but I don't know if I can ask. Yi Xian, who was following behind the Chief Steward, suddenly spoke. Go ahead. It's like this. When my father died, he left a strange parchment. He said it was a treasure map somewhere in the glazed light sacred ground. So I want to ask if our Zhou family has a map of the glazed light sacred ground? Yi Xian told the lie that he had made up beforehand. Glazed light sacred ground treasure map? Chief Steward Zhou heard this and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He said, let me see it. Originally, this kind of thing couldn't be taken out for others to see, but this parchment was casually drawn by Yi Xian. It was quite a treasure map, so he immediately took it out. Chief Steward Zhou glanced at it but could not see anything wrong with it. After all, even he could not understand Yi Xian's drawing, let alone him. The treasure map of the glazed light Holy Land is useless because our transrealm teleportation array has been sealed. Every time we activate it, we need a large number of soul crystals. Furthermore, our Zhou family doesn't have a map of the glazed light Holy Land. The chief steward of the Zhou family shook his head. Is that so? Yi Xian asked in his heart. He felt that there was something wrong with this head steward of the Zhou family. Perhaps the Zhou clan had a map of the glazed light sacred ground, but the Zhou clan's chief steward had concealed it. Perhaps Zhou clan's chief steward had a place where he could get a map of the glazed light sacred ground. Young man, you won't be able to reach the glazed light sacred ground. Why don't you give this treasure map to me? Although I can't go to the glazed light sacred ground, I like to collect these things. Chief Steward Zhou smiled at Yi Xian and continued, Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I see. Yi Xian pretended to hesitate. After thinking for a while, he nodded painfully. All right, then I'll kindly accept it. Chief Steward Zhou was very happy and directly put away the treasure map. He was completely unaware that this treasure map was a fake treasure map that Yi Xian casually made up. I won't treat you unfairly either. Here are 100 rank 1 soul crystals. They can increase the strength of your soul. Chief Steward Zhou took out a cloth bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Soul crystals were the currency of the manifestation realm. They could be used for transactions and could also be used to increase the strength of the soul. 100 rank 1 soul crystals were roughly the net worth of a first-level manifestation realm expert. These things seemed to be a lot, but to Yi Xian it was just a drop of water in the ocean. If he wanted to break through to the second level of the manifestation realm, he would need at least 1,000. However, this was better than nothing. Next, Chief Steward Zhou brought him to a certain place in the Zhou family. They had just arrived when a graceful woman walked out from inside. She was about 25 years old. She had a head of refreshing short hair and a pretty face. Grandfather, didn't you go out? Why are you back? The short-haired woman asked curiously. Little Ya, this is Yixian who just joined my Zhou family. He is now a steward of my Zhou family. Show him around and familiarize him with the environment. Chief Steward Zhou said to the short-haired woman. Yes, grandfather. The short-haired woman softly replied. Then Chief Steward Zhou left. Yixian did not expect that this short-haired woman was actually the Zhou family's chief steward's granddaughter. Chief Steward Zhou was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his granddaughter was actually at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. Her talent could probably rank in the top 3 in the entire Zhou family. Hello, I am Zhouya, the Zhou family's vice chief steward. The short-haired woman walked in front of Yixian with a smile. Yixian. Yixian also nodded and replied in a friendly manner. He could try to control this Zhouya. After all, she was a vice chief, and her grandfather was the entire Zhou family's chief steward. However, this was the Zhou family's territory. If he acted rashly and failed to control Zhouya in one go, he would definitely alert the enemy. If he wanted to control her, he had to do it from afar. Next, Zhouya brought Yixian around to familiarize him with the environment. She told Yixian some things and then assigned Yixian a place to stay. As for the job, it had not been decided yet. You can stay here for now. You will have a specific assignment in 3 days at most. Zhouya said to Yixian. Thank you, Vice Chief. Yixian hurriedly thanked her. Zhouya smiled lightly. I am 1 year older than you. You can call me Big Sister Ya. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Big Sister Ya. Yixian called out again. However, just as Zhouya was about to turn and leave, a person suddenly stepped into Yixian's residence. It was a man wearing a golden crown. He had sword-like eyebrows and a dignified appearance. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. When Zhouya saw this person, a look of disgust flashed across her eyes. However, she still greeted him respectfully. Second young master. The second young master quickly walked over and glanced at Yixian. Then he asked, Xiaoya, why are you here? Yixian just joined the Zhou family. Grandfather asked me to bring him around to familiarize him with the environment. Zhouya answered honestly. Oh, welcome to the Zhou family. The second young master smiled at Yixian. Then he said in a commanding tone, Xiaoya and I have something to talk about now. You can go out and wait for a while. Go out and wait for a while? Yixian was stunned. Motherf *Ker. This was his residence. How could he ask him to go out and wait for a while? Were they trying to have sex on the spot? Chapter 1097. Second young master, I still have matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Zhouya said very impatiently. Now Yixian could see what was going on. The Zhou family's second young master was probably pursuing Zhouya, but Zhouya did not like him, so she was a little impatient. Although Zhouya was the granddaughter of the Zhou family's head steward, the head steward was not a member of the Zhou family, and was only given the surname Zhou. The Zhou family's second young master was the son of the Zhou family's patriarch. He was already at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm at the age of 27, and was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. However, the Zhou family was a large family. Even a piece of trash could be made into a super genius by using treasures of heaven and earth. The 2nd level of the manifestation realm was nothing. The Zhou family's second young master was at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm and was not weak. Yixian did not have the confidence to directly control him. In order not to disturb the later plans, Yixian decided not to clash with the Zhou family's second young master for the time being and directly walked outside. However, the Zhou family's second young master was on his list of control. When the time came, as long as he made an appointment to control him, then it would be equivalent to him owning half of the Zhou family. Seeing Yixian leave, Zhouya's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She said, Second young master, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. I still have many things to do. Alright, then I'll make it short. The second young master said with a smile, Just yesterday, I already proposed to Uncle, and Uncle has already agreed. We will get married next month. What, get married? Zhouya cried out in surprise. She said, No, I haven't agreed. Little Ya, you've worked hard for my Zhou family for so many years. It's time for you to enjoy life. As long as you marry me, You will be my Zhou family's second young mistress. Your future achievements might even surpass my great-grandfather. The second young master said somewhat agitatedly. No, I don't agree. Zhouya still shook her head. Why? You're already 26, but you're still not married. Aren't you waiting for me? The Zhou family's second young master asked in confusion, then said, I know, you must be not mentally prepared. All right, I can postpone the wedding for a while until you're mentally prepared. No, that's not what I mean, Zhouya hurriedly said. She wanted to say that the second young master of the Zhou family was flattering himself. However, if she said that directly, she was afraid that she would directly anger the second young master of the Zhou family. For a moment she did not know what to say. Yi Xian, who was outside, was also speechless. Although he had walked quite a distance away, he had the perceptive eye and spiritual sense, so how could he not hear these words? However, what caught his attention was that at this very moment, a large group of experts seemed to have entered the Zhou clan's valley. Right at this moment, Zhou Xiong, come out and meet me. A loud roar reverberated throughout the entire valley of the Zhou clan, falling into everyone's ears. The two people in the courtyard stopped and trembled at the same time. Zhou Xiong. Wasn't that the name of the Zhou clan's old master? The Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Xiong, was at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. He was the strongest person in the Zhou family. There was actually someone who dared to call out old Master Zhou's name directly, and in front of the Zhou family's door. This was simply courting death. The second young master of the Zhou clan did not waste any more words. He flew up into the sky and shouted, Which bastard is calling my great-grandfather's name? Not only that, but many people from the Zhou clan also flew up into the sky. However, in the next moment their bodies all trembled at the same time. There were a total of 10 people, but the auras of these 10 people were not the slightest bit weaker than the entire Zhou clan. There were 4 experts at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. Most importantly, these people were actually wearing the uniform of the Zhao clan, one of the 8 great clans. The Zhao clan. The second young master was stunned for a moment. He focused his eyes and found that the leader of the Zhao clan's team sitting on a black sky dragon in front of them was a little familiar. He quickly searched his memory and could not help but exclaim, Haifeng Sky Dragon Zhao Clan's Zhao Kuan? That's right, it's me. In the Zhao clan's team, the young man sitting on a black sky dragon responded. The black sky dragon he was riding was a 2nd level of the manifestation realm sky connecting beast. It was this unique sky connecting beast that allowed the second young master to recognize him. Why are you looking for my great-grandfather? The second young master asked with a frown. After learning of the other party's identity, his attitude clearly changed a lot. What a joke, the Zhao clan was the head of the 8 great clans and was the strongest. If he knew that the newcomers were a team from the 8 great clans, why would he still shout those words? Not to mention that this Zhao Kuan was the Zhao clan's great young master, the next patriarch of the Zhao clan. You don't have the right to ask this question. Zhou Xiong, come out. Zhao Kuan could not be bothered with the Zhou clan's second young master and shouted again. Hearing this, the second young master's expression changed greatly, but he dared not speak out despite his anger. Although he was the Zhou clan's young master, he did not have the right to speak. There were at least 10 people who had more right to speak than him, so for a moment he actually cowered. And this was in his own home. The arrival of the Zhao clan had already alarmed the entire Zhou clan. All the manifestation realm experts flew into the sky. At the same time, a figure flew over from behind the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's great-grandfather Zhou Xiong. So it's young Master Zhao. May I ask why young Master Zhao has come to my Zhou clan? Zhou Xiong asked with a smile. I came today to cooperate with the Zhou clan. Zhao Kuan answered honestly. Cooperation. These 2 words made Zhou Xiong somewhat puzzled. The Zhao clan's strength was at least 10 times that of the Zhou clan. What did the Zhou clan have that the Zhao clan would fancy? That's right, cooperation. Zhao Kuan nodded and revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He said, My father said to let your Zhou clan merge with my Zhao clan and let us develop together. What? The moment these words came out, the entire Zhou clan was shocked. Zhao Kuan actually wanted the Zhou clan to merge with the Zhao clan? What kind of joke was this? Young Master Zhao, you're not joking, right? Zhou Xiong's expression was not very good. Although he asked this, He had more or less guessed it from Zhao Kuan's expression. This should be true. Look at me, do I look like I'm joking? Zhao Kuan's eyes narrowed. Before he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "This isn't cooperation. You're simply trying to annex my Zhou clan." The person who spoke was the Zhou clan's second young master's grandfather, a third-level manifestation realm martial artist. Since you've said so, then I won't beat around the bush. That's right, my father's intention is to annex your Zhou clan. As Zhao Kuan spoke, he also looked around and continued. Not only that, the Wu, Zheng, and Wang clans will also be annexed by the other 3 upper clans. The 8 great clans only need the 4 great clans in the future. The Zhao clan's intention for coming was already very obvious, and that was to annex the Zhou clan. Chapter 1098. The reason why the 8 great clans were divided into the 4 upper clans and the 4 lower clans was because the 4 lower clans had not developed well in the past 1,000 years. The Zhou family was silent. How could they have thought that their family would have such a day? Your Zhou clan is declining day by day. Sooner or later, you won't be able to raise your head again. My Zhao clan will let you join my Zhao clan on account of our old friendship. We will develop together in the future. This is a win-win cooperation. Zhao Kuan continued. A win-win situation? When the Zhou family heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Merging into the Zhao family was a win-win situation? Cooperate my ass. However, the Zhao family was much stronger than the Zhou family. The Zhou family did not have the ability to resist at all. Zhou Xiong glanced at Zhao Kuan. The latter had come in a threatening manner, and had actually brought so many experts with him. He was most likely going to eat up the Zhou clan. If they refused, then there would most likely be a great battle. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that if the Zhao family still had a 5th-level manifestation realm expert, then if they descended upon the Zhou family, then the Zhou family would definitely be annihilated. Young Master Zhao, is there no room for negotiation? Zhou Xiong could not help but ask. The other 3 families have already compromised. Only your Zhou family is left. Zhao Kuan coldly replied. Only the Zhou family was left. In other words, out of the 8 great clans there were only 5 great clans left. If the Zhou clan also merged with the Zhao clan, then there would only be 4 great clans left. Patriarch Zhou was silent for a moment. He thought of the power of the Zhao family and nodded in compromise. From now on they will stay with the Zhou family and assist you. After Zhao Kuan finished speaking, he turned his head to the side and the few second-level manifestation realm martial artists behind him walked out. From now on, the 8 great clans were only left with 4 great clans. Yixian did not expect that he would become a member of the Zhao family the moment he joined the Zhou family. What a scam! Meanwhile, Zhao Kuan suddenly swept the surroundings with his gaze and said, "Right, I have something else to tell you. I, Zhao Kuan, intend to take a concubine." Hearing this, Zhou Xiong raised his eyebrows and said, "Please do as you wish, young Master Zhao. Whoever is chosen by young Master Zhao is blessed." Although that was what he said, Zhou Xiong was cursing in his heart. He knew that Zhao Kuan was not doing this to take in a concubine, but to stabilize the relationship between the 2 families. Alright, since old Master Zhou has said so, then I won't hold back. Of course, I, Zhao Kuan, am not a perverted person. This matter requires mutual affection. The corners of Zhao Kuan's mouth curled up slightly as he rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and circled above the Zhou family. The population of the Zhou clan had also reached tens of thousands, and there were countless young beauties who had yet to marry. Some of these girls wanted to be chosen by Zhao Kuan, so they all went out. When Zhao Kuan flew over their heads, they would make a scene. However, some girls didn't want to, so they hid in the house. Even those girls who were already married wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family. Zhao Kuan paced back and forth in the air above the Zhou family. Finally, he stopped in the air above a courtyard. Coincidentally, this residence was the one that belonged to Yixian. Who is she? Zhao Kuan looked at Zhouya in Yixian's courtyard and asked. When Zhou Xiong heard this, he followed Zhao Kuan's gaze and said, "She is the granddaughter of the Zhou family's chief steward. At the same time, she is also the deputy chief steward of the Zhou family, Zhouya." After hearing this, Zhao Kuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Second-level manifestation realm." Seeing that Zhao Kuan was looking at her, Zhouya frowned slightly. As the deputy chief steward of the Zhou family, how could she not know what she was going to face next? Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon closer to the courtyard and landed in front of Zhouya. He asked seriously, "Miss Zhouya, are you willing to marry me?" Zhouya didn't know if she should agree at this time. She quickly glanced at the second young master next to her. "Well, young master Zhao, I have already proposed to Zhouya's father yesterday, and he has already agreed." The second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Sheng, quickly stepped forward. What a joke. He had been chasing Zhouya for so long, and the wedding was about to happen. Now that Zhao Kuan suddenly appeared, he couldn't back down this time. So what? Zhao Kuan had a look of disapproval. It was just a proposal. Even if they were already engaged and married, as long as Zhouya agreed, he could take her away directly. You! The second young master's face was immediately filled with anger. However, when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back. At this time, Zhao Kuan suddenly took out a bag of soul crystals from his universe ring and threw it to the second young master. He said, "I will return your betrothal gift in double. There are 5,000 soul crystals in here." 5,000 soul crystals. Hearing this, the second young master's eyes brightened. If he refined all these soul crystals, his soul strength would increase greatly. If he used them for cultivation, it would be enough for him to break through to the third level of the manifestation realm. After all, the betrothal gift he gave to Zhouya's father was only 1,000 soul crystals. Although these 5,000 soul crystals were just a drop in the ocean to the entire Zhou family, was there still a chance for him to reject? Why not just take this step down? Alright, then the marriage between Zhouya and I is over. The Zhou family's second young master nodded solemnly. He was the young master of the Zhou family after all. He had to think for the Zhou family. This Zhao Kuan was aggressive and didn't look like he would back down. If he fought with Zhao Kuan here, then the Zhou family would be in a lot of trouble in the future. It wasn't worth it for a woman. After hearing the Zhou family's second young master's words, Zhouya looked at him in shock. The former had pursued her for so many years, and now he was giving her away just like that? Fortunately, she only cancelled the engagement and did not agree to Zhao Kuan's proposal. However, her grandfather wasn't in the Zhou family. Her father couldn't even compare to her in terms of influence, let alone speaking up for her. Who could speak up for her now? However, at this moment, Zhou Sheng suddenly cried out in pain. He held his chest and took 2 steps back. Zhao Kuan, who originally wanted to ask Zhouya if she agreed, was also shocked when he saw Zhou Sheng's reaction. What happened to Zhou Sheng? Not only that, but even Zhou Xiong and the others couldn't figure out the situation. Immediately, Zhou Xiong and the other experts flew over to check on Zhou Sheng's condition. Other than the power of manifestation, the manifestation realm also had the trait of spiritual consciousness. With this trait, one could use inner vision to check one's own body, as well as other people's bodies. However, with Zhou Xiong's 4th level manifestation realm cultivation, he didn't find anything wrong with Zhou Sheng's body. "Grandson, what happened to you?" Zhou Sheng's grandfather asked anxiously. "Grandfather, my heart seems to be burning. It hurts so much." Chapter 1099. His heart is burning up? Old Master Zhou Xiong quickly scanned with his spiritual consciousness, but he still did not find anything amiss. At this moment, he thought of Zhou Sheng's feelings for Zhouya, and immediately understood. He's suffering from qi deviation due to anger. Zhou Xiong concluded. Suffering from qi deviation? Grandfather Zhou Sheng and the others instantly understood after hearing this. Under Zhao Kuan's pressure, Zhou Sheng cancelled the engagement with Zhouya on the spot. Therefore, his qi deviation was caused by anger. Immediately, they sat down cross-legged and treated Zhou Sheng. However, how would they know that all of this was caused by Yixian? TSK, suffering from qi deviation due to anger. Yixian sneered in his heart. Zhou Sheng's pain was entirely due to the burning eye. Although the burning eye had such a name, it directly attacked Zhou Sheng's soul, although the reason could not be found. Even Zhou Sheng himself would not know that he was hit by a mental attack. No, it should be called a soul attack now. After all, this was the Zhou family. There was the 4th level of the manifestation realm Old Master Zhou, Zhou Sheng's grandfather, father, uncles, and other third level of the manifestation realm experts. Even Zhao Kuan, who was standing in front of Zhou Shang, could not have used a mental attack without being discovered under the eyes of so many experts. Therefore, they unanimously believed that Zhou Shang was the cause. Even Zhao Kuan was very helpless when such a thing happened to Zhou Shang. He did not do anything and even gave Zhou Shang 5,000 soul crystals. However, Zhou Shang was so angry that he suffered from qi deviation, and was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was simply a joke. He stood there and watched as the Zhou family experts helped Zhou Shang get through this difficult situation. However, Zhou Shang's pain did not lessen at all under the combined efforts of so many experts. Instead, it became worse. For a full 10 seconds, Zhou Shang was in pain for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, his mind was about to collapse. "Second young master, you really like me that much?" Zhou Ya, who was standing at the side, also widened her eyes. Zhou Shang's character was not good, and he was arrogant and lustful. This was something that the entire Zhou clan knew. But now that Zhou Shang had become like this, she mistakenly thought that Zhou Shang had deep feelings for her. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, looked at the group of people in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly revealed a smile. "It's about time." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, using the burning eye to torture Zhou Shang for 10 seconds was already very cruel. Fortunately, Zhou Shang was at the second level of the manifestation realm, and had constructed 2 soul altars. His soul was not weak. If Zhou Shang was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, then those 10 seconds were enough for Zhou Shang's soul to be destroyed from the pain. After such a long period of torture, Zhou Shang's soul was extremely weak, so Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control on him. The Eye of Control was different from the burning eye. Just now Zhou Shang hadn't figured out why he was in so much pain, but once he failed to control it, he immediately understood that he had been hit by a mental attack. Therefore this time Yi Xian would either succeed or die trying. Ding, control successful. When the sound of the system notification rang out, Zhou Shang's voice also disappeared. Right now Zhou Shang had become Yi Xian's servant. Other than Yi Xian, no one present would know of this secret. Even Zhou Shang's grandfather and great-grandfather wouldn't be able to discover it. After hearing this system notification, Yi Xian sighed in relief. It seemed that the first step of his plan had succeeded. It had to be said that this Zhou Shang was a bit difficult to deal with. After all, he was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. Although he was only at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi Xian's burning eye would not reveal anything, otherwise it would be troublesome. "Sheng'er, how are you?" Zhou Shang's grandfather hurriedly asked. "Grandfather, great-grandfather, I'm fine. I've troubled you." Zhou Shang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "It's good that you're fine." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Shang was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhou family. If he had gone mad and damaged his foundation, then all the previous treasures would have been wasted. "It's good that you're fine." Zhao Kuan narrowed his eyes and immediately turned to look at Zhou Ya. "Miss Zhou Ya, what do you think?" Just now, Zhou Shang had cancelled the engagement, but this did not mean that Zhou Ya had agreed. Zhou Ya pondered for a moment. After glancing at the surrounding Zhou family members, she nodded silently in the end. Although she was not a member of the Zhou family, she had no choice but to accept the engagement in this situation. "In that case, Miss Zhou Ya, please pack your luggage and return to the Zhao family with me." A hint of joy flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. Although Zhou Ya's beauty was on the same level as his wives and concubines, her potential was much greater than theirs. A 26-year-old at the second level of the manifestation realm was considered good even in the Zhao family. "Young Master Zhao, can you wait for a while?" Zhou Ya asked. "It's fine. I'll wait outside for a while." Zhao Kuan replied and leaped onto his black gale dragon. "Great-grandfather Zhou, I'll take my leave first." "Young Master Zhao, take care," Zhou Xiong replied. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was bleeding. After all, the Zhou family was swallowed up by the Zhao family this time. Zhou Ya, one of the 3 young geniuses of the Zhou family, was going to enter the Zhao family. This was a heavy blow to them. However, if they did not compromise, the Zhao family would definitely use force. At that time, the Zhou family's status would definitely be far worse than it was now. Soon, Zhao Kuan left with the other 3 third-level manifestation realm experts, leaving behind only 6 second-level manifestation realm experts. Looking at their departing figures, Zhou Xiong and the others sighed in their hearts. This was a world where the strong were respected. However, the current Zhou Shang was looking at him without any emotion. "Sheng'er, go back and rest first," Zhou Shang's grandfather said to him. "Yes." Zhou Shang nodded and left immediately. As for Zhou Ya, she was removed from her position under the great-grandfather Zhou Shang's orders and replaced by another person. As for Yi Xian, when Zhou Sheng left, he pretended to be called by Zhou Shang and left with Zhou Shang. Yi Xian could not do anything about Zhou Ya. This was fate. However, he could use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family, the leader of the 8 great families. Soon Zhou Shang brought Yi Xian to his residence. Then, he took off the interspatial ring on his finger. "Master!" Zhou Shang called out softly and passed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Chapter 1100. How dare you call me by my name in a place like this? If your grandfather or great-grandfather hears it, I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian reminded him. Although there was no one around, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble if someone heard Zhou Shang calling him master. How could Zhou Shang, the second young master of the Zhou clan, call Yi Xian master? Fortunately, there was no one in Zhou Shang's residence. Yi Xian took Zhou Shang's interspatial ring. Other than the 5,000 soul crystals, there were many other good items in the ring. He immediately devoured the soul crystals using a special method. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is second level of manifestation realm. The system notified. The benefits of devouring the soul crystals were the same as the treasures of heaven and earth. However, if he devoured them using a special method, Yi Xian's soul strength would increase as well. Although I am only at the second level of the manifestation realm, the strength of my soul has already surpassed the majority of those at the second level of the manifestation realm. With my current strength, it might be slightly difficult to deal with 4 third-level manifestation realm martial artists, but I have the myriad returning swords. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Zhou Ya would be leaving with Zhao Kuan soon, so he wanted to stop Zhao Kuan and the other 3 along the way. "Do you have anything else?" Yi Xian asked. "No, I've used everything." Zhou Shang shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian sensed Zhou Ya leaping into the air as if she was leaving with Zhao Kuan. "Fine, let's do it." Yi Xian did not waste any time and left. After all, he had just joined the Zhou clan, so no one would notice him. At that moment, Zhou Ya had already bid farewell to her father and came to the entrance of the valley. Zhao Kuan and the other 3 were waiting outside on the Heifeng Tianlong. Seeing Zhou Ya coming out, Zhao Kuan smiled and said, "Lady Zhou Ya, come on up." Zhou Ya nodded silently and leaped onto the Heifeng Tianlong's back under the watchful eyes of the Zhou clan. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, watched the Heifeng Tianlong's departing figure and left the Zhou clan quietly. "Young master, remember to let me out this time." Luo shouted from inside the storage space. "No problem." Yi Xian immediately agreed. Although Luo was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, her strength had reached an explosive level after breaking through to the manifestation realm. It was only now that Yi Xian's soul strength surpassed Luo's. After leaving the Zhou residence, Yi Xian quickly followed behind. With his current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against so many people. Zhao Kuan and the others rode the second-level manifestation realm Black Wind, Heavenly Dragon towards the Zhao family. Zhou Ya sat beside Zhao Kuan and answered his questions. As for Yi Xian, he naturally used his powerful perceptive eye and spiritual sense to follow Zhao Kuan. With his current speed, keeping up with Heifeng Tianlong's speed was a piece of cake. However, he was still very close to the Zhou clan, so he had to wait for a while before he could make a move. After half a day, Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon into a 10,000-layer mountain range. This was a suitable place to make a move. "Luo, get ready," Yi Xian reminded him. "Yes, young master." Luo, who was in the physical space, nodded. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly performed the Eye of Glory. The glorious set instantly enveloped him. His aura was also released without any concealment. Eye of Nirvana. A silver light flashed and instantly broke through the void and attacked the second-level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Zhao Kuan and the others on the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon were stunned. They suddenly turned their heads and saw the Nirvana Rend. A sneak attack? One of the Zhao family's experts shouted and directly threw out a punch. Bam! The Nirvana Rend was dispersed. Those in the manifestation realm already had spiritual sense, so a sneak attack wasn't that easy to succeed. Yixian didn't think of a sneak attack. The Nirvana Rend just now was just an appetizer. Insolent scoundrel, why did you sneak attack us? Zhao Kuan turned his head and shouted at Yixian, who was wearing the glorious golden armor. Zhao family's people, you're the one who sneak attacked us. Yixian didn't say anything and directly performed the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye on Zhao Kuan's group. Not only that, but Zhou Ye and the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon they were riding also did the same. Mental attack? Zhao Kuan and the others were stunned. They suddenly felt a burning pain in their hearts. But they didn't think of Zhou Sheng half a day ago. How dare you sneak attack us when you're only in the second level of the manifestation realm? You're courting death. The Zhao family's expert shouted and dove towards Yixian. You're not my match alone. Attack together. Yixian shouted arrogantly. In the next moment, thousands of skyquake swords swept over. Wei Zhentian was at the same level as Yixian. They were both in the second level of the manifestation realm, so his hardness wasn't something an ordinary person could destroy. With thousands of skyquake swords sweeping over, even Zhao Kuan didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, the other two third-level manifestation realm experts also moved. The third level of the manifestation realm isn't easy to control, so I'm sorry. Spiritual sword formation lock. Yixian's eyes flickered as he looked at the three Zhao family's experts who were using the manifestation realm to accelerate towards him. Clang! 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 Before the three of them could react, countless sky quake swords fell from the sky and locked them together. At the same time, Luoluo suddenly appeared and created hundreds of clones. Then she madly threw the seven-colored demonic fire at the spiritual sword formation. Stop! Seeing this, Zhao Kuan shouted angrily. He didn't expect a second-level manifestation realm brat to actually trap three third-level manifestation realm experts of his Zhao family. Now he couldn't just sit back and watch. However, just as he was about to attack, whoosh! A fair and smooth palm directly slapped his back. The attack combined with the manifestation realm's manifestation realm was extremely powerful. Zhao Kuan was caught off guard. His aura instantly became chaotic. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed angrily. Damn bastard, so you're with him. Was there a need to ask who ambushed him? Other than the three experts from the Zhao family, the only other person present was Zhou Ye, a member of the Zhou family. If it wasn't Zhou Ye, who could it be? If it was half a day ago, Yixian wouldn't be able to control Zhou Ye so easily. However, after breaking through, Yixian directly constructed a second soul altar, and the strength of his soul greatly increased. Zhao Kuan might not be able to directly control Zhou Ye, but Yixian could still do it with Zhou Ye, who was at the second level of the manifestation realm. However, what Zhao Kuan didn't expect was that it wasn't only Zhou Ye who betrayed him, but also the beast he had raised for many years. Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Roar! The Black Wind Heavenly Dragon roared and reached out with a claw, directly grabbing Zhao Kuan. What? Zhao Kuan was already shocked. This Black Wind Heavenly Dragon had accompanied him for many years, and he had spent a lot of treasures to raise it. But today it betrayed him. How was this possible? However, now was not the time for him to be shocked. Beast, even you dare to betray me, you're courting death. Chapter 1101. Bastard, even you dare to betray me? You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. The 10,000 mammoth force in his body suddenly exploded. After a boom, Heifeng Tianlong's claw was blown off. Roar! Heifeng Tianlong cried out in pain as his huge body was sent flying by Zhao Kuan's punch. However, this also bought some time for Yixian. Young Master Zhao, you're finished. A cold voice entered Zhao Kuan's ears. He turned his head and saw Yixian's claws reaching out. Suddenly, two large golden hands appeared beside him and caught him. He had just broken free from Heifeng Tianlong's claws, and now he was caught by Yixian's two golden dragon-catching hands. However, this time he would not be able to break free so easily. Break free! Zhao Kuan roared as his all-creation strength surged out again. However, this time, he could not break free from the two golden dragon-catching hands. During the spirit disaster, Yi Xian could not unleash the full power of the golden dragon-catching hands because he did not have all creation's strength. Now that Yi Xian was at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul strength was not any weaker than a third level of the manifestation realm. If the two golden dragon-catching hands were to grab He Feng Tianlong's neck, he would be strangled to death. Ah! Zhao Kuan's bones cracked as the two golden dragon-catching hands gripped him. He could not help but cry out in pain. Coupled with Yi Xian's spiritual attack, he could not break free from the shackles at all. To be safe, Luo Luo did not hold back on using her skills as she swung the long whip in her hand. 100 layers of shackles. Under the double shackles, even if Zhao Kuan was at the fourth level of the manifestation realm, he would not be able to break free so easily. Young master. Not far away, the three Zhao family experts who were trapped in the spiritual sword array were worried when they heard Zhao Kuan's cry. However, they were severely injured by Luo Luo's seven-colored demonic fire. They could not break free from the giant sword, so they could only watch. Ah! Who are you? Zhao Kuan roared into the sky. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you will become my servant. Yi Xian said coldly. Third level of the manifestation realm? So what? Under this perfect binding, Zhao Kuan would need at least 20 seconds to break free. And this was under the condition that Yi Xian did not make a move. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could make Zhao Kuan suffer a fate worse than death within these 20 seconds. Burning Eye. Yi Xian continued to use the Burning Eye to weaken Zhao Kuan's soul. It's you. So it was you. At this point, Zhao Kuan finally understood that Zhou Ye and He Feng Tianlong's betrayal was because they were controlled by Yi Xian. However, he still did not know where Yi Xian had come from. He had actually challenged 4 people at a higher level than him. Even he, the number 1 genius of the Zhao family, was beaten until he had no strength to fight back. In the beginning, Zhao Kuan could still rely on his powerful soul to hold on, but by the 5th second, his mind was a little hazy. 10 seconds later, he was in so much pain that his eyes turned white. Zhao Kuan's pain was much more than Zhou Shang's. After all, Yi Xian was at the second level of the manifestation realm. It's about time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and used the Eye of Control on Zhao Kuan. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. Ha ha ha. You can't control it. Zhao Kuan raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile, but in the next moment, his smile stopped abruptly. Ding! Control succeeded. The system notified again. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kuan, was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, master. Zhao Kuan, who was controlled, instantly lost the bindings on his body as he spoke respectfully to Yi Xian in front of him. This sentence shocked the 3 Zhao family experts in the spiritual sword array. Young master, you? A Zhao family expert who was trapped in the spiritual sword array said in shock. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Kuan, actually called Yi Xian master? Zhao Kuan, who was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, was actually being controlled? At this moment, Yi Xian slowly turned around and looked at the 3 people. He said, The 3 of you, do you choose to submit or die? Hearing this, the 3 people's bodies trembled violently. Submit or die. These 3 people were all experts recruited by the Zhao family, and were not members of the Zhao family. In addition, even Zhao Kuan was being controlled. If they refused, then they would definitely be killed. The 3 of them looked at each other and finally said in unison, We choose to submit. Good. This answer made Yi Xian beam with joy. It was so easy to talk to smart people. Immediately, he used the Eye of Control on the 3 people. Although he failed a few times, these people were determined to submit to him, so he quickly controlled all of them. If Yi Xian wanted to kill them, he would not have asked Luo Luo to show mercy, and these 3 people would not have survived until now. This time, Yi Xian directly subdued 4 experts at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, which was a huge gain. Then, he directly took off their universe rings. Unfortunately, the things inside could not help him break through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Although there were not many things, there were still ores. After Yi Xian devoured them, a notification rang out from the system. After forming a co-growth contract with Wei Zhentian, as long as Yi Xian devoured ores, weapons and the like, Wei Zhentian would also devour that many things. In addition to the accelerated growth of the beast god bloodline, Wei Zhentian directly broke through to the third level of the manifestation realm. The few of you heal your wounds first. Yixian took out some blood bottles from the devour space and threw them to the few people, including Heifeng Tianlong. Then Yixian turned to look at Zhouya and said, "You don't have to go to the Zhao family anymore. Go back to the Zhou family and say that Zhao Kuan suddenly changed his mind." "Yes, master." Zhouya responded with a grateful expression on her face. Since these people were at the second and third level of the manifestation realm, and Luolua was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, Yixian did not pass these people to Luoluo. Even if Luolua's soul was strong, it would consume a lot of her soul energy to control them. However, it was different for Yixian. Yixian's Eye of Control had 25 slots. Moreover, it did not consume soul energy to control them, which was much simpler. After giving out the instructions, Zhouya immediately left. Yixian, Zhao Kuan, and the other 3 people rode the Heifeng Tianlong to the Zhao family. "When we reach the Zhao family, tell them that I'm a genius of the Zhou family, so they brought me back for training," Yixian said to Zhao Kuan. "Yes, master." Zhao Kuan immediately nodded. Chapter 1102. By the way, Zhao Kuan, when was the last time the 8 great families used the Transrealm Teleportation Array? Yixian suddenly asked. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was activated a year ago. Zhao Kuan answered without hesitation. Yixian was just asking casually, but Zhao Kuan's answer shocked him. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was activated a year ago? However, the people he controlled from the 8 great families all said that the most recent time was 2 years ago. "Are you sure? Who used the teleportation array?" Yixian asked with a frown. "My father said so. I wasn't in the family at that time. It was said that the one who used the 8 great families' teleportation array was a strange senior. At the same time he brought 2 people, a man and a woman," Zhao Kuan explained. "A strange senior, a man and a woman." Hearing this, Yixian's eyes widened. He was now sure that the ones who used the Transrealm Teleportation Array were the Patriarch Yin Yang and Saijua Song. "I finally found them." Yixian's heart began to beat faster. "Master, I happened to see those 3 people at that time." At this time, a third-level manifestation realm Zhao family martial artist interjected. "You saw them? See if it's those 3. Yixian quickly took out the portraits of the Patriarch Yin Yang and Saijua Song from the Devouring space. "Yes, it's them." The Zhao family martial artist nodded solemnly. He was already controlled by Yixian's Eye of Control, so his words could not be false. "All right, tell me the situation at that time," Yixian shouted in a low voice. He originally thought that he had found the wrong place and that the Patriarch Yin Yang did not leave from the 8 great families' Transrealm Teleportation Array. Now it seemed that he had found the right place. "At that time I was discussing with the Patriarch. That senior had just arrived and scared us. Then, that senior directly took out millions of soul crystals. He was extremely generous and did not have any aura. He was like an ordinary person. He was obviously a super expert, so the Patriarch immediately agreed." The Zhao family martial artist described the situation at that time. "What was the situation with that man and woman?" Yixian asked again. "At that time they were following behind that senior. They didn't say anything, but their auras were much stronger than the Patriarch's." "Powerful? A lot?" Yixian was helpless. The Zhao family's martial artist was talking about the situation a year ago. A year ago, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had already surpassed the Zhao family's Patriarch. In other words, old ancestor Yin Yang had allowed the Song siblings to break through to the manifestation realm from the supremacy realm in a short period of time. "What realm is your clan head at?" Yixian asked curiously. "My father was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm last year, but he has already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm this year." Zhao Kuan answered without even thinking. 5th level of the manifestation realm. Yixian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If that was the case, then Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song's strength had already surpassed the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Seeing that Yixian was interested in this, Zhao Kuan continued. "My father said that the senior's strength was unfathomable. He was at least a Nether Passage realm expert." "Nether Passage realm?" Yixian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Can a Nether Passage realm expert live for 300 years?" Back then, old ancestor Yin Yang had searched for a perfect yin and yang dual physique for a full 230 years. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that the old man was at least 300 years old, or even 400 years old. Zhao Kuan thought for a moment before replying, "Even if it's a manifestation realm expert, if they don't have any hidden injuries on their body, they can only live for 200 years at most. A Nether Passage realm expert can only live for 50 years at most. As for living for 300 to 400 years, I reckon that only Nirvana realm experts can do it." In this world, it was difficult for martial artists to make breakthroughs through normal cultivation. Only by constantly fighting and killing could they increase their strength quickly. Constantly fighting and lingering on the edge of life and death would leave behind hidden injuries in their bodies, resulting in short lifespans. Although the sect of the God of Ghosts and Corpse King Palace had 1,000-year-old ghosts, they had all died during spirit disaster. It was impossible to refine a manifestation realm expert into a corpse king or ghost spirit. "Tell me about the realms after the manifestation realm." Yi Xian saw that Zhao Kuan knew a lot and hurriedly asked again. Right now, he only knew about the manifestation realm. He didn't know what was after the manifestation realm. Manifestation realm, Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, Fragmentation realm, Nirvana realm, Longevity realm, Samsara realm, Indestructible realm, and Heaven Connecting realm. These 9 realms are collectively known as the 9 realms of Heaven Connecting realm. The manifestation realm is only the first of the 9 realms of Heaven Connecting realm. I'm not too sure about the Nether Passage realm, Fulfillment realm, and Fragmentation realm, but I've heard that in the Nirvana realm, every time a Nirvana realm expert succeeds, their lifespan will greatly increase. As for the Longevity realm, it's even more terrifying. It's said that one can live for several thousand years. After Yi Xian heard Zhao Kuan's words, he was completely shocked. There were actually so many realms after the manifestation realm. No wonder there was always a saying in the world, "The martial path had no end." It turned out that this was really just the beginning. The Nirvana realm greatly increases one's lifespan, and the Longevity realm increases one's lifespan by several thousand years. What about the Rebirth realm, Imperishable realm, and Heaven Connecting realm? Yi Xian asked again. It's said that the Rebirth realm allows one to break through life and death and reincarnate. If someone is dissatisfied with their current situation, or is nearing the end of their lifespan, or is heavily injured, they can reincarnate and cultivate again. It's said that the Imperishable realm experts can be reborn from a drop of blood, becoming immortal and indestructible. As for the Heaven Connecting realm, they already have the means to reach the heavens. I'm not very clear about that either. Zhao Kuan explained to Yi Xian one by one. Yi Xian and Luolua were so shocked that they had no words to say. The Rebirth realm actually allowed one to reincarnate. In the future, if there were experts nearing the end of their lifespan, they could reincarnate and cultivate again. That way they could live forever. As for the Imperishable realm, it was even more terrifying. They could actually be reborn from a drop of blood. They were practically unkillable cockroaches. The Heaven Connecting realm has the means to reach the heavens. This sounds very powerful. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and asked again. That is to say, everyone in this world could have been an unparalleled expert in their previous life? Yes. Master, you could have been a super expert in the Heaven Connecting realm in your previous life. Zhao Kuan hurriedly flattered him. Hearing this, Yi Xian also recalled himself. He had transmigrated, but before he transmigrated, the unlucky Yi Xian had already died. Then, was he the unlucky Yi Xian in his previous life, or was he the Yi Xian from Earth? Chapter 1103. It's a bit messy. Let's not think about it. My previous life is my previous life, and this life is my current life. If he's really the reincarnation of an expert, then hurry up and unlock my inherited memories. It's best to give me the location of a huge treasure or a peerless divine technique. Yi Xian shook his head. It was useless to think so much now. Anyway, he was only in the manifestation realm now. Nirvana, longevity, reincarnation, and immortality were all too far away from him. What he was thinking now was to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, then kill that Yin-Yang old ancestor. It was that simple. Now Yi Xian finally found another clue. Next, he would go through the inter-realm portal of the 8 great families and head to the glazed light sacred ground. However, to use the interrealm portal, he would need the approval of 4 of the 8 great families. This was not a simple matter. However, he had Zhao Kuan, the young master of the Zhao family, as his servant. It was not impossible to use the interrealm portal. A day later, the Haifeng dragon entered the Zhao family's territory. The checkpoints set up by the Zhao family were all opened after seeing Zhao Kuan and the others on the Haifeng dragon. What's going on? Why does the Zhao family have so many checkpoints? Aren't they being too careful? Yixian asked in surprise. Master, it's like this. Recently, the 4 great families and the Bloodcloth sect have some conflicts, so the Bloodcloth sect wants to get rid of us. These checkpoints are to prevent the Bloodcloth sect's assassins from sneaking in and killing the people of the Zhao family. Zhao Kuan replied. The Bloodcloth sect is not weak to be able to go against the 8 great families, right? Yixian murmured. If the 4 great families were to unite, we would not be afraid of the Bloodcloth sect. However, the 4 great families were established separately, so we have to be careful, Zhao Kuan said. After hearing this, Yixian nodded silently. No wonder Zhao Kuan was in a hurry to return to the Zhao family. He was afraid of the Bloodcloth sect's assassins. At this moment, they had passed through the last checkpoint of the Zhao family and landed in front of the Zhao family. The Zhao family, the head of the 8 great families, just the land they occupied was several times larger than the Zhou family, and their population had reached 50,000 people. There were more than 100 manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family alone. Among them, there was even an aura stronger than the Zhou family's old patriarch, Zhou Xiong, and there was more than one of them. The Zhao family was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhao Kuan, you're back? As soon as they landed, a middle-aged man came up to them. Second uncle, the Zhou clan has agreed to cooperate, Zhao Kuan said directly when he saw the person. Zhao Kuan's second uncle Zhao Xian wasn't very strong. Like Zhao Kuan, he was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his management skills were impressive. His status was second only to the Zhao family patriarch. Alright, then we will be called the 4 great families from now on. However, I am afraid that the Bloodclad sect will directly attack the 4 great families. Zhao Xian said worriedly. Second uncle, we are the Bloodcloth sect's main target. The Zhou family is only a 4th level manifestation realm martial artist like Patriarch Zhou. The Bloodcloth sect is nothing in their eyes, reminded Zhao Kuan. It's better to be careful. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yixian and Luoluo. He said, these 2 are. They are good friends I made while traveling outside. They have now joined my Zhao family, Zhao Kuan hurriedly replied. Previously, Yixian wanted to use the excuse of being a Zhou family disciple to join the Zhao family. However, after controlling Zhao Kuan, he thought that using this excuse was better. Being a good friend of the Zhao family's young master would make it easier for him to act in the future. Your good friend. Zhao Xian was slightly surprised after hearing this. Because Zhao Kuan had a proud and aloof personality, those who could make friends with him definitely had some ability. Zhao Xian carefully sized them up. He estimated that Yixian was younger than Zhao Kuan. Being able to break through to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, he could be considered a top figure. After all, Zhao Kuan had the Zhao family as his backing. As for Luoluo, she was even more terrifying. This little girl is from the Fox clan. This is rare. How old are you this year? Zhao Xian's gaze fell on Luoluo. 15 this year. Luoluo smiled sweetly. 15. This answer gave Zhao Xian a fright. One should know that when Zhao Kuan was 15, he had not broken through to the manifestation realm. However, Luoluo was already at the 1st level of the manifestation realm. Her aptitude was much better than Zhao Kuan's. The Fox clan is born with the ability to charm. If they mate with a human, unless their bloodline or realm is suppressed, they will also be born from the Fox clan. In my Zhao family, there has never been a member of the Fox clan. If this little girl can marry into my Zhao family's stability will greatly increase in the future. Zhao Xian looked at Luoluo with a smile as he thought to himself. His plan was to let Zhao Kuan marry Luoluo and become a member of the Zhao family. At that time, he could use Luoluo's charm ability to charm people from other factions and obtain secrets. It could also increase the Zhao family's stability. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it was killing 3 birds with 1 stone because Luolua's aptitude was stronger than Zhao Kuan's. Good, good. Zhao Kuan, you have done well this time. Immediately arrange the best residence for our esteemed guest, Zhao Xian hurriedly said. Yes, second uncle. Zhao Kuan nodded slightly, and immediately rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon into the Zhao family. Zhao Xian looked at their backs and revealed a sly expression. However, what he did not know was that he had invited an ingrate into his house. Soon Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed in his courtyard. Master, there are a few residences beside my residence. You can stay there from now on, Zhao Kuan said to Yi Xian. The residences don't matter. The 4 of you should move quickly. Yi Xian jumped off the Heifeng heavenly dragon and landed on the ground. He could not wait and said. The move he was talking about was to confiscate all of Zhao Kuan's belongings. After all, the 4 of them were out on a mission and would not bring everything with them. Yes. The 4 of them responded, and the other 3 Zhao family's consecrators quickly left. Zhao Kuan also directly entered the room, and then opened a hidden mechanism array, and took out an interspatial ring. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring from Zhao Kuan and quickly checked it. 10,000 soul crystals and various worldly treasures. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, These 5,000 soul crystals and worldly treasures, go and exchange them all for ores. Although the special soul crystals could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level and soul strength, if they were exchanged for ores, Wei Zhentian would be able to absorb 5,000 soul crystals due to the co-growth contract. It was equivalent to double the amount. Yes, although Zhao Kuan did not know why Yi Xian wanted ores, he immediately did as he was told. While he was gone, Yi Xian took advantage of the time when he was gone to take the heavenly and earthly treasures for cultivation, and then specially devoured the remaining 5,000 soul crystals. Chapter 1104. Now that I have constructed 2 soul altars, if I refine the soul crystals, it actually increases the soul strength of both soul altars. I thought I would have to split them equally. Yi Xian suddenly noticed this. This was a pretty good piece of news. In next to no time, the other 3 experts at the 3rd level of the Wanxiang stage returned. This time Yi Xian directly swallowed all of their things. It was already not bad for a 3rd level manifestation realm martial practitioner to have more than 5,000 soul crystals. After all, they had to cultivate themselves. The total value of these 3 people barely surpassed 10,000 soul crystals. After breaking through to the manifestation realm, my experience has increased greatly. What a tragedy! Yi Xian waited in Zhao Kuan's courtyard with slight helplessness. A while later Zhao Kuan returned. Young master, I have already gone to the weapon pavilion to exchange all of the soul crystals for forging materials. Zhao Kuan handed over a universe ring. Yi Xian took the universe ring and consumed all of the forging materials inside. Ding, Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notified. Right now Wei Zhentian had surpassed Yi Xian and reached the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. However, Yi Xian was still stuck at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm and could not break through. Wei Zhentian's breakthrough could first increase the strength of the sky-shaking sword, then increase his strength. Right now, he could probably fight a 3rd level manifestation realm expert alone. If he used 10,000 swords, its power would increase greatly. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I haven't been able to break through yet, but now that I have heard the news, I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Yi Xian's mind moved. Right now, he was in the Zhao family, the head of the 4 great families. The Zhao family had a rich foundation. If he did not take advantage of it, he would be letting down Zhao Kuan. Using the eye of control to control people and take their wealth was a good method, but he could use other methods to make money. There are materials in the devouring space. Yi Xian's gaze swept and finally landed on a pill. Soul condensing pill could increase the strength of the soul. This pill is not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly. This soul consolidating pill could be directly exchanged for using the super devouring crystal. There was no need to refine it. However, the disadvantage was that the pills used for cultivation were useless to him. Zhao Kuan, take these 100 low-rank soul consolidating pills. They can increase the strength of one's soul by quite a bit. They are definitely much better than soul crystals. You can decide the price. Yi Xian threw a universe ring to Zhao Kuan and said, You said that the Zhao family had a spirit spring. Take Luoluo there and cultivate. Yes, master. Zhao Kuan replied. There was a spirit spring in the Zhao family, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was very abundant. It was the place where the Zhao family members cultivated. Luoluo, on the other hand, could absorb heaven and earth yuan qi on her own. With the help of heaven and earth treasures and the effects of the spirit spring, she would probably be able to break through again very soon. After that, Zhao Kuan and the others left while Yixian continued to wait. After a while, Luoluo's surprised voice sounded. Young master, the heaven and earth yuan qi in this spirit spring is really abundant. Give me 2 hours and I can break through to the second level of the manifestation realm. In 3 days I can break through to the third level of the manifestation realm. Hearing this, Yixian revealed a satisfied smile. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was really too terrifying. It could actually absorb the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. If Luoluo were to refine the heaven and earth yuan qi, the speed would be explosive. After a period of time, Zhao Kuan returned once again. Young master, the 100 soul consolidating pills were worth a total of 30,000 soul crystals. Among them, we also exchanged 10,000 soul crystals for forging materials. After Zhao Kuan finished speaking, he handed the items to Yixian. These soul consolidating pills were exchanged directly. It was much more expensive than if Yixian personally refined them. Therefore, the profit was not much. However, these items were enough for Yixian to break through. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the third level of the manifestation realm. After he swallowed everything, he heard a series of system notifications. He finally broke through. At this time, Zhao Kuan said, "Oh right, master, just now our Zhao family received news that the experts of our 4 major families in Golden Flame City were all assassinated by the Bloodcloth sect." All of them were killed by the Bloodcloth sect? Yixian raised his eyebrows. This was really unfortunate news for the Zhao family. Our Zhao family and the Bloodcloth sect have conflicts. The Bloodcloth sect is an assassin organization and has the portraits of most of the experts of our 4 major families. Therefore, this time we want to send some experts who just joined our Zhao family to investigate. Zhao Kuan continued. Experts who just joined the Zhao family? Then I fit the bill. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He knew why Zhao Kuan brought this up. He wanted to ask him if he was willing to go. However, before he went, he had to ask about the specific situation. How many experts do the 4 major families of Golden Flame City have? Yixian asked. Our 4 major families each have 2 4th-level manifestation realm experts and 5 3rd-level manifestation realm experts in Golden Flame City. Zhao Kuan answered without thinking. 2 4th-level manifestation realm experts and 5 3rd-level manifestation realm experts. Then in total, there are 8 4th-level manifestation realm experts and 23rd-level manifestation realm experts. With this kind of strength, they were actually wiped out by the Bloodcloth sect. It seems that the Bloodcloth sect also sent many experts. Yixian muttered and asked again. Then will the Zhao family send a 5th-level manifestation realm expert this time? No, this is obviously a trap set by the Bloodcloth sect. That is why we need to send people to investigate first. Our Zhao family only has 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts. We cannot lose any of them. Zhao Kuan shook his head. A trap, huh? Yixian pondered for a moment in his heart. The Bloodcloth sect's assassins suddenly attacked Golden Flame City and killed all the experts of the 4 major families. Perhaps a 5th-level manifestation realm expert came. If the 4 major families rashly sent experts, it would be a tragedy if they fell into a trap. That was why they sent people to investigate first. Yixian possessed the eye of control and just so happened to have just joined the Zhao family. The Bloodcloth sect did not have information on him. If he went to investigate, it would be extremely easy. Golden Flame City is a springboard for me. As long as this matter is resolved, I can at least break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Thinking of this, Yixian agreed. All right, I will go this time. Master, my father has already sent experts. This is the map. Zhao Kuan took out a map and handed it to Yixian without hesitation. Remember to take good care of Luoluo when I am not here. Yixian reminded. Although Luoluo should not be in any danger in the Zhao family, who knew if the Bloodcloth sect would directly attack? Fortunately, Yixian still had the Eye of the Void. He directly located the Zhao family. If Luoluo was in danger, he could directly send a sound transmission to him. At that time he would directly fly back. Chapter 1105. Golden Fire City was a day's journey from the Zhao family. This was based on the speed of a level 3 manifestation realm martial artist. However, it was only a matter of half a day for Yi Xian. Less than 2 hours after he left the Zhao family, Luoluo sent him news of her breakthrough. The current Luoluo had no problem dealing with a level 3 manifestation realm martial artist. Even a level 4 manifestation realm martial artist would not be able to kill her. After the Corpse King Palace was destroyed, the mission system never appeared again. It's a bit of a scam. Give me another mission this time. Yi Xian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He had accepted 2 chain random missions and completed them each time. Moreover, the mission rewards were quite good. Bloodline was the foundation of his ability to challenge those of a higher level. If his bloodline was strong enough, it would not be a problem for him to challenge those of a level 4 or 5. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most recently was the Combat Bloodline expansion tab. This was because he already had 5 bloodlines in his body. He only needed 1 more to activate the Bloodline Fusion System. He wondered how powerful the Bloodline Fusion System was. Yi Xian did not know the effects of the Bloodline Fusion System. However, Yi Xian had already chosen the second Combat Bloodline. This Combat Bloodline appeared after the system was updated. It was much more powerful than the Sword God Bloodline. Unfortunately, he could not activate the Combat Bloodline expansion tab yet. Half a day passed by quickly. After half a day, Yi Xian arrived at Golden Fire City. It was currently late at night, but the city gates of Golden Fire City were not closed. Golden Fire City was brightly lit, and there was an endless stream of people. Human manifestation realm martial artists that had not appeared in the land of the dead for thousands of years could be seen everywhere in Golden Fire City. Although the 4 major families were established separately in Golden Fire City, they were not far from each other. The Bloodcloth sect was actually able to assassinate all the martial artists. Perhaps they are at level 5 manifestation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the Zhao family's stronghold in Golden Fire City. Golden Fire City was already occupied by the Bloodcloth sect. Occasionally, there would be Bloodcloth sect disciples wandering around. They were looking for people from the 4 major families. Yi Xian had only been in the Zhao family for half a day. It was impossible for these people to recognize him. Soon he arrived at Golden Flame City's Zhao family. However, there were no longer any Manifestation Realm Zhao family members in the Zhao family. All of them were experts from the Bloodclad sect. Only a 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artist. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With his strength at the 3rd level of the Manifestation Realm, killing a 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artist wasn't difficult. However, since Golden Fire City's Zhao clan had a 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artist, the other 3 clans might also have one as well. Thus, he still had to investigate the other 3 clans first. He hurriedly visited the other 3 clans and discovered that they all only had 1 4th level Manifestation Realm expert. This was a little illogical. The 4 great clans had a total of 8 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artists stationed in Golden Flame City. Although it was possible for 4 4th level Manifestation Realm martial artists to assassinate them, it was unlikely. Could it be that this is not a trap, and after the Bloodcloth sect's experts finished killing they directly left? Yi Xian pondered. Just in case, he decided to walk around a bit more. As expected, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although the 4 great clans had set up strongholds separately, there was still a palace in the middle of the 4 great clans for discussion. And in this palace there was actually a 5th level Manifestation Realm martial artist. A 5th level Manifestation Realm martial artist. If I don't have 10,000 swords returned to origin, it will be more troublesome to deal with him. Yi Xian wasn't confident. After all, 10,000 swords returned to origin still needed a day to cool down. Although he could still make a move without this trump card, it would alert the enemy. The others probably haven't arrived yet. I better infiltrate them secretly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided not to clash head-on with this group of blood-clothed assassins. He immediately returned to Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. Eye of Control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. The 2 second-level manifestation realm blood-clothed assassins guarding the entrance of Golden Fire City's Zhao clan were easily controlled by Yi Xian. You come here. Yi Xian gave an order to one of the blood-clothed assassins through the air. The blood-clothed assassin left his post and followed Yi Xian into a small alley. What's your name? Yi Xian asked. Li Gang. The 30-year-old blood-clothed assassin answered. Deaths and injuries are inevitable due to the grudges between 2 clans. Yi Xian muttered and directly stabbed the blood-clothed assassin's chest with his sword. Rip. The second-level manifestation realm blood-clothed assassin died instantly. Then Yi Xian put away the corpse and the universe ring, and put on the face-changing mask at the same time. In the next moment, his face turned into Li Gang's appearance. Although this blood-clothed assassin was already dead, Yi Xian could disguise himself as anyone he controlled. Coincidentally, his figure was similar to this blood-clothed assassin, so he wouldn't be exposed normally. Blood-clothed sect cultivates the blue blood technique. Their bodies emit a bloody aura. Yi Xian learned the blue blood technique in the universe ring and walked out. Now he was blood-clothed sect's disciple Li Gang. He wanted to use this identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan. The blood-clothed sect was an assassin organization with extremely powerful assassination methods. The Zhao clan's experts were all killed in this way. This time Yi Xian wanted to use assassination methods to eliminate the blood-clothed sect's experts. Using the eye of perception and his spiritual sense, he could sense every movement of all the blood-clothed assassins in the Zhao clan. Currently, in the Zhao clan, other than the 4th-level manifestation realm expert, there were 4 third-level manifestation realm experts. Yi Xian used Li Gang's identity to enter Golden Fire City's Zhao clan, and approached the nearest 3rd-level manifestation realm expert. On the way, when some of the Zhao clan servants saw him, they immediately lowered their heads and walked quickly, not daring to look him in the eye. The blood-clothed sect was infamous. If they were provoked, their heads would roll in the next moment. Soon Yi Xian found his first target. This blood-clothed sect's enforcer was cultivating in the courtyard when Yi Xian directly walked over. All manifestation realm experts had spiritual senses. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still sense the movements in their surroundings. This 3rd-level manifestation realm expert sensed Yi Xian's arrival and asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" "Lord Enforcer, this disciple picked up a treasure map and wishes to present it to you." Yi Xian disguised himself as Li Gang and said, although he was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, he could suppress himself to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm with the help of the disguise mask. At such a close distance, even this 3rd-level enforcer did not discover him. Oh, a treasure map? This enforcer opened his eyes with interest. Yi Xian used this opportunity to approach him and took out a sheepskin scroll at the same time. This blood-clothed sect enforcer's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to praise Yi Xian, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Chapter 1106. Whoosh! A cold glint entered the left side of the blood-cloth sect's protector's chest. His body trembled slightly as his eyes rolled upwards. Zhao family's strongest sword technique, heart-shattering sword. Although the wound on the blood-cloth sect guardian's left chest was so small that it did not even bleed, his heart had already been split into 2. 3rd level of the manifestation realm dead. Subsequently, Yi Xian quickly put away the blood-cloth sect guardian's corpse and interspatial ring. F***CK, there's no reason for there to be so little. Could it be that everything was turned in? Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring and realized that there was not much in it. It seemed that the blood-cloth sect's experts had taken everything. However, Yi Xian did not care. After all, the Zhao family still had 3 third level of the manifestation realm experts and more than 22nd level of the manifestation realm experts. If he killed all of these people, the total amount of loot would be very impressive. Subsequently, Yi Xian continued his operation. Along the way, he encountered some 2nd level of the manifestation realm disciples and killed them without hesitation. With his cultivation level, he probably did not even need half a second to kill these people. In less than a minute, the entire bloodcloth sect's disciples in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City were almost wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained a large amount of wealth. At this moment, the 4th level manifestation realm Bloodcloak sect elder from Golden Flame City's Zhao clan opened his eyes. He felt that something wasn't right. Originally he could sense quite a few auras, but now only a few auras remained. These bastards, did they all go out to slack off? The bloodcloth sex elder cursed in his heart before he walked out to check. They had a mission in the Zhao family of Golden Flame City. They did not know when the experts from the 4 major families would arrive, so they could not relax. However, when he walked out, a bloodcloth sex disciple approached him. "What's going on? Why did everyone leave?" The bloodcloth sex elder asked. Elder Cho came over just now and took everyone away. He said that he discovered the experts from the 8 major families and started to search for them. The bloodcloth sex disciple replied. "I see. All right then. You guys keep a lookout." The blood-robed sect elder didn't think too much about it. After he spoke, he turned around and returned to his room. But at this moment, swish! The sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. What? The bloodcloth sex elder was shocked. However, when his 10,000 mammoth force surged out, a cold light had already entered his head. Pooh! A muffled sound came from his head, and then his body slowly fell down. He couldn't understand why a fellow disciple would ambush him, and what he couldn't understand even more was that with his cultivation at the 4th level of the manifestation stage, he was actually successfully ambushed by a 2nd-level manifestation stage disciple. How was this possible? However, how could he know that the blood-clad sex disciple in front of him was only a disguise? This person was none other than Yi Xian. Success! Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he quickly collected the corpse of the blood-clad sex elder. So what if the bloodcloth sect was proficient in assassination? Didn't they still die in his hands? With his strength, even if he directly killed his way into Golden Flame City's Zhao clan, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, this would attract the attention of the other 3 clans. Most importantly, the 5th-level manifestation stage bloodclad sex expert would make a move. However, using this kind of assassination method to eliminate the bloodclad sex expert bit by bit, even if the bloodclad sex expert had a high cultivation, he wouldn't know. Immediately, Yi Xian checked the interspatial ring of the dead bloodclad sex elder. Not bad, 20,000 soul crystals and a large amount of items. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although 20,000 soul crystals couldn't help him break through, it could increase his cultivation and soul strength by at least 30%. Next, he would clean up all the bloodclad sex disciples in the Zhao clan, leaving none behind. After that, he left Golden Flame City's Zhao clan and headed to his next target. With the eye of control, his disguise ability was unmatched. Using the same method, he also cleaned up the Qian clan, which was ranked 2nd among the 4 major clans. Next was the 3rd clan, the Sun clan. Once I clean up the 4 major clans, I'll probably be able to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. At that time, I'll find trouble with that 5th-level manifestation realm expert. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he used the same method as before to infiltrate the Sun clan. With the strength of his soul, he could directly control a 3rd-level manifestation realm expert. He didn't need to kill them. Controlling people was much more useful than killing them. Soon, the 5 manifestation realm experts of the Sun clan were all under Yi Xian's control, and all their items fell into his pocket. Unfortunately, these people didn't have many items on them, so they probably all fell into the hands of the 5th-level manifestation realm expert. Next, Yi Xian was going to assassinate the 4th-level manifestation realm expert overseeing the Sun clan. Elder Qiu, I obtained a treasure map in a hidden location in the Sun clan. I want to give it to you. Yi Xian arrived outside the blood-clad sex elder's room and shouted. Creak! The door opened and a red-haired old man walked out. Treasure map? Let me take a look. The red-haired old man was also very interested, because Yi Xian said that he found it in a hidden location in the Sun clan. It might be something good. Yes. Yi Xian took the opportunity to approach with the treasure map, then passed it to the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man took the map and opened it to take a look, but he couldn't find any clues for a moment. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to take advantage of the time when the old man was sizing up the treasure map to kill him. But right at this moment, enemy attack! An explosive shout spread throughout the Sun clan. Enemy attack? The Sun clan's blood-clad sect expert trembled. At the same time, the red-haired old man in front of Yi Xian abruptly turned his head, just in time to see Yi Xian pull out the Skyquake sword and stab at him. You scoundrel, you dare to ambush me? The red-haired old man immediately used his all-creation strength to dodge the fatal strike, but he was also shocked. If it wasn't for that explosive shout, he would have been killed by Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was also very helpless. He knew that he couldn't be exposed. That explosive shout should have been from the other blood-clad sect members who had discovered the experts of the 4 great clans and wanted to warn the others. What a useless teammate! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for those obstructing experts of the 4 great clans, he would have succeeded. However, so what if he failed once? Heartbreak sword technique, heartbreak sword. Yi Xian held the skyquake sword and stabbed at the red-haired old man again. Zhao Clan's heartbreak sword technique, humph. The red-haired old man recognized it at a glance and hurriedly used his all-creation strength to repel Yi Xian's skyquake sword. At the same time, he also struck out with his palm, hitting Yi Xian's shoulder. Chapter 1107. Bang! The sound spread out and attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, Yi Xian did this on purpose. Old man, try my killing technique with my eyes. Yi Xian laughed in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of devastation. Whoosh! The silver slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the red-clothed old man's head. However, at the same time, he was also targeted by the surrounding people and exposed his identity. He killed Elder Qiu. Quick, inform the blood-clothed emperor. In the next moment, several red lights rose into the sky and then exploded under the night sky. Blood-colored fireworks were extremely dazzling. On the other side, a blood-clothed youth in the discussion palace of the 4 major clans opened his eyes and quickly rushed out. Exposed? So what? Yi Xian sneered. He had just infiltrated the Zhou clan and only controlled 5 third-level manifestation realm protectors. As for the first-level and second-level manifestation realm disciples, he had not killed them yet. He immediately killed his way out and killed the 30 blood-clothed sect disciples around him. After the last person died, there was also an extremely strong aura that broke into his perception range. That 5th-level manifestation realm expert? The blood-clothed emperor? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had heard what the group of disciples said earlier, but he never expected that the 5th-level manifestation realm expert overseeing Golden Flame City was actually the Bloodcloth sect's young sect master, Shui, who was also the Shui Tianzi. He dared to call himself emperor. He was quite bold. Emperor, son of heaven. This blood-clothed sect's young master dared to call himself the blood-clothed emperor, so he definitely had some skills. Come, let me kill you, emperor. Yi Xian was waiting in the Sun Clan. However, at this moment, ding, the host triggered a random mission. Kill the blood-clothed emperor. Reward: Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Advancement once. The system notification suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It was finally triggered. He had always had a premonition that this operation would trigger a random mission, but he didn't expect it to really come true. Although the Tree of Life's bloodline advancement was not as effective as other bloodlines, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't reject it since it was a free gift. Bloodrobe Tianzi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian roared. His entire body blossomed with golden light like the sun. After the brilliant golden armor appeared, he launched an attack at the blood-robed prince. Beams of golden sword chi merged with the all-creation's force and swept toward the blood-robed emperor. 3rd level of the manifestation realm? The blood-robed emperor was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who attacked him was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. However, he could also sense that the all-creation strength of the blade before him was almost on par with a 4th level manifestation realm martial artist. Moreover, its attack far surpassed that of an ordinary 4th level manifestation realm martial artist. I don't care who you are, die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't say anything and directly fought back. A golden sword chi and a scarlet sword chi collided. Boom! A loud sound rang out and waves of air surged. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's face sank. He was slightly surprised and felt very uncomfortable. As the young lord of the blood-robed sect, a 5th level manifestation realm martial artist, he couldn't kill a 10,000 level manifestation realm martial artist in one strike. It was simply a disgrace. Crimson blood overflowing sky. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was already prepared to tear Yi Xian into pieces. With a bang, the true chi in his body gushed out crazily and condensed into a blood cloud above their heads. Yi Xian glanced at the blood cloud above his head. Coincidentally, the blood cloud extended a few blood tentacles and grabbed at him. This move had already been copied by Yi Xian, but because he hadn't mastered the blue blood technique yet, it didn't have much effect. Divine Power Dragon Catching Hand. Yi Xian directly ignored the blood tentacles and launched an attack at the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Although the Zhao family also had many divine powers, Yi Xian felt that there was a saying that was very good. One skill could conquer the world. The Dragon Catching Hand's restriction ability was very strong. Coupled with the Heartbreak Sword technique and a movement technique, it was enough. A golden dragon catching hand appeared, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had already dodged it. Go ahead and hide. Let's see who has more true chi. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. In terms of recovery ability, he wasn't afraid of anyone. The divine power consumed a lot of true chi, but he could still recover. Dragon Catching Hand. Heartbreak Sword technique. Yi Xian dodged while attacking the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't counterattack. This kid is condensing the blood cloud. What is he planning to do? Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, immediately discovered the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's little trick. Those tentacles were actually grabbing the ordinary people around them. These people were grabbed by the blood tentacles and immediately had their blood sucked out, turning into dried corpses. At this moment, whoosh whoosh, the blood cloud above his head suddenly began to stir. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a red storm. Yi Xian also felt a suction force, and his figure was constantly swept towards the red storm. At the same time, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven finally launched his attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would be directly swept away by the red storm. However, Yi Xian's soul strength was comparable to a 4th-level manifestation realm, so his speed was only slightly reduced. I can't stay in the air, or else I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian quickly dodged the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's attack and landed on the ground. On the ground, his 90% agility advancement would be effective, and his speed could even catch up with the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. However, what he didn't understand was why the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven condensed this red storm. However, in the next moment he understood. There's no need for Golden Fire City to exist anymore. Everyone die. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's eyes flickered as he directly charged towards Yi Xian. As for the red storm, it directly swept through Golden Fire City. Countless people were caught in it, and were instantly shredded into pieces by the blood-red wind blades. What? He's going to massacre the city? Yi Xian was shocked. This blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was too cruel. Not only did he assassinate the experts of the 4 great families, but now he was going to massacre the city. This time it was a trap set by the blood-robed sect. Their goal was to lure the experts of the 4 great families over. However, after seeing Yi Xian, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven felt that it was worth it. Yi Xian could fight with him at 3rd-level manifestation realm. He was definitely the top genius of the 4 great families. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was celebrating with the lives of these innocent people. You blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, watch how I kill you. Yi Xian was furious. Even he had never done something like massacring a city, but the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven actually did it in front of him. He was courting death. Just you. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven didn't care and only revealed an evil smile. Chapter 1108. I'll kill you and break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that the good stuff must have been taken by the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. As long as he killed the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, he would definitely be able to break through. At the same time, he could avenge these innocent people. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were swept into the Scarlet Bloodstorm and torn into pieces. In order to stop the Scarlet Bloodstorm, Yi Xian had to kill the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven as soon as possible. Kid, you should be satisfied that so many people will die with you. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven sneered and turned into a stream of light that swept towards Yi Xian. Satisfied my ass. Yi Xian went up to meet him. In an instant the two of them started to fight. Yi Xian, who had activated the Eye of Glory, coupled with his powerful soul and bloodline, could make up for the difference of 2 levels. However, under the red storm on the other side, People were constantly being torn apart. If it was a normal storm, even a spirit disaster expert might be able to dodge it. However, this red storm had the support of the manifestation realm, 5th level of the manifestation realm, from the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Even the blood-robed sect's disciples could not resist it. Young sect master, please stop. No, I don't want to die. Young sect master, why are you doing this? The red storm had no consciousness. Countless people were swept into it, including the blood-robed sect's disciples and even the guardians. Those who were swept into it were not spared and were all turned into minced meat without exception. At the same time, after so many people were swept to death, the red storm began to expand. This was the truly terrifying thing. If it grew, the entire Golden Flame City would really become a pile of ruins. One had to know that the entire Golden Flame City had millions of people. What a brutal blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Take this. Killing intent surged in Yixian's heart. Previously, the corpse man had massacred many cities, but this time, he had personally encountered it. A giant golden sword suddenly appeared and slashed towards the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. Overlord's limitless sword. Insignificant skill. Facing the giant golden sword, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven dodged calmly. However, in the next moment he knew that he was wrong. The tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing, but on that formless pressure. This pressure, coupled with Yixian's all-creation strength, combined into one, was incomparably powerful. Gotcha! The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven couldn't avoid it. He fell from the sky and half of his body was embedded in the ground. The bones in his body were directly shattered, and even his skull was the same. Fortunately, he was one of the best amongst 5th-level manifestation realm martial artists. If it was an ordinary 5th-level manifestation realm martial artist, he would probably have already died under this sword strike. How can he be so strong? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was at a loss. In the next moment, he was about to receive Yixian's frenzied attacks. The blood-robed Tianzi's expression changed drastically. He quickly used the power of all things to break open the ground and drill into the ground. Then, he drilled out of the red blood storm. Just now, Yixian had caught him off guard with the Overlord's limitless sword. At the same time, the blood-robed Son of Heaven had suffered heavy injuries. He understood that Yixian was not someone to be trifled with. Now he wanted to use the blood-robed sect's secret technique and cut Yixian into 1,000 pieces. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me like that? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven hid in the red blood storm and laughed loudly. At the same time, the fresh blood in the red blood storm gathered towards him and began to heal his injuries. F***ck, what kind of movement technique was that? He actually hid in the storm in the blink of an eye. Yixian was shocked. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's movement technique was impressive. Although he had copied it, it was the blood-robed sect's martial arts. Without the emerald blood technique, it was useless for him to learn it. The dignified blood-robed sect's young sect master is actually a coward. Fine, watch me break your turtle shell. Yixian's eyes flickered. Eye of devastation. Eye of decomposition. Golden dragon, catch your hand. Just now, the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was there, so he could only attack him. If he attacked the red blood storm, wouldn't he become the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's target? But now the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was hiding in the red blood storm, so it was a good opportunity to attack together. This red blood storm was 100 times stronger than the red blood corpse kings, and it would continue to grow. It was very troublesome. However, Yixian's true qi was free. Under his crazy attacks, the red blood storm clearly shrunk. Why does this kid have so much true qi? The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was shocked. In these few seconds, Yixian used dozens of techniques and directly weakened the red blood storm by nearly half. In a battle between manifestation realm experts, they usually used manifestation force to attack. This was because using techniques consumed too much true qi, and using them continuously would double the consumption. However, Yixian did not seem to stop after using his techniques dozens of times. If this continued, the red blood storm that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a lot of true qi to condense would dissipate. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You can actually force me to use this move. As soon as the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's voice fell, Yi Xian outside focused his eyes and found that the red bloodstorm was rapidly shrinking. He did not attack, but the red bloodstorm became smaller by itself? No, it was the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's doing. Yi Xian hurriedly looked with the eye of revelation and found that the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven was actually devouring the blood of the dead people. One had to know that thousands of people had died under this blood-eating storm. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven devoured the blood of the dead people, his aura began to gradually become stronger. Immediately Yi Xian understood. Eye of Nirvana. Dragon-catching hand. Heartbreak sword technique. Yi Xian quickly attacked the red bloodstorm. Previously, the red bloodstorm had become smaller, because his attack had dispersed the power of all creations on the red bloodstorm. Now the red bloodstorm had become smaller because the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven had used a secret technique to devour it. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had used the Overlord's limitless sword at this time, the effect would have been very great. He could even have defeated the entire red bloodstorm. Unfortunately, the Overlord's limitless sword had been used to smash the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven, and it did not kill him. In the blink of an eye, the red bloodstorm had shrunk to a diameter of 100 meters. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was also nearly twice as strong as before. Kid, you are dead meat. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven quickly dodged. The blood that he had devoured just now was all refined by him, causing his strength to soar by a large margin. Now it was Yi Xian's time of death. But when he reacted, he found that he had turned around and ran far away. It's too late to run now. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven muttered and quickly chased after him. However, what he did not know was that Yi Xian was not running away. Chapter 1109. Brat, don't even think about escaping. With a shout, a bloodcloth sect elder leaped into the air with a group of experts. I've been waiting for you. Yi Xian quickly rushed towards the bloodcloth sect elder. Whoosh! The heart-shattering sword pierced through the air and struck the bloodcloth sect elder's chest. Humph! Stop him! The bloodcloth sect elder quickly dodged and shouted at the same time. However, in the next moment his head directly exploded. The killer was not Yi Xian, but the 5 third-level manifestation realm bloodcloth sect guardians that Yi Xian controlled earlier. Previously, Yi Xian did not choose to kill these 5 people because they might be useful later on. Now they were useful. The bloodcloth sect disciples present were shocked. They could not understand why the 5 bloodcloth sect guardians would sneak attack the elder. Could it be that these people were in cahoots with Yi Xian? At the same time, Yi Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the last bloodcloth sect elder. Not enough. Yi Xian's expression did not look good because he was still short of leveling up. Even if he killed all the surrounding disciples, he would not be able to make up for it. Damn you, you can't be so stingy. So much wealth has been taken away, and you didn't leave anything for others. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The target of his curses was naturally the bloodcloth emperor. The 4 major families in Golden Flame City were equivalent to the city lords. It was too much of a scam for the bloodcloth emperor to take away such a large amount of wealth. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have broken through by now and beaten the bloodcloth emperor. Sensing the powerful pursuer behind him, Yi Xian's expression darkened and he chose to run. On land he had a 90% increase in movement speed. In addition to the constant harassment from the dragon catcher hands and the undying treasure, Megatron, the bloodcloth emperor would not be able to catch up in a short time. However, there was a time limit to the blood-clothed prince's ability to increase his strength. Therefore, Yi Xian's plan was to stall for time and not really escape. Otherwise, he could have just broken through the void and left. Bullsh *T blood-robed emperor, come and kill me. Yi Xian shouted angrily as he ran like a madman. Those who betray our bloodcloth sect die. The blood-clothed emperor wasn't in a hurry to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he killed the 5 third-level manifestation realm enforcers before chasing after Yi Xian. The escaping Yi Xian was like a tank. He rammed his way through the city walls, creating a huge hole in them. The blood-robed Emperor of Heaven's aura was still at its peak, so Yi Xian did not dare to turn around. If this continues, that brat is going to escape. After chasing out of the city, the eyes of the blood-clad Son of Heaven flashed as he used his trump card once more. 12 blood pillars, trap him. True qi surged, and the entire night instantly turned into the color of blood. Immediately after, huge blood pillars fell, directly blocking Yixian's path forward. Boom! 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 Yixian's footsteps paused as he looked at the enormous pillars of blood in front of him. There were hundreds of meters of gaps between the pillars of blood, but he could see that there were dense blood-colored threads between the gaps. If he were to forcefully charge through, he would probably be cut into countless pieces. What a brilliant ability! As expected of the Blood Cloth sect. Yixian sighed in his heart. Abilities were also divided into ranks. The Dragon Catcher Hand was a mid-level ability of the Manifestation Realm, and the Heartbreak Sword technique was also a mid-level ability. However, these 12 blood pillars were probably a high-level ability. However, Yixian quickly reacted and naturally wouldn't rush blindly. Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Nirvana! 2 silver lights flashed, directly splitting apart the blood-colored threads between the pillars. While the blood-colored threads were being repaired, Yixian directly passed through them. The blood-clad Son of Heaven wasn't very proficient in this move. Otherwise, the bloodlines would have split the Eye of Nirvana instead of being cut by the Eye of Nirvana. Seeing that Yixian successfully passed through, the blood-clad Son of Heaven's eyes flickered, and he shouted angrily, "Trap him again!" Boom! The 12 blood-colored pillars suddenly rose into the air. After tumbling in the air for a few weeks, they fiercely smashed in front of Yixian. This time, they surrounded Yixian so tightly that there was no gap at all. What? You can do that? Yixian was shocked. The 12 pillars just happened to seal off his front, back, left, and right. There was no gap at all, leaving only up and down for him. At this time, a blood cloud condensed above his head, and then a giant blood bell slammed down. What was worse was that when the 12 blood-colored pillars fell, they emitted a sizzling sound. The entire ground instantly turned into a sea of blood. The brilliant golden armor carelessly came into contact with a little bit of blood, and was corroded and penetrated. "Kid, you can't escape." The blood-clad Son of Heaven's voice came in. "Is that so?" Yixian didn't mind in the slightest in the face of this almost perfect seal. As his eyes flashed, a void door opened in front of him. However, he didn't pass through it. Instead, he directly pierced the void door with his sword. Heartbreaking sword technique. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, but it came from outside the 12 blood-colored pillars. Then a pew sound was heard. This is impossible." The blood-clad Son of Heaven, who was outside the 12 blood pillars, widened his eyes in disbelief as he fell from the air. His heart was cut in half, and the blood-clad Son of Heaven died tragically on the spot. Within the 12 blood-colored pillars, Yixian looked at the void door in front of him and revealed a trace of a smile. The other side of the void door was the place he had just passed. His sword directly pierced the blood-clad Son of Heaven's back through the air. Tisk tsk. I actually learned the legendary hitting a bull through a mountain. Yixian sneered in his heart. He watched the 12 pillars around him and the giant blood bell above his head disappear. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the host has completed the random mission and successfully killed the blood-clad Son of Heaven. The reward is the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline Evolution. The random mission was completed, and the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline evolved. This was extremely good news for Yixian. With the Divine Tree of Life Bloodline improved, his resistance to poison would also increase. In addition, his life force recovery speed and chi recovery speed would also increase. This meant that he could use supernatural powers more vigorously in the future. Blood-clad Son of Heaven, the fallen Son of Heaven, let me see how many good things you've gotten. Yixian muttered and quickly went over to take the universe ring from the blood-clad Son of Heaven and Earth, and then checked it. As expected, all the good things are with you. Just the soul crystals alone have more than 200,000. Yixian was speechless. Without another word, he swallowed all the soul crystals. Ding, the host has broken through. Currently at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Chapter 11:10. Ding. Host broke through. Current level of manifestation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding. Wei Zhentian broke through. 3 system notifications rang consecutively. There were still many ores and treasures in the blood-robed Emperor's universe ring. So Wei Zhentian broke through to the 5th level of manifestation realm. If the current Yi Xian were to face the blood-robed emperor again, there was no need for him to run. He could probably kill him in minutes. No. Impossible. Young sect leader is dead. Quick. Run. Go back and inform the sect leader. Give up on Golden Fire City. The blood-robed sect disciples in the distance scattered and fled in all directions. They would never have thought that the blood-robed emperor, who was at the 5th level of manifestation realm, would die in the hands of Yi Xian, who was at the 3rd level of manifestation realm. Looking at the dozens of blood-robed sect disciples, Yi Xian thought to himself, the news of the blood-robed emperor's death will definitely reach the blood-robed sect. By then, the 8 major clans will have to bear the wrath of the sect leader. Therefore, he could not let these people go. He had to kill them all to buy some time. At that moment he quickly charged over. However, he did not notice that the blood-robed emperor who was lying on the ground had an unnoticeable change. The heart that was cut in half by the heartbreak sword technique suddenly flowed out a drop of blood that contained a great amount of energy. The drop of blood flew directly to the blood-robed emperor's dantian. Then the blood-robed emperor's heart began to heal. At the same time, his entire body began to undergo a tremendous change. Yi Xian, who was in the distance, happened to kill all the blood-robed sect disciples and snatch their universe rings at the same time. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt an extraordinary aura and immediately turned his head to look. He was stunned by what he saw. The blood-robed emperor that he had just killed stood up on his own. How was that possible? F***ck. Did he come back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. Even though he was used to seeing battle corpses and spirits, he did not understand how the blood-robed emperor came back to life. The blood-robed emperor had just died for a few seconds, but he came back to life again. What was going on? There was no way he wouldn't die after being hit by the heartbreak sword. If he didn't die, then what was with the notification sound? The random mission should have been completed. Impossible, the blood-robed Tianzi is already dead. My tree of life bloodline has already evolved once. This mission has already been completed. Yi Xian was very puzzled. However, he could see that the blood-robed Tianzi had become different. His aura was completely different from before. Since you didn't die, I'll kill you again. Yi Xian held the heaven-shaking sword in his hand tightly. Although he didn't know what had happened to the blood-clothed Prince of Heaven, he just had to kill him again. But at this moment, the blood-robed Tianzi in front of him suddenly stretched his muscles and bones. Ah, is this my new body? It doesn't feel that good. The blood-clad Emperor of Heaven looked lazy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian trembled. A new body? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. For a moment, his brain didn't understand what this meant. After the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and said, "Kid, thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know when I could be reborn." Rebirth. When these 2 words fell into Yi Xian's ears, something immediately appeared in his mind. Rebirth realm? Undead realm? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Rebirth realm powerhouses could be reincarnated, while undead realm powerhouses could be reborn from a drop of blood. Could it be that the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven was a super powerhouse in his previous life? When he heard Zhao Kuan mention it before, he felt that it was very far away. But now, he actually encountered the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse. It was simply too damn. Kid, although you helped me, you also killed me. I, Emoshue, have to take revenge. Don't worry, I, Emoshue, have rules. If you can withstand 1 move, I won't attack again. I'm particular about killing in 1 move. The blood-clad Emperor of Heaven slowly said. Emoshue? Hearing this name, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was sure that the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven had awakened his inherited memories, which meant that he was reborn. In his previous life, the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven was called Emoshue, and he was also an assassin. Just when Yi Xian was stunned, shoo! A bloody light flashed and instantly pierced through Yi Xian's brilliant golden armor, and at the same time his heart. 1 move has passed. If you don't die, then it's your ability. However, I, Emoshue, have only failed once before I reincarnated. After Emoshue finished his attack, he directly turned and left. Emoshue and the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven were both the same person, but one was from the previous life and the other was from the current life. Since he was reborn, he naturally had to help the blood-clad sect solve some problems. These problems were naturally the four great families. At this moment Yi Xian, who was pierced through the heart by Emo Shui, slowly fell from the sky. Plop! His body fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. However, what Emo Shui did not expect was that Yi Xian, who was pierced through the heart, was not dead. Damn, this Emo Shui is so strong. I have already broken through, but I don't even know how he attacked. Yi Xian lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. His heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, that sword would have been enough to kill him. Although the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven and Emo Shui were the same person, after Yi Xian killed the blood-clad Emperor of Heaven, Emo Shui awakened his inherited memories and recovered his previous life's memories. Yi Xian guessed that this Emo Shui was at least a rebirth realm expert who had reincarnated for some reason. Coincidentally, Emo Shui, a rebirth realm traveler, was encountered by him. If it was an ordinary person who had offended a rebirth realm expert at the manifestation realm, their mentality would have crumbled long ago. That Emo Shui said that he would only use one move. If I don't die after one move, then it's my ability. Yi Xian recalled this matter. This meant that if Emo Shui were to meet him again in the future, he wouldn't attack him. However, would it be possible to meet him again? Emo Shui was a rebirth realm expert in his previous life, and there were no netherworld realm experts here. He would definitely not continue to stay here. Not good. This Emo Shui stayed in the blood-clad sect in this life. Now that the blood-clad sect has conflicts with the four great families, this Emo Shui wouldn't go and slaughter the four great families, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Luoluo was still in the Zhao family. Just as he was about to break through the air and leave, the system suddenly prompted him. Chapter 11:11. Ding! Host has triggered a revenge mission. Kill Emo Shui. There is no time limit. Reward: 3 Devour points. What? After hearing the notification, Yi Xian was stunned. Revenge mission. Kill Emo Shui? No time limit? Kill my ass. Emo Shui was a rebirth state expert in his previous life. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. But in the next moment, he remembered that Emo Shui had just awakened his inherited memories and was still at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. There were many big moves that he couldn't use. Killing Emo Shui wasn't impossible. If he wanted to complete this revenge mission, he had to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, if Emo Shui grew stronger, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Reward: 3 Devour points. That's too generous. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Accept. He immediately accepted the revenge mission. After all, there was no time limit or punishment. Why wouldn't he accept it? Emo Shui might have already gone to the 4 major families, so Yi Xian had to hurry. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the Zhao family. Young master, why are you back? Luoluo, who was cultivating beside the Zhao family's spirit spring, sensed Yi Xian's aura and asked from afar. Not good. I killed a reincarnator in Golden Flame City. Now, he might be coming to destroy the 4 major families. Yi Xian quickly explained. What? A reincarnator? Luoluo was shocked. She quickly left the spirit spring and rushed towards Yi Xian. Manifestation, ethereal fulfillment, fragmentation, nirvana, longevity, reincarnation. There was a huge gap between the manifestation realm and the rebirth realm. I have a mission to kill this reincarnator. I only have one chance. Yi Xian said seriously. Luoluo, hurry up and cultivate. Then we'll kill him. Luoluo was stunned. She rolled her eyes and giggled. Interesting. A manifestation realm expert can kill a reincarnator. I have a new skill that might come in handy. I estimate that we still have 1 or 2 days. These things are for you. You must break through. Yi Xian passed the heaven and earth treasure to Luoluo. With these, I will be able to break through within a day. Young master, don't worry. Luoluo giggled. She leaped high into the air and headed for the spirit spring. Yi Xian fell into deep thought as he watched Luoluo leave. He, who was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, had killed the 5th level of the manifestation realm blood-robed Emperor of Heaven. After the blood-robed Emperor of Heaven died, He had awakened his inherited memories and become a reincarnator. However, his realm did not change and remained at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. However, Mo Shui, who was only at the 5th level of the manifestation stage, directly killed him, who had broken through to the 4th level of the manifestation stage. This strength was so formidable, so he had to break through again as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go against Mo Shui. Zhao Kuan, come to my place. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Zhao Kuan. Soon Zhao Kuan arrived. Yi Xian immediately told Zhao Kuan what had happened. After hearing it, Zhao Kuan was also shocked. Reincarnator. Zhao Kuan stuttered. The reincarnation realm was the 7th realm of the 9 connecting realms, followed by the imperishable realm and the connecting realm. That's right, a reincarnator, so I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Give me all the information on the 3rd level of the manifestation realm and above in your Zhao family. Yi Xian nodded. Currently, in the Zhao family, my great-grandfather is at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, my 2 great-granduncles are at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and my grandfather, father, and the others are at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Zhao Kuan replied. I can't control those at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, but I can control those at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. After hearing this, Yi Xian carefully planned in his heart, then said, I'm leaving the Zhao family now. Call your father and the others out one by one in the deep mountain that we passed by on our way to the Zhao family. Yes, master. Zhao Kuan's emotions didn't fluctuate in the slightest. He knew that Yi Xian wanted to control the entire Zhao family. Just in case, Yi Xian still brought Luoluo along. After all, the strength of Luoluo's soul was extraordinary. Even if she hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, she could still be of help. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left and went to the deep mountain outside the Zhao clan. Luoluo continued to cultivate as she waited for Zhao Kuan's arrival. Soon Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura approaching. Kuaner, who's so mysterious? A middle-aged man followed behind Zhao Kuan and asked curiously, Father, you can just follow me. Zhao Kuan directly brought his father Zhao Mu in. At this moment, Yi Xian was concealing his aura. After Zhao Mu entered, he immediately used the burning eye on him. What? Zhao Mu's heart ached as he hastily grabbed his chest and cried out in pain. Father, what happened to you? Zhao Kuan pretended not to know anything and asked. He naturally knew that it was Yi Xian who did it. After all, he had once endured the burning eye. Could it be that something went wrong with my cultivation? Zhao Mu had some doubts in his heart, but in the next moment, he knew that he was hit by a mental attack. Someone used a mental attack to ambush me. Kuaner, be careful. Zhao Mu didn't forget to remind him. However, just as he finished speaking, Zhao Kuan suddenly attacked his biological father. Bang! Zhao Mu was sent flying, crashing into a few trees and breaking them. Kunu. Zhao Mu was still in shock. It was fine that he was ambushed, but the attacker was actually his own son. For a moment, he suspected that Zhao Kuan was impersonated. Then 2 figures darted out. They were Yi Xian and Luoluo. Burning Eye. Charm. The 2 of them directly used mental attacks on Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu wanted to close his eyes, but in this situation, closing his eyes was equivalent to courting death. Although manifestation realm experts had spiritual senses and could sense their surroundings, compared to spiritual senses, their eyes were still more useful. Eye of control. Ding! Control successful. Before Zhao Mu could make a move, he was directly controlled by Yi Xian. Of course, Luoluo's contribution was not small. Apart from charm, she also had other mental attacks. Now Yi Xian controlled the current patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu, so he hurriedly asked Zhao Mu to return and retrieve his belongings. At the same time, he used the same method to lure another person. Yi Xian broke through the void and sent Zhao Mu and Zhao Kuan back. Half an hour later, Zhao Mu brought another person over. This person was Zhao Mu's younger cousin. His strength was also at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Cousin, why did you bring me here? Zhao Mu's younger cousin was very puzzled. At this moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo appeared. Seeing this, Zhao Mu directly handed over his yin and yang ring. There are many things, but I'm still a distance away from breaking through. Chapter 11-12. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu had a lofty status, But this didn't mean that he could casually use the family's items, because there were still 3 people watching over him. After Yixian devoured the 200,000 soul crystals, his strength and soul strength greatly increased. Then, he began to control Zhao Mu's cousin. Soon this person was also controlled by him, and then Yixian sent him back. After repeating this, Yixian quickly controlled the 10 4th-level manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family. At the same time, he directly broke through to the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Then, Yixian used the same method to lure out the 2 5th-level manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family, and then controlled them. However, it still couldn't make Yixian break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. The difference was too great. Although the Zhao family is the head of the 4 great families, their properties spread over more than 10 cities. The Zhao family actually doesn't have a lot of things. Yixian returned to the Zhao family and pondered in his heart. Fortunately, the 4 upper families were relatively close. It only took half a day's journey, so Yixian decided to go to the Qian family next door. You too, go inform the Zhao family's great master and tell him to be on guard. Don't let Mo Shui assassinate him. Yixian reminded the 2 people in front of him. The 2 people in front of him were the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Zhao family. They were both at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and their status was second only to the Zhao family's great master. Mo Shui seemed to be a peerless assassin in his previous life, and his assassination methods were probably not that easy. In his eyes, even a 6th-level manifestation realm expert would die without a doubt as long as he found the opportunity. Moreover, this Mo Shui had strict requirements for himself. If he failed in one attack, he wouldn't attack again. However, Yixian heard him muttering to himself before that he had never failed in his thousands of years as an assassin. This time it's really too dangerous. Although I was lucky enough to survive, if I were to face this Mo Shui again, who knows what he'll do? Yixian was very worried. This was the first time that this revenge quest had appeared, and the rewards were quite generous. As long as he killed Mo Shui, he would receive 3 Devour points. If he had 3 Devour points, he could strengthen his Gemini bloodline thrice and increase his strength by 30%. If he could gather 2 more points, Wei Zhenqian would be able to level up again. At that time, he would truly be able to achieve the return of all swords. Ding! 10,000 swords returned to origin is off cooldown. Just as Yixian was about to move, the system suddenly notified him. He could use his trump card again. Just as he was about to leave, Yixian suddenly changed his mind. Instead of going to the Qian clan, he might as well kill his way to the Bloodclad sect. With his speed, it would take less than a day for him to reach the Bloodclad sect from Golden Flame City. I've decided. Let's go to the Bloodclad sect. Yixian thought to himself. He broke through the void and returned to Golden Flame City. It had only been a day since Mo Shui had awakened his inherited memory. However, during this time, everyone in Golden Flame City had left with their luggage. Yixian was too lazy to care about this and rushed to the Bloodclad sect. The Bloodclad sect was comparable to the combination of the 4 great clans. There was a 7th level of the manifestation realm expert in the sect. However, Yixian was already at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. With the return of all swords, what could he do against a 7th level of the manifestation realm expert? As long as this trip went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, he did not have much time left. Although nothing happened to the Zhao clan when he left, it did not mean that the other 3 clans were safe. Perhaps the other 3 clans had already been annihilated? Therefore, he had to seize every second to destroy the Bloodclad sect before Mo Shui did. Young master, I've broken through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. While Yixian was on his way to the Bloodclad sect, Luo sent him a message. In just a few days, Luo had broken through from the 1st level of the manifestation realm to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. This talent was definitely unique. Be careful. Mo Shui was a rebirth realm expert in his previous life. He might be able to break through once in a day. Yixian hurriedly reminded her. The rebirth realm was after the immortality realm. This meant that Mo Shui was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. After living for so many years, his comprehension of realms was definitely extremely deep. It was definitely not something that Yixian and the others could compare to. In his previous life, Emo Shui spent 200 years to break through to the immortality realm, and another 1,000 years to break through to the rebirth realm. In this life, he might not even need 500 years to return to the rebirth realm. This was the strength of a rebirth realm traveler. After half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the blood-clad sect's territory. The blood-clad sect was powerful and had superb assassination techniques. They could be considered the overlord of this area. The four great clans did not want to have a conflict with the blood-clad sect, but the blood-clad sect had gone too far. Therefore, the four great clans rose up to resist. Yi Xian disguised himself as a blood-clad sect protector, concealed his presence and approached. That Emo Shui reincarnated, but he might have returned to the blood-clad sect. If we meet, it will be a tragedy. Yi Xian thought to himself as he arrived at the blood-clad sect's mountain gate. The blood-clad sect's mountain gate was guarded by 2 second-level manifestation realm disciples. Yi Xian walked over and directly asked, "Has the young sect master returned?" When the 2 guarding disciples saw Yi Xian wearing a protector's uniform, they nodded in unison and said, "He's back." This answer also shocked Yi Xian. "Then is the young sect master in the sect now?" Yi Xian asked again. "The young sect master returned yesterday, but he left again," one of the disciples replied. Yes. Moreover, after the young sect master returned, I heard that even the old sect master was alerted. He was also very respectful to the young sect master," the other disciple said in surprise. "Very respectful?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This meant that Emo Shui had revealed that he was a reincarnator. A reincarnation realm expert was a colossus to the blood-clad sect. Even if the blood-clad sect was 100 times, 1,000 times or even 10,000 times stronger, it was impossible for a reincarnation realm expert to appear. Therefore, the blood-clad sect must have worshipped Emo Shui like a god. Although Emo Shui had reincarnated, this new body of his still had relatives. His father was the blood-clad sect master, so it was natural for him to return and take care of him. However, since Emo Shui had left the blood-clad sect, perhaps he had already started to make his move. Wait, Emo Shui returned yesterday, and his speed was even faster than mine. Yi Xian thought of this problem and immediately swallowed his saliva, his heart trembling slightly. He had spent more than half a day to come from Golden Flame City, but Emo Shui had returned yesterday, and his speed was even faster than his. Chapter 11:13. Regardless of whether Emo Shui was at the 5th or 6th level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian could not see through him. After all, the former was a reincarnator. Next, Yi Xian had to face another problem. Should he infiltrate and gather information, or should he just kill his way in? The Bloodcloth sect had an old man at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. If he directly killed his way in, he would definitely be beaten up. However, if he used the Eye of Control to infiltrate, he could control the experts of the Bloodcloth sect one by one, just like the Zhao family. Immediately, Yi Xian made his decision. Infiltrate. Yi Xian pretended to be the Bloodcloth sect's protector, and entered the Bloodcloth sect. The Bloodcloth sect's elders were at the 4th and 5th level of the manifestation realm. These people were Yi Xian's targets. As expected of the local tyrant, there are so many experts. Yi Xian had just entered the Bloodcloth sect when he felt over 100 auras, some of which were extremely powerful. When these auras were added together, it was enough to make his heart palpitate. Currently, there were nearly 100 4th-level manifestation realm experts in the Bloodcloth sect, and there were more than a dozen 5th-level manifestation realm experts. They were even stronger than the 4 great families combined. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, these people were huge amounts of experience. Using the Eye of Perception, he directly found the nearest 4th-level manifestation realm Bloodcloth sect elder and controlled him without a second thought. Currently, Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, so he only needed a glance to control a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. "Give me all of your wealth." Yi Xian gave the 4th-level manifestation realm elder an order. "Yes, master." The Bloodcloth sect elder nodded and handed the universe ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian checked it. As expected, there were not many things. The elder had probably used them all up or given them to his disciples or family. After all, strength was the key. There was too much wealth that was not used. It seems that even if I control all of the 4th-level manifestation realm Bloodcloth sect elders, I might not be able to break through, Yi Xian pondered. He was currently at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Although he could control a 5th level manifestation realm bloodcloth sect elder, he might need to use some methods such as beating him up. Forget it, let's kill all the 4th level manifestation realm elders first. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He directly stabbed the blood-robe sect elder to death with his sword and put away the corpse. The bloodcloth sect was an assassin force, and the people inside were proficient in the art of assassination. However, no one would have thought that Yi Xian would actually infiltrate the bloodcloth sect and assassinate them. Mo Shui had already left last night. Perhaps he had already arrived at the nearest 4 great clans and started his massacre. Therefore, Yi Xian could not afford to be careless. This was because he knew that after Mo Shui helped the bloodcloth sect clean up the trouble, he would probably leave. This was Yi Xian's first and last chance. If he wanted to kill Mo Shui and complete his revenge mission, he only had one chance. He had to succeed. Very soon Yi Xian, who had infiltrated the bloodcloth sect, relied on the eye of control to continuously assassinate these bloodcloth sect elders. In less than half an hour, several dozen 4th level manifestation realm bloodcloth sect elders were secretly assassinated by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not obtain much spoils of war. Now that all 4th level manifestation realm elders have fallen, perhaps someone will notice. I must move faster. At this moment Yi Xian, who was in a corner of the bloodcloth sect, thought in his heart. His next target was the bloodcloth sect elders in those halls. These elders were extremely wealthy. If he succeeded, he could break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, it was not so simple to control these 5th level manifestation realm elders. Since this was the case, then Yi Xian did not need to control them and directly assassinated them. This was because he was currently disguised as a bloodcloth sect elder. The bloodcloth sect is an assassin force. After accepting an assassination mission in the Hall of Experience, I will go to the Alchemy Hall to receive the reward. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he walked towards the bloodcloth sect's Alchemy Hall. The bloodcloth sect's Alchemy Hall had a total of 3 5th level manifestation realm elders overseeing it. However, as long as these 3 elders did not gather together to play fight the landlord, then Yi Xian could assassinate them one by one. Yi Xian entered the Alchemy Hall and directly walked towards the back of the Alchemy Hall. It just so happens that the 3 elders are separated. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. This way it would be easier for him to move. Yi Xian arrived at the residence of the elder whose aura was weaker than the other 2. Who is it? An aged voice came from inside. Elder Chang, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian disguised his voice as an elder. Xiu, come in. Elder Chang recognized this voice and responded. The person Yi Xian was currently disguised as was the first 4th level manifestation realm elder that he had assassinated after entering the bloodcloth sect. His name was Zhang Qingxin and he was the nephew of this elder Chang inside. With this layer of relationship, the assassination would not be too big of a problem. Yi Xian walked into Elder Chang's residence. At this moment, the latter was in front of an alchemy cauldron and carefully grinding materials. Why are you looking for me? Elder Chang asked without even raising his head. Uncle, it's like this. I picked up a treasure map some time ago, but I can't understand it, so I want to let Uncle see if you have any clues. Yi Xian still used the same method to approach this Elder Chang. Give it to me. This Elder Chang did not seem to be very interested and only spoke slowly. Yi Xian frowned and walked over. At the same time, he handed over the treasure map in his hand. Uncle, I heard that this is the treasure map of the Lin family from several hundred years ago. Yi Xian hurriedly added. The Lin family? Hearing this, Elder Chang finally stopped what he was doing and raised his head in shock. Several hundred years ago, the Lin family was a great force that was comparable to the Bloodcloth sect. However, because they provoked a Nether Passage realm powerhouse, they were annihilated. Elder Chang started to become interested. He took the treasure map that Yi Xian handed over and glanced at it. However, he did not have any clues. Of course he could not tell. After all, this was casually drawn by Yi Xian. It would be strange if he could tell anything. Uncle, what are you doing? Yi Xian pretended to be curious and asked. This is a pill formula that the sect master gave me. It's called the Jade Blood Golden Pill. I'm refining a type of supplementary pill for the Jade Blood Golden Pill, Elder Chong replied casually. Advancement pill? Yixian was shocked. The refining material for the Jade Blood Golden Pill was actually a supplementary pill. This was very rare. Generally, refining pills directly use the raw materials to refine. However, the Jade Blood Golden Pill required supplementary pills in addition to the raw materials. Hence, it was called an advancement pill. That's right, it's an advancement pill. This Jade Blood Golden Pill is a divine pill for our blood cloth sect. As long as I can successfully refine it, our blood cloth sect might have a Nether Passage Realm powerhouse. Chapter 11:14. Nether Passage Realm. Yixian muttered in his heart. Currently, the blood cloth sect only had one expert at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, which was far from the Nether Passage Realm. Uncle, is Lord Emo Shui really a reincarnator? Yixian immediately followed the vine and asked. Of course, how else do you think the Jade Blood Golden Pill came about? Lord Emo Shui's awakening is our sect's great fortune. Even if Lord Emo Shui leaves in the future, our blood cloth sect will continue to prosper. Elder Chong subconsciously answered, then suddenly raised his head and asked in shock. Strange, how do you know about this? You shouldn't have the authority to know about this. Cough. Yixian immediately smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The fact that the blood cloth sect's young sect master Shui had become the current Emo Shui was only known by the elders at the 5th level of the manifestation realm and the successive sect masters. Logically speaking, Jiang Qingxin shouldn't have the authority to know, so how did he know? Forget it, since you know, you should understand the importance of this matter. Lord Emo Shui is a reincarnator, a super expert at the rebirth realm in his previous life. This matter must not be leaked, or else Lord Emo Shui will be in danger if those powerful sects find out. Elder Chong didn't think too much about it and solemnly reminded Jiang Qingxin because he suddenly recalled that Jiang Qingxin's father was also a 5th level manifestation realm elder. Jiang Qingxin should have heard about Emo Shui from his father. Yes, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Yixian blushed with shame. After a pause he continued. Now that Lord Emo Shui has awakened his inherited memories, his cultivation has probably improved by leaps and bounds. I wonder if he has reached the Nether Passage Realm? Are you kidding? Although a reincarnator was a super expert in his previous life, there are many things that he can't use now. Moreover, martial artists mostly rely on cultivation resources to cultivate. How can it be so easy to break through? Elder Chong coldly snorted. In that case, Lord Emo Shui is only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm? Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for him. Every rebirth realm expert is a super expert who has lived for thousands of years. Their strength is also obtained through thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Although their cultivation speed after reincarnation is hundreds or thousands of times faster than us, it is not possible for them to break through overnight. However, Lord Emo Shui gave the sect master the Jade Blood Golden Pill formula, so that he could refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill and quickly recover his strength. It is said that as long as this pill is refined, Lord Emo Shui will be able to quickly recover to the Nether Passage Realm, or even break through to the Fulfillment Realm and establish natal palaces. After Elder Chong finished speaking, Yixian shuddered violently. Fulfillment Realm. As expected of a reincarnator, he can break through to the Fulfillment Realm with just a random pill. If he can refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill this time, then I probably won't have another chance. Yixian thought inwardly. He was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. He was still far from the Nether Passage Realm, let alone the Fulfillment Realm. If this mission failed, then he probably wouldn't have another chance. This was because once Emo Shui escaped, he probably wouldn't be able to find him. At that time, Emo Shui would hide and bitterly cultivate. Therefore, he had to succeed in one go. I heard that Lord Emo Shui went out again. Where did he go? Yixian asked again. He went to annihilate the 8 great families. These 8 great families are really courting death. Do they really think that our blood cloth sect hasn't sent out experts because we are afraid of those 4 6th level manifestation realm experts? We just want to give our disciples a chance to gain experience. Elder Chong cursed angrily and continued. This time, Emo Shui personally went out because the 8 great families have the key to the trans-realm teleportation formation. Transrealm teleportation formation? Hearing this name, Yixian was shocked. Why did he mention the transrealm teleportation formation? Lord Emoshui was originally from the glazed light sacred ground. Therefore, after we refine the jade blood gold pill, Emoshui will return to the glazed light sacred ground. Elder Chang continued to answer. I see. Yixian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Emoshui to be from the glazed light sacred ground. It just so happened that he was also going to the glazed light sacred ground. After Emoshui obtained the 3 keys, he could kill Emoshui and save a lot of effort. Now that Yixian had finished asking his questions, and Emoshui's realm and movements were more or less grasped, it was about time for Elder Chang to be on his way. I can't understand your treasure map right away. Take this and show it to your father. The most important thing now is to refine the pill. I can't delay. As Elder Chang spoke, he raised his head and handed the treasure map in his hand to Yixian. However, at this moment, whoosh! A ray of sword light pierced straight into his heart. You! Elder Chang looked at Yixian in shock. He couldn't understand why his nephew would attack him. In the next moment he realized what had happened. 5th level of the manifestation realm. The Jiang Qingxin in front of him was an imposter. However, by the time he realized what had happened, his heart had already been torn in half by the sword aura, and he died instantly. Then Yixian hurriedly went over to collect Elder Chang's corpse and belongings. There are quite a lot of things, but I still have a long way to go before I can break through. Yixian thought to himself. He began to check Elder Chang's Qian Kuan ring and found a pill formula in it. It was the Jade Blood Golden Pill. The Jade Blood Golden Pill was a divine pill to the Bloodcloth sect. 1 pill could increase one's cultivation by 100 years. However, it was not very useful to Yixian. Although he had learned the Jade Blood technique, it was useless because the Jade Blood technique needed to be continuously circulated. Even the disciples of the Bloodcloth sect would have to cultivate it for a few years. The Bloodcloth sect had the materials to refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill, so even if he consumed it normally, he wouldn't gain much from it. There were 3 elders in the alchemy hall. Now that one of them had been assassinated, Yixian was going to assassinate the other 2. Then he would ransack the entire alchemy hall. Elder Yuan, I have something to discuss with you. Yixian arrived at the 2nd elder's residence and shouted. Then someone opened the courtyard door and let Yixian in. What happened next was needless to say. Yixian used the treasure map method to get close to Elder Yuan. Then, he suddenly attacked when Elder Yuan was studying the treasure map. Puff! A cold gleam flashed and Elder Yuan fell to the ground. Yixian hurriedly put the corpse into his Qian Kuan ring. Not enough. Yixian's eyes flickered. He felt helpless. It seemed that he had to assassinate the 3rd elder in the alchemy hall. Chapter 11:15. The 3 elders of the alchemy hall were all busy refining the Jade Blood Gold Pellets auxiliary pill. However, this auxiliary pill was nothing much, so they all refined it in their own courtyards. Yixian approached this elder's residence and prepared to use the same method to assassinate him. However, just as he used the same method to enter the last elder's courtyard and was about to speak, suddenly, an aura swept into Yixian's sensing range. This aura was the strongest in the entire Bloodcloth sect. 7th level of the manifestation realm. What the F***ck? Yixian cursed in his heart. The entire Bloodcloth sect only had 1 person at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, who was the previous sect master. Why did the old sect master come to the alchemy hall? The old sect master's arrival gave him a huge fright. A 7th level manifestation realm expert had just landed in front of him. When Elder Song felt this powerful aura, he also stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at the old sect master. Elder Song, how is it? The blood-clothed sect's old sect leader glanced at Yixian and asked. Yixian was disguised as Jiang Qingxin. Although he was also an elder in the Bloodcloth sect, he was not worth mentioning in front of the old sect master. Therefore, the old sect master had to be more discreet. I should be able to refine the auxiliary pill within 3 days. Elder Song answered honestly. Very good. The old sect master nodded in satisfaction and asked, where did the other 2 elders go? Them? Elder Song was stunned for a moment and shook his head. I'm not sure either. At this moment, the old sect master's attention fell on Yixian. From the beginning until now, He felt that something was amiss. After carefully sizing him up, he asked, Elder Jiang, did something go wrong with your jade blood art cultivation? Why is your aura so strange? Hearing this question, Yixian's heart trembled violently. An expert was an expert. He immediately noticed it. Old sect master, I have indeed encountered some problems in my cultivation recently, but I can solve them myself. Yixian quickly replied. Oh, that's good. The old sect leader of the blood-clad sect nodded. He then looked at Elder Song and said, Elder Song, do your best. I'll be leaving first. The jade blood golden pellet was related to the future of the entire blood-clad sect, so the old sect master personally supervised it. The moment he finished speaking, he transformed into a gust of wind and left Elder Song's residence. Seeing the old sect master leave, Yixian let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of the old sect master, the cooldown of 10,000 returning swords was too long, so he wanted to save it for Mo Shui. If he used it here, how was he going to deal with Mo Shui? Elder Jiang, I have something urgent to do right now. If you don't have anything too important, then let's talk about it next time. Elder Song said with a frown. Then all right. Yixian nodded slightly, then quickly left. He originally wanted to use the same method to assassinate Elder Song. However, when Elder Song finished speaking, he realized that the old sect master of the blood-clad sect did not leave. Instead, he was observing him from afar. If not for the eye of perception, he would not have discovered the old sect master of the blood-clad sect. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception, or else he would have been exposed. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect is said to have assassinated a 7th-level manifestation realm expert when he was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. He is extremely sharp. He is probably suspecting me now, Yixian thought to himself. If he did not suspect him, why would the old sect master secretly observe him? Therefore, he must have given himself away and caught the old sect master's attention. Although he was wearing a mask and his voice was Zhang Qingxin's, it was very difficult to change a person's habits. The most important reason was the jade blood technique. The aura on his body was too strange. The two elders and Elder Song did not discover it because they were at the same level as Yixian. However, the old sect master was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. He was 2 levels higher than Elder Song and Yixian. After leaving Elder Song's residence, Yixian also walked towards Zhang Qingxin's residence. At the same time, he felt that the old sect master was following him closely. Almost all of the 4th-level manifestation realm elders of the blood-clad sect are dead. The old sect master has probably already discovered. Yixian hesitated. He wondered if he should directly expose himself and assassinate the old sect master of the blood-clad sect. However, just as he was pondering, shoo! An ear-piercing sound rang out. What? Yixian was shocked. He could feel the old sect master following behind him, rapidly flying towards him. So he directly attacked to test me? If that's the case, then let's fight. Yixian shouted angrily in his heart. Brilliant eye. In an instant, Yixian was enveloped by the brilliant golden armor. His aura skyrocketed. Heartbreak sword art. He turned around and directly stabbed at the old sect master. What a guy. You really aren't Elder Jiang. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect shouted in a low voice and attacked to disperse the sword. Yixian stood on the ground and looked at the old sect master. He asked, How did you discover me? Intuition. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect coldly replied. He continued. The sect is now missing dozens of elders. It was you who assassinated them, right? That's right. It was all my doing. If you hadn't appeared, Elder Song would have already died at my hands. Yixian admitted it immediately. Hearing this, the old sect master felt his face heat up slightly. A sense of shame arose spontaneously. Our blood-clad sect is proficient in all kinds of assassination methods. However, someone managed to infiltrate our sect and assassinate so many of our elders. This is truly a disgrace. However, I am very curious about your disguise technique. If you can hand it over, I will leave you with an intact corpse. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect spoke with a confident expression. After all, he was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while Yixian was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Even if he didn't make a move, he reckoned that Yixian wouldn't be able to walk out of the blood-clad sect alive. Although the blood-clad sect had lost so many elders, there were still more than 10 people in the upper echelon. 3 of them were at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. While the 2 were talking, a large number of blood-clad sect disciples gathered around. What? Elder Jiang was actually someone else in disguise? How is this possible? It can't be wrong. He admitted it himself. No wonder so many elders are missing. They were all assassinated. For something like this to happen to our blood-clad sect, it's simply too inconceivable. Where did this person come from? Not only is his disguise technique amazing, his assassination methods are also extremely powerful. He didn't leave any traces behind. If it wasn't for the old sect master, he would have assassinated our elders. The surrounding blood-clad sect disciples and protectors were all shocked. Chapter 11:16. Alright, since you want to die so early, I'll fulfill your wish. The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader bellowed. Although he was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm and Yixian was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, it was nothing for an assassin to bully the weak. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind him. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out, causing the bloodcloth sect's old sect leader to pause. He turned his head and saw many corpses falling from the sky. The ones who attacked were actually the 3rd level of the manifestation realm protectors of the bloodcloth sect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloodcloth sect disciples had fallen. Accomplices. The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader was shocked. There were actually people who had sneaked in, but he did not notice them in the surroundings. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of the other 5th level of the manifestation realm elders. Those protectors would probably be dealt with soon. However, the corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. Just now, he had looked around and controlled a few protectors to create such a scene. Even if these protectors were all dead, he could continue to control them. After all, with his current eye power, controlling 100 people was not a problem. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. The old sect leader did not attack but continued to ask. He wanted Yixian's disguise technique very much because even he did not have evidence to prove that Yixian was a disguise. If he could master this disguise technique, then the bloodcloth sect would be awesome in the future. Chance my ass. Yixian did not say anything and directly stabbed his sword at the old sect leader several times. Mo Shui had already left last night and was very likely at the 4 major clans now, so he had to be quick. If that's the case, then I'll personally send you on your way. The old sect leader bellowed and attacked as well. He estimated that he could find what he wanted from Yixian's universe ring. After all, Yixian was currently in disguise. Bang! A wave of air swept through the air. Facing an opponent 2 levels higher than him, Yixian had to use his trump card. However, the target of this trump card was not the blood-clad sect's old sect master. Instead, it was the elders that had hurried over. 6th level of the manifestation realm, 2 of them. Yixian sensed 2 auras that were slightly weaker than the old sect master. He immediately fled, leaving the old sect master behind as he dashed towards the 2 of them. What incredible speed! Stop him for me. The old sect leader of the bloodcloth sect thought that Yixian was going to escape, so he quickly shouted. The 2 6th level manifestation realm martial artists who had arrived late were also former sect masters of the bloodcloth sect. When they heard this, they also attacked the madly running Yixian. 12 blood pillars trap him. The 2 of them unleashed their divine arts at the same time. A total of 24 blood pillars appeared and smashed towards Yixian. This move again? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Back then, the blood-clad emperor had used this move to trap him, but he had used the Eye of the Void to kill the blood-clad emperor instead. Unfortunately, this time, he did not leave behind a void tracker behind the 2 6th level manifestation realm martial artists. Therefore, the move from that day could not be repeated. Tsk tisk, I'll let you assassins see my ability. Yixian sneered and allowed himself to be trapped by the blood pillars. At the same time, when the surrounding people lost their vision, he directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not leave the blood-clad sect. Instead, he went to a deserted corner. Then, he quickly changed his clothes and appearance, once again disguising himself as a blood-clad sect disciple. As long as he did not take the initiative to approach the old sect master and the 6th-level manifestation realm martial artist, no one should discover him. In the distance, the old sect master and the other 2 6th-level manifestation realm martial artists quickly swept over to take a look and said in unison, "How is this possible?" Yi Xian was not trapped within the 12 blood pillars. Instead, he had directly disappeared. Not only is that brat's disguise skill amazing, he actually disappeared in front of me. What is his background? The blood-clad sect master was extremely shocked. Although Yi Xian had disguised himself once again, the battle in the air had not yet ended. Corpses fell from the air one after another, all of them blood-clad sect disciples. The blood-clad sect's guardians who were controlled the first time had already been killed by the elders who rushed over. However, as long as Yi Xian swept the blood pillars again, many people would be controlled again. At this moment, there were already hundreds of blood-clad sect disciples that had fallen. Find him. That brat must still be in the blood-clad sect. Find him. The blood-clad sect master was so angry that he was blowing his beard. What a joke. How could a cooked duck fly away? The dignified blood-clad sect had actually been infiltrated by someone. Furthermore, dozens of elders had been assassinated. In the end, this person had even escaped from under the eyes of so many people. If this matter were to spread, the blood-clad sect would lose all face. The blood-clad sect master was certain that Yi Xian was still in the blood-clad sect because of his outstanding intuition. He had indeed guessed correctly. However, there were thousands of disciples in the blood-clad sect. How could he possibly find Yi Xian? During the time when the blood-clad sect's experts were investigating, Yi Xian had already hidden himself far away. He had been watching the blood-clad sect for over 10 minutes, but he was unable to find anything. However, in these 10 minutes, over 100 people had betrayed them and killed their own sect members. The blood-clad sect master was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He did not understand what had happened. Why did so many people betray them? One must know that these traitors were all true blood-clad sect's guardians and disciples. They were not Yi Xian's companions in disguise. I don't have much eye power left. I'd better rest for a while. When the blood-clad sect master thinks that I've left, I'll deal with the remaining elders in one fell swoop. Yi Xian hid in a corner and looked at the blood-clad sect that was already in a mess. Half an hour later. Sect master, we haven't found him. Sect master, we haven't found him in the back mountain either. Sect master, all the corpses of the dead have been buried. A red-haired middle-aged man stood in the air. He was the current sect master of the blood-clad sect, as well as the blood-clad son of Heaven's father, Shueli. Just now, he had arrived late and missed the battle. As the sect master, he was very angry. Lord Mo Shui had just left, and an expert came in to assassinate him. Could the two be related? Shueli thought to himself. Although the blood-clad son of heaven was his son, ever since Mo Shui had awakened his inherited memories, he no longer dared to call him Mo Shui. Being able to give birth to a reincarnator was a supreme honor. After that, the blood-clad sect searched for more than an hour, but there were no clues. Therefore they gave up. Everyone listen up. This person is good at disguising himself. If you notice anyone else acting strangely, report it immediately. Shueli shouted loudly. Yes. Chapter 11:17. At this moment Yi Xian, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard this. Luolua's charm may be seen through by others, but my eye of control has no weaknesses. Let's see how you deal with it. He waited for a while before letting Luoluo charm the Zhao family members. As for himself, he also left more than 10 spots empty. Then, he continued to control them and gave them a certain order. As for himself, he rushed towards the alchemy hall. 2 of the 3 great alchemy elders in the alchemy hall had fallen, leaving only Elder Song. Therefore, Elder Song had a 6th-level manifestation realm bodyguard. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian's footsteps paused as he thought to himself, a 6th-level manifestation realm martial artist? Compared to the Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader, his strength is too weak. It shouldn't be a problem to kill him before the others react. When he thought of this, Yixian approached Elder Song's residence and ruthlessly stabbed his sword at the two people. Heartbreak sword technique. Whoosh! A cold light pierced through the air and directly attacked the 6th-level Manifestation Realm expert. This 6th-level Manifestation Realm expert was also a century-old monster. When he heard this piercing sound, he immediately raised his hand. Bang! Yixian's attack was defeated. Found you! This 6th level of the Manifestation Realm expert immediately charged out. Yixian had used the Heartbreak Sword technique once before, so he recognized it. However, he didn't expect Yixian to be able to set up an ambush by himself. After experiencing the previous incident, the entire Bloodcloth sect was silent. The commotion here had already alarmed the surrounding people. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader would probably arrive soon. After stabbing out with his sword, Yixian immediately turned around and fled. The expert at the 6th level of the Wanxiang stage also condensed his true qi and Wanxiang force to form 12 blood pillars. You still want to run? Stay here. An explosive shout was heard. Yixian turned around and saw the 12 blood pillars again. However, his attention wasn't on the 12 blood pillars, but on the 6th level Manifestation Realm expert's position. We're here. Yixian's eyes flickered. Boom! 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 Yixian nimbly dodged the pillars of blood, but he was trapped within them. The 6th level Manifestation Realm expert from the Bloodcloth sect had a solemn expression. Because Yixian had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes just now, he hastily activated the 2nd stage. Buzz! A gigantic blood-red bell materialized and descended, connecting seamlessly with the 12 blood pillars. Not only that, the ground beneath Yixian's feet had turned into a sea of blood. Now he was trapped alive. However, right when that 6th level Manifestation stage expert heaved a sigh of relief. Hua! Suddenly, a crack appeared on his back. Then Yixian leaped out, clad in a dazzling golden armor. Golden dragon capturing hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. Yixian stretched out his hands, and 2 large golden hands appeared. What? The 6th level Manifestation stage expert couldn't react in time, and was directly caught. Die! Yixian didn't say anything and directly stabbed out with the Skyquake sword. Whoosh! Poof! The sword ray entered the opponent's head, instantly tearing it apart. Success! When the sword ray shot into the opponent's head, the corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. At the same time, he also felt a powerful aura enter his sensing range. Bastard, stop! The voice of the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master sounded, but it was already too late. At this moment, Yixian had already taken off the dead person's universe ring. There were only 3 6th level Manifestation stage experts in the Bloodcloth sect, and all of them were the sect masters of the Bloodcloth sect. Among them, one was out, so there were only 2 left in the sect. But now one had actually died, and he was ambushed within the Bloodcloth sect. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The moment Yixian took off his universe ring, the system notified. Currently, Yixian was at the 7th level of the Manifestation stage. Even Yixian didn't expect that there would be so many forging materials in the universe ring of this Manifestation stage expert. Yixian reckoned that the other party should be in charge of the weapon refining hall, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many forging materials. Although he couldn't break through, Wei Zhentian had risen to the 6th level of the Manifestation stage. Coupled with the Undying attribute, how could he be afraid of the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master, who was at the 7th level of the Manifestation stage? Wei Zhentian go! Yixian directly threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. In the next moment, the Skyquake sword transformed into a green armored war god and charged towards the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master. What? The Bloodcloth sect's old sect master was shocked. It was clearly a sword, how could it transform into a person? No matter what you are, die. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect master roared furiously and launched an attack at Wei Zhentian. However, his attack didn't have much effect on Wei Zhentian. It didn't break through his defense. He was shocked once again. He was at the 7th level of the Manifestation stage, and his full force attack was enough to heavily injure a 6th level Manifestation stage expert. However, he actually couldn't break through Wei Zhentian's defense. It was like seeing a ghost. But fortunately, he didn't use his divine ability just now. 12 blood pillars smash him to death. The blood cloth sect's old sect master finally used his divine ability. He quickly condensed 12 blood pillars and smashed them towards Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian transformed again and returned to his Skyquake sword form, easily dodging these attacks. Now it was Yixian's time to attack. He directly took out the long sword he obtained earlier and aimed it at the blood cloth sect's old sect master, launching a series of attacks like a storm. Heartbreak sword technique. Golden dragon catcher hand. Whether it was the dragon catcher hand or the heartbreak sword technique, they were both divine abilities that required a large amount of true qi. No one present dared to use them casually like Yixian. Yixian's battle intent had already been aroused. As long as he killed the blood cloth sect's old sect master, he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th level of the manifestation stage. At that time, he would have the ability to face Mo Shui. Let's fight! His violent shout fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, the blood cloth sect's disciples and guardians had all surrounded him. In their hearts, the blood cloth sect's old sect master was the strongest. However, at this moment under Yixian's violent attacks he actually seemed to be a little powerless. He was being suppressed. One man and one sword suppressed the strongest person in these disciples' hearts. Master, I'll help you. At this moment, another explosive shout sounded out from the horizon. Another 6th level manifestation stage expert from the blood-clad sect flashed over. Haha, you came at the right time. Yixian laughed loudly and directly changed his target, attacking his opponent. Chapter 11:18. Don't come over. The blood cloth sect's old sect leader hurriedly reminded. However, the other party did not listen to his order. Master, let's work together and kill this kid. The 6th level manifestation realm expert shouted loudly. Forget it, let's do our best. The blood cloth sect's old sect leader gave up on persuading him. After all, even he was not confident in killing Yixian. However, he was too naive. Come over here. As Yixian thought in his heart, his attack suddenly weakened and he retreated step by step. It was not that he did not have enough true qi, but that he had some sort of plan. That's right, he wanted to use the Eyes of the Void to kill this 6th level manifestation realm expert who was in his way. However, he did not know if the bloodcloth sect's old sect leader saw how he killed the enemy. However, he was certain that this bloodcloth sect expert who had just killed his way over absolutely did not know about the Eyes of the Void. Seeing Yixian retreat, the bloodcloth sect's old sect leader was astonished. What's wrong with this kid? Has his true qi dried up? This was his first thought. However, with his killer's intuition, he felt that Yixian was faking it. However, his disciple did not think so. This person thought that Yixian was at the end of the line, so he stepped into Yixian's trap step by step. At this moment, not good, leave that place. The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader suddenly thought of something and hastily shouted. What? His disciple was stunned. He turned his head and realized that the words were directed at him. However, it was already too late. Eyes of the Void. Golden dragon catcher hands. Yixian swiftly broke through the void and arrived behind the 6th level manifestation realm expert, then fiercely clawed. The opponent was instantly caught by 2 dragon catcher hands. The powerful force squeezed his bones until they cracked. Bang! This person used the power of manifestation to shake, but he did not disperse the 2 golden dragon catcher hands. One must know that Yixian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and he was very close to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. In addition, his soul force was comparable to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, and the Eye of Glory's golden true qi. Unless one was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, it would be impossible to break through the binding so easily. Die! Yixian's eyes flickered. He aimed at the man's head and stabbed out like lightning. Stop! We can talk this out. The blood-clad sect's old sect leader panicked and shouted anxiously. However, the sword light had already pierced through the air. Pooh! The sword beam entered the 6th level of the manifestation realm expert's head and instantly tore it apart. Another expert had fallen just like that. Brat, I want you dead. When the sect leader of the bloodcloth sect saw that his disciple had died, he flew into a rage. He immediately channeled a large amount of true qi and aimed it at Yi Xian as he struck out a palm strike. However, at this moment Wei Zhentian suddenly transformed into a huge shield. Bang! Wei Zhentian withstood the palm strike. There were some cracks on the surface of the shield. From this, one could see how powerful this palm strike was. If Yi Xian had been hit by this palm strike, the brilliant golden armor would have been shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through, and is currently at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded again. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he recalled Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian was cracked from the attack, it was immediately repaired after being recalled by Yi Xian. This was because it was a Dharma treasure and was undying. 6th level of the manifestation realm? How is this possible? The blood-clad sect's old sect leader was shocked again. When Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, he had already assassinated dozens of elders. Among them were 2 6th level manifestation realm experts from the blood-clad sect. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, wouldn't he be able to kill him as well? If I don't kill you, today will be the day of my blood-clad sect's destruction. The blood-clad sect's old sect leader looked at Yi Xian, whose aura had skyrocketed, and suddenly made a difficult decision in his heart. Scarlet Bloodstorm. Suddenly, a surge of true qi gushed out and condensed into a blood-colored cloud above the blood-clad sect's old sect leader's head. This is it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had seen this move before when he fought with the blood-clad emperor. It was the Scarlet Bloodstorm that destroyed more than half of Golden Fire City. However, it wasn't Golden Fire City that was beneath his feet, but the blood-clad sect. Was the blood-clad sect's old sect leader planning to destroy the entire blood-clad sect? I see. You know you can't defeat me, so you want to sacrifice the lives of others to increase your own strength? Yi Xian immediately reacted. If that was the case, then he couldn't let the blood-clad sect's old sect leader succeed. Wei Zhentian, go and disperse it. Yi Xian directly threw the sky quake sword in his hand towards the blood-colored cloud. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian turned into a huge windmill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A violent wind whistled. The blood-colored cloud above his head was blown away by the violent wind and immediately dispersed. What the hell is this thing? No one understood what was going on. Not only could a sword transform into a god of war, but it could also transform into a huge shield. Now it had transformed into a strange thing and dispersed the blood-colored cloud. This was already beyond everyone's understanding. However, the surrounding people suddenly reacted. As blood-clad sect's disciples, how could they not know what this move was? Oh no, it's the Scarlet Bloodstorm. Run! Old sect leader is so ruthless. He actually wants to use our blood as bait to kill the enemy. Go quickly. The group of blood-clad sect's disciples immediately dispersed. Back in Golden Fire City, Yi Xian had seen the Scarlet Bloodstorm. However, the blood-clad emperor was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Now, the person who used this move was a 7th level manifestation realm expert. Its power was at least 10 times stronger than before. If this move was successfully executed, the surrounding people would probably be swept in immediately and dismembered by the wind blades. Kill them! The blood-clad sect's sect leader immediately shouted. These words were said to the group of 5th level manifestation realm elders in the surroundings. However, he forgot about Yi Xian's methods. I have control. I have control. I have control. Yi Xian continuously executed the Eye of Control to control the elders. In the end, none of them made a move, including Mo Shui's father in this life, who was also the current sect leader of the blood-clad sect, Xueli. The blood-clad sect's sect leader was in despair. Now he was isolated and without help. The surrounding disciples had all fled, and the remaining elders were controlled by Yi Xian. What should he do? Could it be that the heavens want my blood-clad sect to perish? The old sect leader wanted to cry but had no tears. Yesterday, when he found out that Xuei was a reincarnator, he was almost scared to death. At that time, he felt that the blood-clad sect could finally flourish. But now, Mo Shui had only left the blood-clad sect for less than a day, and the blood-clad sect had suffered such a heavy blow. Most importantly, he probably wouldn't live past today. Chapter 11:19. Brat, if I Xie don't die, I will kill your entire family. The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader shouted. This time he did not want to risk his life. He wanted to escape. As long as he could escape and find Mo Shui, he could take revenge. However, was it really that easy to escape from Yixian? It's too late to escape now. Help me with everything you have. Yixian shouted as well. Then, the group of 5th-level Manifestation Realm sect leaders and elders used their own manifestation strength to support Yixian. At this moment, Yixian's speed increased by 50%, and he caught up with Xie Qianqiu in an instant. Die, old man. Yixian approached Xie Qianqiu and stabbed him with his sword. Get lost. Xie Qianqiu gathered his remaining true qi and struck out with his palm again. However, Yixian's heart-shattering sword gathered all his true qi at one point and had a strong penetrating power. This kind of attack was specifically used to counter palm techniques. Poof! With a muffled sound, Yixian broke through the palm technique and flew towards Xie Qianqiu. Rip! The long sword stabbed into Xie Qianqiu's left chest and pierced through his heart. Wang! At this moment, Yixian's long sword shook and shattered Xie Qianqiu's heart. Gulp! Xie Qianqiu's eyes widened. Before he died, he reached out his hand and prepared to smash Yixian's head. Unfortunately, he could not do it. The bloodcloth sect's old sect leader, Xie Qianqiu, died. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. Yixian pulled out the long sword in his hand. This matter had finally come to an end. Survival of the fittest. That Mo Shui will join you soon. Yixian's eyes shone as he took the universe ring from the corpse. The number one person in the bloodcloth sect must have a lot of wealth. However, he was disappointed. So little. Did he use it or hide it? Yixian frowned because he saw that Xie Qianqiu had even fewer items than his disciple. A 7th-level manifestation realm martial artist wouldn't be so poor. Come here. Immediately, Yixian gave orders to the bloodcloth sect's elders and sect leader who were at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Yixian looked through the universe rings of these people one by one, but the items were still pitifully few. Your bloodcloth sect is an assassin faction. How can you be so poor? Where are the things? Yixian asked in dissatisfaction. Master, everything has been taken away by Mo Shui. Bloodcloth sect Master Shueli replied. Mo Shui? After his reminder, Yixian immediately reacted. It turned out that Mo Shui had taken everything away. However, the current bloodcloth sect was empty. Thus, he naturally wanted to take everything clean. With the help of these elders, Yixian emptied the entire bloodcloth sect. At the same time, Wei Zhentian broke through again and reached the 7th level of the manifestation realm. I'm afraid even Mo Shui didn't expect that the moment he left, the bloodcloth sect would be destroyed by me. Yixian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. That day, after Mo Shui killed him, he left without looking back. Therefore, in Mo Shui's eyes, Yixian was a dead man. However, it was this dead man who destroyed the bloodcloth sect. You guys follow me back to the Zhao family, Yixian said to the 8 5th-level manifestation realm experts. Yes, master. Everyone nodded. Although these 8 people weren't strong and Yixian could kill them all by himself, their manifestation realm strength could still give Yixian some boost. Mo Shui was a reincarnator and was at least at the rebirth realm in his previous life. Facing such an enemy, Yixian didn't dare to relax. Otherwise, why would he hide his trump cards? He didn't use the innumerable swords or the Overlord's limitless sword. He hid his trump cards to deal with Mo Shui. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought the 8 5th-level manifestation realm experts back to the Zhao family. The Zhao family was still as peaceful as when he had left, but they had secretly increased their vigilance by quite a bit. After Yixian brought the 8 experts back, he asked directly in his mind, Luoluo, did anything happen during this time? Nothing, young master. Luoluo replied through voice transmission. Oh. Then Yixian rushed to the spirit spring and gave the treasures to Luoluo. Then, he rushed to the only 6th-level manifestation realm expert in the Zhao family. What? 6th-level manifestation realm? The Zhao family's ancestor, who was overseeing the Zhao family, suddenly opened his eyes. Previously, he was warned that the Zhao family might face a life and death crisis, so he was very careful. Now that he felt this aura, his entire body shook, and he immediately rushed out of the house to meet it. This aura didn't belong to Emo Shui but Yi Xian. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian attacked the Zhao family's ancestor with his eyes from afar. The latter's mind trembled, and he was about to counterattack, but his back was hit hard. Pooh! The Zhao family's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to understand why he was ambushed, he turned around and found that the attackers were actually the 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts from the Zhao family. Why? The Zhao family's ancestor couldn't understand, but he understood in the next moment. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian was currently at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, and like the Zhao family's ancestor, the Zhao family's ancestor was directly controlled by Yi Xian under the mental attack and ambush. Gather everything in the Zhao family and give it to me. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Zhao family's ancestor. Although the Zhao family's items were no longer attractive, it was still better to increase their strength. After all, they were about to face a colossus. Reincarnator. Emo Shui. Yes, master. The Zhao family's ancestor immediately led the other 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts and ordered them to gather all of the Zhao family's belongings. As long as they successfully killed Emo Shui, then Yi Xian would bring them 10 times, or even 100 times the benefits. Luoluo still needs 1 or 2 days to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. But this girl said she learned a new move. I wonder what it is. Yi Xian thought in his heart and hurriedly asked. Others can use the power of manifestation on your body to increase your speed, but this move of mine can directly increase the strength of your soul. Luoluo answered. Directly increase the strength of my soul? How much can it increase? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, with young master's current realm, I can increase the strength of your soul by 30%. Luoluo answered again. 30% of the strength of the soul. Chapter 11:20. With a 30% increase in soul strength, Yi Xian's Wanxiang strength would increase as well. Not only that, the increase in soul strength would also increase the effects of Burning Eye, Eye of Illusion, and Eye of Control. Yi Xian asked curiously. Very good. What's this skill called? Eye of Charm. Isn't this skill supposed to increase the power of charm? Why is it increasing my soul strength? Yi Xian found it very strange. It can be used to charm or increase soul strength, but you need to rest for a while after using it. Luoluo explained. Since it can be used, then you should continue to cultivate. If you can break through before Emo Shui comes, then our chances of winning will be higher. Yi Xian advised. Okay. After a while, the entire wealth of the Zhao family fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Although many of the Zhao family members were dissatisfied, after hearing that they would be returned tenfold, they were very willing to hand over the things. These things were all recorded. After Yi Xian killed Emo Shui and completed his revenge mission, he would return them tenfold. 10 times the price wasn't much to Yi Xian. However, killing Emo Shui would allow him to obtain 3 Devour points. This was a huge purchase. No matter what, Emo Shui had to die. Before Emo Shui killed his way to the Zhao family, Yi Xian quickly left and prepared to go to the nearest Qian family to take a look. If the Qian family was safe, then Yi Xian would take control of them. If the Qian family was destroyed, then it would be a warning. Yi Xian didn't know much about Emo Shui. He didn't know when Emo Shui would kill his way to the Zhao family, so Yi Xian had to be fully prepared. With Yi Xian's current realm, it would only take him a few hours to reach the Qian family. He only hoped that Emo Shui wouldn't kill his way to the Zhao family in these few hours. It would be best if the Qian family was safe. This way, his chances of winning would be higher. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Halfway to the Qian family, he suddenly sensed that someone he controlled had died. Luoluo, someone died. What's the situation? Yi Xian asked anxiously. I'm fine. Luoluo hurriedly replied. Yi Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he carefully sensed for a moment. The person who had just died was a 5th-level manifestation realm expert of the Zhao family. Right now, everyone in the Zhao family at the 4th level of the manifestation realm and above were his and Luoluo's subordinates. This 5th-level manifestation realm expert couldn't have died for no reason. Then there was only one possibility. Emo Shui. It must be Emo Shui. Yi Xian shuddered and hurriedly tore through the void to return to the Zhao family. However, when he stepped into the void gate, he sensed that a second person had died. Only Mo Shui could kill so many people at such a speed. After all, Mo Shui was also a peerless assassin in his previous life. When Yi Xian returned to the Zhao family, he hurriedly used his eye of perception to sense the situation. His eye of perception and spiritual sense were enough to cover the entire Zhao family. However, he couldn't find any unfamiliar aura. The blood-robe Tianzi was originally at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, so Mo Shui was at least at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, or even the 6th level. However, Yi Xian couldn't find him. What a powerful concealment technique! As expected of a rebirth realm assassin. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and hurriedly gave orders to everyone. At the same time, he flew into the sky and used his eye of revelation to scan. However, he had just flown up. Shoo! A cold light swept over. Time! Yi Xian widened his eyes and hurriedly dodged to the side. Pooh! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's chest was directly penetrated. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't hurt his heart. Although his heart was no longer his vital point, the Eye of Eternity was his secret. If he didn't expose this secret, it might save his life at a critical moment, or even turn the tables. The cold light that pierced his chest came from a corner of the Zhao family. The moment Yi Xian was hit, he hurriedly used his eye of revelation to look. As expected, he found a figure in a shadow. If one looked with the naked eye, they definitely wouldn't be able to see it. Even with the eye of perception, they couldn't sense this aura. This figure seemed to be one with the wall. If someone were to stand in front of it, they might not be able to discover it. Why is it you? A familiar voice sounded, and the person in the corner slowly walked out. This person was Mo Shui, a rebirth realm assassin. Just now he felt Yi Xian's aura, so he directly killed him. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to avoid him. What he didn't expect was that the person he killed was Yi Xian, whom he thought was dead. Yi Xian was actually still alive? No, impossible. I clearly pierced his heart. They must be twins. Mo Shui couldn't believe that he had failed and hurriedly found an excuse for himself. However, at this moment Yi Xian spoke. You said that if I didn't die, it would be my ability. Yi Xian looked at Mo Shui and said coldly, It's really you? You didn't die? Mo Shui asked in shock. Who was he? In his previous life, he was a peerless rebirth realm assassin. Ever since he made his debut, he had never failed once. Not even once. However, this time he actually broke the record. Of course I didn't die. Yi Xian coldly replied. Are you joking? The person I killed that day was only at the 4th level of the manifestation realm, and you are already at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. You should be his twin brother, Mo Shui said with a frown as he gripped the spear in his hand. Indeed, even if it was other people, they would probably think so too. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm when he killed the blood-clad emperor. After breaking through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, he was killed by Mo Shui, who had awakened his inherited memories. In just a few days, he actually broke through from the 4th level of the manifestation realm to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Even Mo Shui himself couldn't do it. I don't have a twin. That day you failed. I also benefited from the disaster and broke through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian said. Mo Shui fell silent when he heard this. At this moment, their conversation fell into the ears of the surrounding people. Immediately, this group of people quickly evacuated the area, including the Zhao family. At the same time, the experts also quickly rushed over. I didn't expect that after thousands of years of never failing, I would break the record after reincarnating. My words still count. If I, Mo Shui, want to assassinate someone, I won't do it again if they can survive my attack. Mo Shui was also someone who had experienced great storms. Only by admitting his mistakes could he become stronger. Chapter 11:21. That won't do. I belong to the Zhao family. I can't just sit by and watch you kill your way into the Zhao family. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that's the case, then I have a reason to attack you again. Mo Shui smirked. Although Yi Xian was once his enemy, as an ace assassin, he had to abide by his own rules. However, he still wanted to kill Yi Xian. After all, Yixian had helped him break his own record. Now, he finally had a reason to kill Yixian. This way, he could avoid having a heart demon in the future. However, just as Yixian finished speaking, he noticed that there was a familiar figure amongst the people surrounding him. Shueli. Emoshui was shocked to see the father of this body's reincarnated body. Master Emoshui, please stop. We have some connections with the Zhao family. They are willing to take out the key to open the Transrealm teleportation formation. Shueli hurriedly said. Stop. Emoshui murmured and smiled evilly. Although you are the father of this body of mine, do you think that you can order me around like this? No one can interfere with what I want to do. I can take what I want myself. As soon as he said this, Yixian knew that his sneak attack plan would not succeed. Just now he wanted Shueli to persuade Emoshui, so that he could launch a sneak attack. After all, against such an enemy, it was reasonable to use underhanded methods. But now it seemed that this plan would not work. Emoshui was a reincarnator. Only his parents in his previous life were his parents. He did not care about his parents in this life. Even if they all died, it would not matter. However, before Yixian could speak, Emoshui said, Brat, you must have used some method to control them, right? Boom. This sentence gave Yixian a fright. An assassin's intuition was terrifying. The blood-clad sex-old master, an experienced assassin, saw through his disguise. Emoshui was a rebirth realm cultivator, so he could see through it with a single glance. How amazing! Not bad. Yixian did not intend to hide it either, because the ambush plan had already failed. What was the point of hiding it? Today I'm going to destroy the Zhao family. Originally, I wanted to kill them one by one and get back to the feeling. Now that I see you guys gathering here to seek death, I can only send you on your way. Emoshui revealed a cold smile again. As long as Yixian did not attack, then he could let Yixian live. After all, he had his own rules. However, if Yixian wanted to die, he wouldn't mind taking care of him as well. Although you are a reincarnator, you are only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. What can you do? Yixian had a confident expression on his face, but in Emoshui's eyes, this was blind confidence. Emoshui had already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Even if his realm was the same as Yixian and the Zhao family's ancestor, his strength was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere between the two parties was tense, and a battle could break out at any time. At this moment, the people of the Zhao family had already been evacuated, and the entire Zhao family could be used as a battlefield. Kid, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Emoshui could not help but ask again. In his eyes, even people of the immortality realm were ants, let alone Yixian, a kid who had not even reached the netherworld realm. Truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Cut the crap. Attack. Yixian did not plan to waste his breath on Emoshui. Emoshui was his mission boss. If he did not kill Emoshui, how could he complete his revenge mission and get the 3 devour points? After receiving Yixian's order, the surrounding people all used their manifestation strength on Yixian. In an instant, Yixian's speed nearly doubled. This battle was between him and Emoshui. Only he was going to fight Emoshui, not the others who were going to besiege Emoshui. Kid, the great Emoshui was killed by you. I'm going to feed your corpses to the dogs. Emoshui was successfully enraged by Yixian. He clenched his fists and charged toward Yixian. At the same time, Yixian activated his Eye of Revelation and scanned the area. Ding! Dark Haste has been successfully copied. Ding! Host has learned Dark Haste. This Emoshui was a reincarnator, which meant that he had countless divine abilities in his mind. At this moment, the Dark Knight Haste that Yixian was charging at was a high-grade Wanxiang level divine ability. As a result, Yixian's speed soared again. Emoshui, today is the day you reincarnate. Die. Yixian quickly landed on the ground and used Burning Eyes and Eyes of Illusion on Emoshui. Kid, I'm a reincarnator. Do you think soul attacks will work on me? Emoshui's cold voice floated over. Indeed, a reincarnator's soul was extremely strong. Although it was not at the peak, it was not something that could be hurt by soul attacks of this level. As soon as he finished speaking, Emoshui had already arrived in front of Yixian like a ghost. He raised his blood-red sword and stabbed it into Yixian's heart. Last time he had failed. This time in a face-to-face situation, there was no way he would fail again. Good chance. Emo Shui personally came. This was a great opportunity for Yi Xian because his heart was not a vital part. Even if it was destroyed, it would only cause internal injuries. However, Emo Shui did not know this. Luo Luo. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Luo Luo was already in the crowd. When she heard Yi Xian's order, she quickly used her newly learned Eye of Enchantment. A pink true qi gushed out and condensed into a pink demonic eye above Luo Luo's head. This pink Eye of Enchantment was aimed at Yi Xian's back. In the next moment, Yi Xian's soul strength skyrocketed. At the same time, his all-creation strength also increased. What? The Eye of Enchantment? When Emo Shui saw this Eye of Enchantment, his body trembled. He actually gave up on attacking and quickly retreated. This scene was something that even Yi Xian did not expect. Emo Shui was frightened by the Eye of Enchantment and was forced to retreat. However, Yi Xian would not let go of this opportunity. Heartbreaking swordsmanship, die. While Emo Shui was not far away, Yi Xian quickly stabbed his sword into Emo Shui's heart. Do you think you can hurt me with this attack? Emo Shui came back to his senses. Facing Yi Xian's attack, he did not care at all. He directly spread out his all-creation strength and dispersed the attack. Chapter 11:22. Pung! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's heartbreaking sword technique was defeated. A reincarnator is indeed not that easy to kill. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. His previous attack was merely a test attack. Otherwise, he would have immediately used the Eye of Devastation to kill Emo Shui. But now Emo Shui's Wanxiang strength was extremely strong. Much stronger than Yi Xian's. It would not be easy for Yi Xian to break through his defense. Although the Eye of Devastation is effective, it is also one of my trump cards. I have to use it when I am confident. If it fails, Emo Shui will be on guard. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At the same time, he did not understand why Emo Shui was scared away by the Eye of Enchantment. I didn't expect that there would be a noble fox bloodline here. She even comprehended the Eye of Enchantment. Little fox, are you also a reincarnator? Emo Shui looked at Luo Luo with fear. There were two situations for people who had inherited memories. First, there was an expert in their ancestors. This was the inherited memory passed down by their ancestors. Second, they were a reincarnator, so they had inherited memories. However, Yi Xian knew that Luo Luo was not a reincarnator. After Luo Luo awakened her inherited memories, she did not have memories of her previous life. Why don't you guess? Luo Luo giggled. Humph, so you are not a reincarnator. Emo Shui was sure. The reason why he was so afraid of the Eye of Enchantment was because of this Eye of Enchantment before he reincarnated. In order to avoid being hunted down, he had no choice but to reincarnate. Now, after seeing that Luo Luo could also use the Eye of Enchantment, the hatred from his previous life immediately surged out. He has his eyes on Luo Luo. Yi Xian noticed Emo Shui's soaring killing intent and could not help but tremble. The two of you are already on my kill list. Now I will show you my true strength. When Emo Shui finished speaking, his killing intent skyrocketed once again. This killing intent made everyone present tremble, fear creeping into their hearts. What kind of killing intent was this? How many people did he have to kill to be able to condense such killing intent? Emo Shui was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, even if he did not use his manifestation strength, his killing intent alone could immobilize a person at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. This alone was not something Yi Xian could do. Come! Yi Xian did not care so much and threw the Sky Shocker sword in his hand. And Luo Luo Luo. 10,000 swords sword. In an instant, the heaven-shaking sword turned into thousands of swords, densely flying towards Emo Shui. But Luo Luo. Emo Shui sneered. His figure flashed as he directly flew towards Yi Xian. As an assassin, he was particular about killing with one strike. Even if he was in an army of 10,000, he could still take the enemy's head. Emo Shui's manifestation strength was extremely powerful due to the high number of people. After being strengthened, his speed surpassed Yi Xian's. One had to know that Yi Xian had the help of other experts. Come! Yi Xian shouted. He immediately transformed into the golden armored war god and stabbed Emo Shui with his sword. Heartbreak sword technique. The cold light brushed past Emo Shui's body. In the blink of an eye, Emo Shui arrived in front of Yi Xian. For an assassin, attacking a vital point was a must. Although Yi Xian wore the brilliant golden armor, Emo Shui was still a peerless assassin. If he could not kill Yi Xian with one strike, then he did not deserve his reputation. Kid, it's time to go. Emo Shui raised his hand and stabbed at Yi Xian's head. At the same time, he used the manifestation strength to bind Yi Xian. In terms of the power of Wanxiang, Yi Xian wasn't a match at all. Even with the support of Luo Luo's eyes of enchantment, it wouldn't be enough. Gotcha! It easily pierced through the brilliant golden armor, then pierced through Yi Xian's forehead, piercing through it. Last time Emo Shui thought he missed, but this time he saw Yi Xian's head being pierced. There was no way he could not die this time. He had seen many people like Yi Xian. They were all newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They thought that they could be arrogant because they were geniuses. Most of the missions he had taken were to assassinate these so-called geniuses. He had even killed those with higher realms than him. Compared to these people, Yi Xian was nothing. Therefore, Emo Shui was very calm. It was as if he had just stepped on an insignificant ant. Then, he focused his attention on Luo Luo. The person who had injured him and forced him to reincarnate was not Luo Luo, but he had deep resentment. Therefore, he wanted to kill Luo Luo so that the Fox clan would have one less super genius. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed twice under the brilliant golden armor. Eye of Nirvana! Eye of Dissection! What? Emo Shui, who was close at hand, trembled, but he was still caught off guard. Fortunately, he had used his all-creation strength and genuine chi to protect himself from the beginning. Bang! The Eye of Nirvana was very powerful. After all, the Heavenly Eye clan had evolved several times. This attack directly broke through Emo Shui's manifestation strength. Then the Eye of Dissection shot into Emo Shui's right eye. Sizzle! A faint sound was heard. Emo Shui's right eye was rapidly withering. It was being swept away by the chi in his body. In the blink of an eye, Emo Shui's right eye was dissected. The entire eye socket was empty. It was very terrifying. Even Emo Shui did not expect this scene. Why was Yi Xian, who he had already determined to be dead, able to attack again? Why? Emo Shui could not figure it out, but there was no need to. Since Yi Xian could not die even after his head was pierced, then his entire body would explode. How dare you injure my eye? All of you die. Emo Shui roared at the sky. The eye was very important to an assassin. However, he was only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, so it was easy to repair it. If he was in the rebirth state, losing an eye would require extremely precious heavenly and earthly treasures. That was because his cultivation level was high. When Emo Shui finished speaking, a surge of energy surged in his body, as if it was about to burst out. Feeling this energy, Yi Xian's face became extremely gloomy. At such a close distance, he would probably have to bear all the damage. Even the entire Zhou clan would be destroyed. Myriad swords returned to origin trap. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already controlled the heaven-shaking swords to help. When Emo Shui gathered his energy, the thousands of heaven-shaking swords all enlarged dozens of times and fell down like meteors. Boom! 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 Chapter 1123. Spiritual Sword Formation. Thousands of giant swords surrounded Emo Shui. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and arrived outside the spiritual sword formation. He then put Luo Luo into the demonic space. The moment Luo Luo disappeared, Emo Shui finally exploded. A dangerous aura spread out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. This was the loudest sound Yi Xian had ever heard. Boom! The spiritual sword formation collapsed. This explosion was like the original, raising the entire Zhao family to the ground. Not only that, but there were also countless lives in the Zhao family. Although they had already started evacuating, there were tens of thousands of people in the Zhao family, so it was impossible for all of them to leave. These people were all blown to pieces by Emo Shui's attack. In addition, all the 5th level manifestation realm experts were killed, including Emo Shui's father, Shueli. Even Yi Xian himself was seriously injured and spat out blood. At this moment, There were only 3 figures left in this terrifying crater: Emo Shui Yixian, and the 6th-level manifestation realm Zhao family's ancestor. No. If Yixian hadn't asked the others to use the manifestation realm strength to help the Zhao family's ancestor resist, he would probably have died. Pfft. Yixian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Emo Shui's attack was too powerful. Even the spiritual sword formation was blown to pieces. If it weren't for the spiritual sword formation, he would have been blown to pieces. At that time, not only would the entire Zhao family be gone, but the destroyed area would at least be 3 times larger. This power was at least 10 times stronger than before. Looking at the pitch-black abyss below his feet, Yixian had no intention to fight. Previously, he was only able to fight Emo Shui with the manifestation realm strength support from Luoluo and more than 10 experts. But now the only person he could control was the Zhao family's ancestor, and Wei Zhentian also died from that attack. Fight? What's there to fight? A reincarnator was indeed a reincarnator. Even if they were on the same level, Yixian was no match for him. Emo Shui's disintegration was only a result of his carelessness. If they continued to fight, Yixian would have no chance of winning. However, just as Yixian was in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out. What a tough brat. You didn't die even after that. Fine, let me cut you into 8 pieces. Let's see if you can still survive. Emo Shui said as he dashed out again. Yixian was alarmed. He prepared to tear open the void and leave. Could he not do this revenge mission? In the blink of an eye, the old ancestor of the Zhao family was pierced through the heart by Emo Shui. Just as the void gate opened, Emo Shui looked at Yixian, whose golden armor was in tatters, and sneered. Brat, I know you have an escape technique. Do you think it will work in front of me? Yixian frowned. He found that the void gate, which was not fully opened, had already closed. How was this possible? Emo Shui was careless once. There won't be a second time. That's why I set up the void lock formation. Let's see how you can escape now. Emo Shui sneered as he slowly approached Yixian. Just now, the void lock formation was not fully set up, so the void eye could still be used. However, now that the void lock formation was fully set up, the void eye could not even open a small hole. Yixian was like a turtle in a jar. He could not escape. Not only that, but he also began to regret coming to find trouble with a reincarnator. Whether it was the explosion or the space lock array, with his eye of revelation, he couldn't see how Emo Shui had used them. A reincarnator was indeed a reincarnator. Although Emo Shui was only at the 6th level of the Wanxiang realm, his strength was at least at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. No, Yixian would rather deal with someone at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm than make an enemy out of Emo Shui. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them to me. Emo Shui looked at Yixian with his only eye. His right eye had been disintegrated by Yixian's eye of disintegration. The entire eye socket was a terrifying black hole. Yixian was in despair. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. It seemed that his original body and clone were going to die this time. His speed was not as fast as Emo Shui's, and he could not use the void eye. His only trump card was the Overlord's limitless sword. However, even the innumerable swords could not do anything to Emo Shui. What use was the Overlord's limitless sword? Seeing Yixian's ashen face, Emo Shui continued. At this point, you can only blame yourself for provoking me. Fine, let me send you on your way. When Emo Shui finished speaking, Yixian quickly turned around and left. As long as he could leave the range of the space lock formation, he would have a chance to level up. Even if he had to split up, he had to escape. Emo Shui did not know that his eyes were his weakness. As long as he split into 2, Emo Shui might think that the other one was a puppet and give up on chasing. This way, he might be able to minimize his losses. You think you can escape from my grasp? Emo Shui turned into a ray of light and swept towards Yixian. Yixian's clone had a solemn expression and retreated to the left and right. Puppet? Such a thought flashed through Emo Shui's mind. He carefully sensed and found that the aura of Yixian's original body and clone was almost identical. Not bad, quite clever. Although I don't know which one is the original body, I'll just kill them both. Emo Shui did not think further and chased after Yixian's original body. In the blink of an eye, He caught up to Yixian and stabbed into Yixian's throat. Gulp! Yixian's throat was pierced and blood spurted out. However, this was not fatal to Yixian. Not dead yet? Let's do it again. Emo Shui sneered. His hand turned into a ray of cold light, and in the next moment, Yixian's head was thrown up. An ordinary person would definitely die if their head was chopped off, but Emo Shui had learned his lesson. He would not stop until he smashed Yixian's entire body into pieces. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. An extremely strong aura suddenly broke into Yixian's sensing range. At the same time, Emo Shui also felt this aura. What? Emo Shui's body trembled. He was about to blow up Yixian's head when he suddenly stopped and turned around. In the distance, a ray of platinum light entered Emo Shui's eyes. This ray of light was rapidly approaching him. What a strong aura! Emo Shui was shocked. While he was still in shock, this ray of light had already swept past his light. Yo, young man, you're in big trouble again? A childish voice entered Yixian's ears. This voice was familiar to Yixian, and it was extremely familiar to him. Chapter 11:24. It's you. Yixian suddenly saw hope and couldn't help but exclaim. The newcomer turned out to be the mini sky dragon that he had met in the land of the dead a few days ago. You're still alive. Emo Shui turned his head to look at Yixian's flying head and raised his hand, ready to smash it into pieces. But at this moment, whoosh! A platinum light flashed and Emo Shui's body trembled. He looked down at his chest and found that it was empty. The golden light directly blasted a big hole in his chest, and his beating heart was clearly visible. Senior, please spare my life. Emo Shui panicked. He knew that the platinum sky dragon in front of him had the strength to kill him instantly. It was not easy for him to reincarnate and awaken, so he couldn't die here. If it weren't for a special reason, I would have killed you already. Now get out of here. The mini sky dragon said coldly. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Emo Shui almost killed him, so how could he leave like this? However, he had been saved twice by the mini sky dragon, and the mini sky dragon seemed to be afraid of something, so it let Emo Shui leave. Therefore, he couldn't say anything. Yes, I'll leave now. Emo Shui didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned around and left. As if his butt was on fire, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yixian began to repair his body. He looked in the direction where Emo Shui left, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had to kill Emo Shui with his own hands for the revenge mission. Now that Emo Shui had escaped, this mission had to be delayed for a while. However, now that Emo Shui had left, it was uncertain whether he could find Emo Shui again. What if the next time he saw Emo Shui, he was even stronger? After all, Emo Shui was a reincarnator. Therefore, Yixian didn't think about it anymore. He turned around and cupped his fists. Senior Dragon, thank you for saving my life. I only heard that there is a transrealm teleportation array here. I didn't expect you to be here as well. The mini sky dragon didn't expect to see Yixian again either. It rushed over and continued. I can't kill that samsara traveler. Otherwise, a powerful expert will descend and I'll be beaten back to my original form. I don't have the ability to fight with such an expert. If that happens, I'll be doomed. Although Yixian couldn't understand this, he was lucky enough to survive because of this, so he naturally couldn't ask for too much. Senior Long, you're being too serious. It's all thanks to Senior's help this time. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. Yixian thanked him again. This mini sky dragon had already saved him twice. He was thinking that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay these two favors. I just happened to pass by. Come, give me some more blood. I finished all of it. The mini sky dragon extended a small claw. No problem. Without saying anything, Yixian took out a blood bottle from the devouring space and gave it to the mini sky dragon. It had to be said that his luck was really good. If it wasn't for the dragon egg using his blood to hatch, allowing him and the mini sky dragon to have the same kind of bloodline, he would have been miserable. The mini sky dragon held the blood bottle with two claws. After drinking a few mouthfuls, it couldn't help but sigh. Not bad. Your bloodline has improved a lot. Why don't you follow me back to the Life Saint sect? Life Saint sect? Yixian raised his eyebrows and said, Senior Dragon, Did you establish this sect? No, but even the sect master of the Life Saint sect has to call me senior when he sees me. The mini sky dragon said indifferently. Then where is this Life Saint sect? Yixian asked again. Life Saint sect, but it's a little far from here. That little Luli girl actually brought me to the Penglai divine land. I'm going to kill her. At the mention of Fairy Luli, the mini sky dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, itching to kill Fairy Luli 100 times. At this time, Yixian remembered the mini sky dragon's words just now. The latter seemed to want to go to the Luguang sacred land. Then, Senior Dragon, you want to go to the Luguang sacred land, and then use the Transrealm transmission array to go to the Life Saint sect? Yixian asked. Yes, how about it? Do you want to go to the Life Saint sect with me? As long as you follow me, you can break through to a realm you can't even imagine in the future. The mini sky dragon replied. A realm he couldn't even imagine. Although this was very tempting, the distance from the Luguang sacred land to the Life Saint sect of the Life Saint sect was very long. However, Yixian had more important things to do at the moment, and that was to kill the Yin-Yang ancestor and rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Therefore, it was impossible to follow the mini sky dragon. Senior, I'm sorry, but my wife has been taken away. I can't leave. Yixian directly refused. The mini sky dragon was surprised and asked, Oh, who took her? Someone called the Yin-Yang ancestor. Yixian replied. Have you heard of him, Senior Dragon? Never heard of him. He doesn't sound like a good person. The mini sky dragon shook its head. Yixian felt that this was normal. This mini sky dragon was an existence that even the reincarnator Emoshui was afraid of. At its peak, it must be stronger than the reincarnation state. As for the Yin-Yang ancestor, Yixian estimated that it should be at the nirvana state or longevity state. The gap was too big, so it was understandable that the mini sky dragon had never heard of him. If Senior Dragon wants to go to the Luguang sacred land, I know where the Transrealm transmission array is. Moreover, the Yin-Yang ancestor who took my wife is also in the Luguang sacred land. At this time, Yixian opened his mouth again. Although the 8 great families have sealed the Transrealm transmission array, at least 4 keys were needed to use it. However, with Yixian's current realm, he could directly break through the seal and use the Transrealm transmission array. Oh, is that so? That's good. I don't have to look for it myself. The mini sky dragon said and wanted Yixian to take it away. Yixian paused for a moment. Now that the revenge mission had not been completed, he could not find Emoshui for a while. Moreover, he could not defeat the latter. Emoshui was not afraid of him, but the mini sky dragon. Therefore, this revenge mission was unlikely to succeed. Senior Dragon said that we can't kill Emoshui for the time being, so I'm afraid we can only give up on this mission. Yixian sighed in his heart and said, Senior Dragon, I'll take you to the Transrealm transmission array. Okay, let's go. Without saying anything, the mini sky dragon grabbed Yixian's shoulder with its little dragon claw. In an instant, the two of them turned into a stream of light and left the sky. Now it was time for Yixian to leave the Penglai sacred land. With the mini sky dragon escorting him, even if Emoshui had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to trouble Yixian. However, Yixian forgot that Emoshui was originally going to the Luguang sacred land. Chapter 11:25. Yixian was in charge of leading the way while the mini sky dragon led the way. At this moment, Yixian finally understood how powerful the mini sky dragon was. The mini sky dragon's speed was so fast that even he felt fear. He didn't know how much of a difference there was between him and the mini sky dragon. He estimated that the mini sky dragon was at least at the ethereal opening realm. The mini sky dragon had been beaten back to its original form by Fairy Luli. After hatching, it found Yixian and scared away the deathly eye. Yixian couldn't help but guess what level of ethereal beast the mini sky dragon was. It was terrifying that it was born at the manifestation realm or ethereal opening realm. In less than half an hour, under Yixian's guidance, the two finally arrived at the Transrealm teleportation array. This Transrealm teleportation array was built in an underground palace. Without Yixian's guidance, even the mini sky dragon wouldn't have found it so easily. Yixian had inquired about the Transrealm teleportation array before. To teleport to the glazed light sacred ground from this array, it cost 200,000 soul crystals, and that was the price of a single person's ticket. A man and a dragon required 400,000 soul crystals. This wasn't much to the previous Yi Xian. However, in order to fight Mo Shui, he had spent all his savings so he couldn't afford it. Fortunately, the mini sky dragon had a lot of good things, including countless soul crystals, so he didn't have to worry about the teleportation fee. The mini sky dragon arrived outside the palace and slashed open the trans-realm teleportation array's gate with its claws. Yi Xian hurriedly followed in. Then he saw a strange array that was 100 meters wide. "Kid, do you have anything else to do? This teleportation array is one way. If you want to come back, you have to find another teleportation array." The mini sky dragon floated to the center of the trans-realm teleportation array and turned to speak to Yi Xian. The two sacred grounds were very far apart, and this trans-realm teleportation array was one way. If Yi Xian was teleported to the glazed light sacred ground, it wouldn't be so easy to come back, even with the eyes of the void. "It's fine." Yi Xian shook his head. However, there was one regret in his heart, which was that he didn't kill Mo Shui and cause the destruction of the entire Zhao family. "Since there's nothing else, let's go." The mini sky dragon took out some soul crystals and activated the trans-realm teleportation array. Hoo. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the trans-realm teleportation array, and the entire trans-realm teleportation array began to rotate. Yi Xian focused his gaze and realized that the objects around him were beginning to disappear bit by bit. In the end, he could only see the rotating array formation. Above his head was a starry sky. He had no idea where it came from. 10 seconds later, those things reappeared. However, they were no longer the same as before. Instead, they were brand new. He had already left the Penglai Divine Land and arrived at the Luguang Divine Land. "Alright, we're here." The mini sky dragon floated over and said, "Boy, I have high hopes for you. Are you sure you don't want to be with me?" "Senior Long, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a huge grudge to take." Yi Xian refused again. Not bad. You're loyal." The mini sky dragon nodded in satisfaction. Then it stretched out its dragon claw, tore off a piece of platinum scale from its body, and handed it to Yi Xian. "This dragon scale is for you. You can find me when you come to the life sacred land in the future," the mini sky dragon said to Yi Xian. "Thank you, senior." Yi Xian received the platinum-colored dragon scale. He knew that this was a keepsake that the mini sky dragon had given him. "Alright, I have to go. When I return to the life sacred sect and recover my peak strength, I'll definitely find that little girl Luli and settle the score." The mini sky dragon cursed angrily. Then it turned into a stream of light and left the teleportation palace, disappearing without a trace. Yi Xian looked at its departing figure and fell into deep thought. He had to plan his next steps carefully. Now that Mo Shui had escaped, and he couldn't kill him, his revenge mission had failed. Moreover, he had already teleported to the Luguang Divine Land. Next, he had to look for news of the Yinyang Temple. Right, Mo Shui was a member of the Luguang Divine Land in his previous life. He's also coming to the Luguang Divine Land. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly remembered this matter. Since Mo Shui was a member of the Luguang Divine Land, then Mo Shui might also use the cross-realm teleportation array to teleport to the Luguang Divine Land. "Let's go quickly. Now that Senior Long has left, if I meet Mo Shui, I'll definitely die without a complete corpse." Yi Xian shuddered. He had just arrived and didn't know anything about the Luguang Divine Land. Therefore, after leaving the cross-realm teleportation array, he randomly chose a direction and left. He estimated that the Yinyang Old Ancestor was at least a Nirvana realm expert, or even an Immortality realm expert. Therefore, Yi Xian's current strength was far from enough. However, he still felt that he should gather some information first. He ran wildly in a direction. 10 minutes later, he saw a small city. No, it should be a mountain villa. This mountain villa looks slightly bigger than the Zhao family. After Yi Xian saw it, he immediately rushed over. He had to figure out which part of the Luguang Divine Land he was in and ask if he had heard of the Yinyang Temple. However, when he got closer, he realized that something big had happened here. "Ah, don't kill me. Spare me. Shuetu, all of you will die a horrible death." One by one, cries and roars fell into Yi Xian's ears. What's going on? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He focused his eyes and realized that a battle had broken out in the mountain villa. No, it should be a massacre. Dozens of people rushed into the mountain villa and killed crazily. Even the women and children were not spared. Is it a bandit group? Yixian immediately reacted. To be on the safe side, he slowly approached and felt the opponent's realm first. He rushed outside the mountain villa. Using his eye of perception and spiritual sense, he sensed that there were many 6th-level manifestation realm experts in the mountain villa. Some had even reached the 7th level of the manifestation realm, and one of them was even at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. He did not expect that even a bandit group here was stronger than the Blood Cloak sect. It seemed that he had come to a higher level place. Right now, my 10,000 swords return to origin is cooling down, but I still have the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword. Wei Zhentian is at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Together with the people in the mountain villa, there shouldn't be a problem. Yixian thought for a moment, then rushed in with the Skyquake sword. Although he had robbed before, he would occasionally lend a hand. Of course, the main reason was that his strength was too weak and he needed to improve as soon as possible. He charged in and used his eye of perception to lock onto dozens of people with strong killing intent. Chapter 11:26. Heartbreak Sword Technique. Yixian approached a 6th-level manifestation realm bandit and directly stabbed with his sword. At the same level, no one could block his attack. In an instant, the sword ray sank into the bandit's back and tore his heart apart. Then, Yixian immediately went over and put away the universe ring and corpse. Haha, as expected of a bandit. You're very rich. Yixian couldn't help but laugh loudly. This 6th-level manifestation realm bandit had at least 1,000,000 soul crystals worth of items in his universe ring. After he devoured all of these items, his cultivation base improved by a large margin. Then he quickly rushed out and continued to kill these bandits. These bandits were all bare-chested and only wore a red pauldron. While killing these bandits, Yixian also learned that they were called the Bloody Massacre Bandits. The leader was called Bloody Massacre, and he was also the 8th-level manifestation realm expert. This manor was called Hu Manor, and there were only 3 7th-level manifestation realm experts in the manor. The difference in strength between Hu Manor and the Bloody Massacre Bandits was huge. If Yixian didn't interfere, the manor would definitely be destroyed. While killing the bandits, Yixian also sensed that there were several experts fighting in the distance. They were all 7th-level manifestation realm existences. However, Yixian didn't immediately rush over to join the battle. Instead, he killed the 6th-level manifestation realm bandits first. A brawny man fighting in the air in the distance felt something strange and turned his head to look. He discovered that some of his brothers were missing. He diverted some attention to size up and finally found Yixian. "Second brother, there's a thorn in the side. Go kill him," the brawny man said to a scholarly man. He thought that Yixian was a hidden expert in Hu Manor. All right. The scholarly man gripped his long sword tightly and immediately rushed out. "Brat, how dare you kill my brothers? You're courting death." The scholarly man swooped down and pointed his long sword at Yixian's head. "A 7th-level manifestation realm, huh? Perfect, I'll start with you." Yixian narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he could easily kill the scholarly man, but the leader of the Bloody Slaughter Bandits, Bloody Slaughter, was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, so he was prepared to control this scholarly man and use him to launch a sneak attack on Bloody Slaughter. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Yixian hurriedly used a soul attack. What a fellow. He even knows how to use soul attacks. You're courting death. The scholarly man took 2 steps in the air and arrived in front of Yixian, thrusting out his sword again. His long sword had killed many 7th-level manifestation realm martial artists, let alone Yixian, who was only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, Yixian was no ordinary person. Dragon Capturing Hand. Yixian grabbed at the air and directly captured the refined man. Then he punched the refined man in the chest. Pooh! The scholarly man spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul strength was about the same as Yixian's, so he had already failed to kill Yixian with that strike. Ding! Control successful. When the system notification sounded, Yixian secretly glanced over and realized that Bloody Slaughter did not look over. Bang! The scholarly man quickly dispersed the dragon capturing hand and stabbed Yixian in the heart. Rip! After a crisp sound, the scholarly man took Yixian's universe ring and left. Bloody Slaughter had fought 3 7th-level manifestation realm martial artists by himself, and by the time the scholarly man returned, he had already killed the 3 7th-level manifestation realm martial artists of the Hu family village. Haha, second brother, you're one step too slow. Bloody Slaughter laughed loudly. Bloody Slaughter was very confident in the scholarly man's strength. It was a piece of cake for him to kill a 6th-level manifestation realm martial artist. However, he did not notice that the scholarly man's gaze was slightly off. Big brother, are we still following the old rules? The scholarly man asked while holding his long sword. That's right. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Shuetu ordered. The entire Hu family village had a population of several tens of thousands, but Bloody Slaughter was a bloodthirsty person. To him, human lives were not even comparable to a piece of delicious roasted meat. At this moment, Yixian had already killed more than 10 people. There were still close to 26th-level manifestation realm bandits left. However, he now focused his attention on Bloody Slaughter. As long as he killed Bloody Slaughter, the remaining bandits would not be a problem. He quietly approached Bloody Slaughter. All the bandits he encountered along the way were all controlled by his eye of control. I heard that a spirit spring was discovered under the Hu family village. Second brother, remember not to kill them all. You have to ask for the entrance. Bloody Slaughter suddenly said to the scholarly man. Yes, big brother. The scholarly man nodded in response. When Bloody Slaughter turned around and was about to kill the other bandits of the Hu family village, he immediately made his move. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the scholarly man stabbed his sword into Bloody Slaughter's back. What? Bloody Slaughter's reaction was quite fast. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital points, so he did not immediately die. However, what he did not understand was why his sworn brother, who had followed him for more than 10 years, would sneak attack him. Bang! Before Bloody Slaughter could counterattack, the scholarly man channeled a surge of true chi and detonated it in Bloody Slaughter's body. This attack directly injured Bloody Slaughter. Bloody Slaughter was furious. His manifestation realm strength surged out and directly forced the long sword out. Then, he waved his large hands at the scholarly man's face. You dare to betray me? You're courting death. One was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, while the other was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. The scholarly man was instantly sent flying by Bloody Slaughter, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bloody Slaughter did not follow up with another attack because he wanted to ask the scholarly man why he did this. However, at this moment, Bloody Slaughter, whose body was in chaos, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. A mental attack. Bloody Slaughter immediately reacted. However, he knew that his second brother would not use this kind of method, so it was naturally someone else. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air entered his ears. He turned his head and saw a long sword shooting towards him from his right. At the same time, a person wearing golden armor flew up into the sky from his left. Insignificant skill. Get lost. Bloody Slaughter roared loudly and fiercely threw a punch at Yixian. Blood explosion fist. Golden dragon catcher hand. Yixian also grabbed at the air and condensed a large golden hand to block this attack. Yixian's strength was considered quite good to be able to block an all-out attack from an expert at the 8th level of the manifestation realm with his 6th level of the manifestation realm cultivation base. Now the leader of the Bloody Slaughter group, Bloody Slaughter, was besieged from 3 sides. Even though his cultivation base was high, it was of no use. Second brother, why did you betray me? Could it be that you want to exchange my head for a reward? Bloody Slaughter looked at the scholarly man who was rushing towards him and could not help but shout. Chapter 11:27. Shuetu thought that the scholarly man wanted to kill him and bring his head to exchange for a reward. Then, the scholarly man would become the leader and continue to lead the bloody massacre bandits. However, he was wrong. The scholarly man did not answer his question. Instead, he infused Yixian's body with the power of 10,000 mammoth. In an instant, Yixian's speed skyrocketed. Whoosh! 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 Yixian attacked Shuetu as he ran. With the help of the divine tree of life's bloodline, he continuously used his supernatural powers, including the blood explosion fist that Shuetu had just used. Damn it! What are you doing? Xuetu was besieged by 3 parties and immediately shouted. These words were naturally said to the group of bandits below. However, he didn't know that when Yixian flew high into the sky, he controlled all of the remaining 20 bandits, not leaving a single one behind. These bandits were not only watching from the sidelines, but they were also infusing Yixian's body with the power of 10,000 mammoth. In an instant, Yixian's speed skyrocketed again. It was a pity that this battle was in the air. If they were on land, Yixian's speed would have skyrocketed by 90%. If that was the case, Xuetu's head would have been chopped off long ago. However, even if the battle was in the air, Xuetu would not be able to survive for long. Damn it! I Xuetu am actually going to die in this place. I can't accept this. Xuetu roared at the sky. After using supernatural powers to block Yixian's attacks multiple times, his true qi was already exhausted. Whoosh whoosh. When Yixian saw that Xuetu was at the end of his rope, he once again threw a punch at Xuetu's blood explosion fist. The shadow of the fist pierced through the air and landed on Xuetu's body. Immediately, the blood on Xuetu's body boiled. Then his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless pieces of flesh scattered in the air, creating a bloody rain. Xuetu, who was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, was dead. Yixian immediately rushed over and put Xuetu's interspatial ring and head into his interspatial ring. Not enough for a breakthrough. Just a little more. Yixian frowned slightly and immediately ordered the other bandits to hand over the items. Ding! The host has broken through and is currently at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. 2 consecutive system notifications caused Yixian to be unable to help but smile. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Should we return to the teleportation array and ambush Emo Shui? This plan was not impossible. However, Emo Shui was severely injured by the mini sky dragon, so he had to find a place to heal. Moreover, even though he was a member of the Glazed Light Sacred Land, there was no need for him to return to the Glazed Light Sacred Land so quickly. Perhaps he would first look for materials in the Penglai Sacred Land, then refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill, and then come back after breaking through to the ethereal opening realm. Therefore, the plan to ambush Emo Shui was instantly thrown to the back of Yixian's mind. After killing Xuetu, Yixian directly stabbed 20 times and killed all the remaining bandits. Only a refined man at the 7th level of the manifestation realm and another bandit remained. At this moment, the Hu family village was littered with corpses. The number of dead had reached thousands. These bloody slaughter bandit gang members killed without batting an eyelid. After killing their way into the Hu family village, they attacked indiscriminately. Moreover, they used a wide range of abilities. More than half of the entire Hu family village was destroyed. However, compared to the huge crater that Emo Shui created, this was nothing. The spirit spring at the Zhao family village was destroyed by Emo Shui. Just now, Xuetu said that there is another spirit spring under the Hu family village. It is probably of a higher level than the one at the Zhao family village. Yixian's heart moved as he immediately swept his gaze over. There were still many people from the Hu family village around, so he directly controlled a 6th level of the manifestation realm person. Your Hu family village's disaster has been resolved by me, so I won't take advantage of the situation. Just tell me where the entrance to the spirit spring is. Yixian said to this Hu family village expert. Master, please follow me. This Hu family village expert directly led Yixian to an inconspicuous corner of the Hu family village. The entrance to the spirit spring was actually a well. Very good. You can arrange the matters of the Hu family village yourself. Without another word, Yixian brought the scholarly man and another person into the well. This well was a completely different world. The spirit spring was inside. And there was a special formation that controlled the heaven-earth yuan qi in this hole. Yixian sensed it and found that although this spirit spring was smaller than the one at the Zhao family village, its quality was twice as high. It's a pity that this spirit spring is formed through the cycle of heaven and earth. Once taken away, it will lose its spirit qi. Yixian shook his head helplessly, and then released Luoluo from the physical space. Ah, such abundant heaven-earth yuan qi. Luoluo's beautiful eyes lit up the moment she appeared. If she cultivated here, it would be twice as good as the one at the Zhao family village. Then Yixian gave the heaven-earth treasure he left behind to Luoluo. I can break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm in 3 days. Luoluo patted her small chest and said, Good. Then you can cultivate first. Yixian nodded satisfactorily. Right now, he was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. After 3 days, Luoluo could break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. At that time, he could use the Eye of Charm to strengthen his soul. His strength would probably be able to dominate the manifestation realm. In order not to disturb Luoluo, Yixian brought the scholarly man to the side. This scholarly man could be considered to have forsaken the darkness for the light, and was controlled by Yixian. The latter took him in because he wanted to ask some questions. Have you heard of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall? Yixian went straight to the point. No. The scholarly man shook his head without hesitation. As expected, Yixian had already expected this answer. The Yin-Yang Sacred Hall was at least a Nirvana realm force. The Yin-Yang Patriarch was at least at the Nirvana realm, or even the Immortal realm. Any one of his disciples could sweep through countless forces. The scholarly man was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, so it was normal that he had not heard of it. Then you stay here and guard Luoluo. If you can't, then kill yourself as an apology. Yixian gave the scholarly man an order. Next, he was going to leave the Hu family village and go to the nearby city to get some things. Luoluo couldn't leave, so he could only let this scholarly man guard her. However, he had located her here once. The 3 7th level manifestation realm experts in the Hu family village had all died in battle. The 6th level manifestation realm expert outside had some status in the Hu family village. Now, there were only 3 6th level manifestation realm experts left in the entire Hu family village. In addition, Luoluo was about to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even if there was, Luoluo could send a voice transmission to Yixian, and the latter would immediately break through the void and rush back. Chapter 11:28. If Emoshui came to the glazed light sacred ground and saw this bandit, he would not hesitate to kill him. At that time, Yixian would know that Emoshui had come. Soon, Yixian left the Hu family village and headed to a nearby main city. With his ability, there were too many ways to level up. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he had to quickly break through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm. That way, he might be able to complete his revenge mission. However, not long after he left. Yixian, who was rushing to the main city, suddenly felt something and could not help but raise his eyebrows. One of the people he controlled had died. It's the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group. Yixian's eyes widened. The second leader of the Bloody Massacre group was the scholarly man. Yixian asked him to guard the well, but now he was dead. There was no one in the Hu family village who could kill him, so it must be an outsider who killed him. The scholarly man was guarding the well, and now that he was dead, Luoluo might be in danger. Eye of the Void. Without saying anything, Yixian immediately broke through the void and directly teleported to Luoluo's side. Coincidentally, someone came down from the well. At the same time, Luoluo had just broken through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. Young master, why are you back? Luoluo asked with a smile. Someone killed the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group. Yixian replied indifferently. At that moment, a person entered his sight. It was a middle-aged man in black with a calm expression. After seeing Yixian, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. It's not the Bloody Massacre group? The middle-aged man looked slightly surprised. Who are you? Yixian went straight to the point. And who are you? The middle-aged man asked back. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Even though the middle-aged man had intentionally suppressed his aura since he'd snuck in, Yixian was still able to sense that this man was an expert at the 8th level of the manifestation stage. Could it be the third leader of the Bloody Massacre group? A thought suddenly flashed through Yixian's mind. However, if the middle-aged man in front of him was the third leader of the Bloody Massacre group, why did he kill the scholarly man as well? If you want to find Shuetu, go ask Hu family village. I've already killed Shui Tuesday. Yixian was the first to speak. You killed him? The middle-aged man was very astonished because he felt that Yixian was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while Shuetu was infamous and had killed many martial artists at the same level as him. What ability did Yixian have to kill Shuetu? However, when he thought of the second leader of the Bloody Slaughter Group, he immediately understood that the Bloody Slaughter Group had died from a sneak attack. Is Xuetu's item with you? The middle-aged man asked again. Why should I answer your question? Yixian's heart trembled as he narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the middle-aged man must have taken a fancy to something among Xuetu's belongings. I originally wanted to spare your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then I'll kill you. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else and directly charged at Yixian. Logically speaking, it was easy for an 8th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist to deal with a 7th-level Manifestation Realm martial artist. However, when the opponent was Yixian, common sense couldn't be followed. If it was before, I would have to be wary. But now that I've broken through, do you think you can kill me? Yixian roared furiously in his heart and stretched out both his hands. His left hand formed a claw and his right hand formed a fist. Dragon capturing hand. Blood explosion fist. The middle-aged man originally thought that Yixian was easy to bully, but he didn't expect Yixian to be able to use 2 divine abilities at the same time. His strength was most likely not to be underestimated. Not only that, but a burning sensation surfaced in his heart. A soul attack. Yixian was actually multitasking. He endured the pain and easily avoided the dragon capturing hand and blood explosion fist. Then he swept in front of Yixian and stabbed out with his sword. But how could he have known that Yixian deliberately let him come here? Rip. The long sword pierced Yixian's heart. At the same time, Yixian threw out another punch. Blood explosion fist. Bang! Yixian's punch landed on the middle-aged man's chest. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's blood boiled. Many parts of his body burst open, and blood spurted out. He was indeed very shocked by Yixian's strength. If this blood explosion fist was a little stronger, it might have been able to kill him. However, he definitely didn't expect that Yixian, whose heart he had pierced, could still reveal a strange smile. I have control. Ding! Control successful. The moment the middle-aged man let down his guard, Yixian took advantage of it and controlled him. He became Yixian's servant. Who are you? Yixian asked as the middle-aged man was controlled. Lu Yu, a bounty hunter. I've been chasing the Bloody Massacre bandits for half a month. The middle-aged man replied. A bounty hunter? Yixian muttered. The Bloody Massacre bandits were notorious. So many cities had wanted them. These bounty hunters were the ones who accepted these bounty missions. However, Yixian didn't think that Lu Yu was simply here to kill Bloody Massacre. You're not just looking for Bloody Massacre for the bounty, right? Yixian asked again. Yes. I heard that Bloody Massacre has a treasure map, so I accepted the mission. Lu Yu nodded and replied. Treasure map? What's that? Yixian suddenly became interested and couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he quickly searched the devouring space to see if there was a treasure map like Lu Yu said. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly took out a sheepskin scroll and handed it to Yixian. You have one too? Yixian was slightly surprised. He took the sheepskin scroll and looked at it, but he couldn't find any clues. Yes, there are a total of 3 sheepskin scrolls. I have one, Bloody Massacre has one, and the last one is in the hands of the Thunder Light City's city lord. Lu Yu nodded. Thunder Light City's city lord. Yixian raised his eyebrows. The city he wanted to go to was called Thunder Light City. I originally wanted to kill Bloody Massacre and bring his head to the Thunder Light City's city lord to cooperate with him. Lu Yu continued. I see. Yixian finally understood. However, there was still one thing he didn't understand, so he asked, what kind of treasure are these 3 treasure maps for? I'm not very sure either. That's why I want to exchange for a reward from the Thunder Light City's city lord, or get a position in the city lord mansion. Lu Yu shook his head and said. He was only at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, while the Thunder Light City's city lord was a top expert in this area. It was said that he had already broken through to the Nether Passage realm, so he wanted to work under the Thunder Light City's city lord. Alright, I understand. Chapter 11:29. Since the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group had been killed by Lu Yu would replace him and become Lola's bodyguard. One was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while the other was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. Yixian was relieved. This time he could go to Thunder Luster City to try his luck. Thunder Luster City was quite a distance away from Hu village. Even if Yi Xian rushed at full speed, it would still take him more than 2 days. Coincidentally, the cooldown of the 10,000 ancestral swords had been restored. This way, he would have the confidence to talk to the city lord of Thunder Luster City. However, after a day, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The bandit I sent to the cross-realm transportation array is dead? Yi Xian's eyes widened. With the bandit's speed, it would take him at most an hour to get there from Hu village. Now a day had already passed. Therefore, the bandit was most likely killed by Mo Shui. After all, not everyone could find the cross-realm transportation array. Not everyone could take out 200,000 spirit crystals. Even more so, not everyone would want to leave their home and come to the glazed light sacred land. Mo Shui, you're finally here? Yi Xian looked in a certain direction and revealed a murderous intent. It had only been 2 days since the mini sky dragon had appeared. But Mo Shui had actually come to the glazed light sacred land. He was really relentless. However, Yi Xian regretted that he didn't know what Mo Shui's current realm was. Back then, Mo Shui was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, he had almost wiped out Yi Xian and his group. Yi Xian had also almost been killed. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm now, but he still wasn't confident that he could kill Mo Shui. However, as long as he broke through to the 8th or 9th level of the manifestation realm, he might succeed. Although Mo Shui is a reincarnator, the Bloodcloth sect was destroyed by me. His jade blood golden pill was not refined successfully. As long as I continue to break through, I will have a chance to complete my revenge mission. Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickened his pace and headed towards Thunder Luster City. The Thunderlight City was an unremarkable city in the glazed light Holy Land, but it was still several times bigger than the Golden Flame City. After spending more than 2 days, Yi Xian finally arrived at Thunderlight City, not long after the cooldown of 10,000 returning swords was over. Immediately, he walked towards the City Lord Mansion. He had the head of the Bloodslaughter Group and the head of the second leader of the Bloodslaughter Group in his interspatial ring, which could be exchanged for 10 million soul crystals. As for the 2 treasure maps, he reckoned that he could exchange them for a decent reward. The reason why Lu Yu knew that the Thunderlight City Lord possessed the 3rd treasure map was because the Thunderlight City Lord had announced it himself. If anyone had the other 2 pieces, they could come to him for cooperation or give him the treasure map. Lu Yu had mentioned before that the reputation of the Thunder Luster City's City Lord was not bad. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried about anything as he headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. The strength of this Thunder Luster City was very strong. The road was filled with manifestation realm experts, and there were quite a number of 6th and 7th level manifestation realm experts. Yi Xian did not hold back as he disguised himself and went over to control all the experts below the 7th level of the manifestation realm. The Bloodslaughter Bandit Group had a notorious reputation for killing and robbing. Although Yi Xian also robbed, he did not kill. He was considered a bandit with morals. Unfortunately, his eye of control could only control 25 people. Moreover, it was more casual as he did not kill these people. Soon, he found the City Lord's mansion. Who are you? When Yi Xian arrived in front of the City Lord's mansion, a guard stopped him. I am here to complete the bounty mission. Bloodslaughter and his second brother, Zhang Hang. Yi Xian did not say anything as he took out Bloodslaughter's head. Bloodslaughter. When this name entered the ears of these people, it made their hearts tremble. The leader of the City Lord's mansion team was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. He felt that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, so how did he kill Bloodslaughter? However, to be able to break through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm at such a young age, he might be a genius nurtured by some major force. Quickly, please come in. The leader hurriedly led Yi Xian in. Bloodslaughter was infamous, but he was not the highest on the bounty board. He was only ranked 5th. There were 4 even more terrifying villains ahead of him. These 4 villains were all 9th level of the manifestation realm experts. Until now, no one had been able to cut off their heads. At the same time, only those who completed these 4 missions would be able to receive an audience with the City Lord. Therefore, the person who received Yi Xian this time was only the City Lord's mansion's chief steward. Lord Chief Steward, Someone completed the bounty mission to kill Bloodslaughter. The leader of the guards led Yixian into the city lord's mansion and arrived at a large courtyard. When Yixian approached the city lord's mansion, his perception I had already sensed that there were quite a few experts inside. There were more than 10 at the 8th level of the Wanxiang realm and 3 at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. One of the auras was even stronger than the 3 9th level manifestation realm experts combined. Nether Passage Realm. It must be the Thunder Light City's city lord. This time, creak. The courtyard's door opened and a gray-clothed old man walked out. He looked at Yixian in astonishment and said, "You completed Bloodslaughter's bounty mission?" "Yes." Yixian nodded and immediately threw the 2 heads over. The city lord's mansion's chief steward was also a 9th level manifestation realm expert. He carefully sized up the 2 heads and discovered that they were indeed Bloodslaughter's and his second brothers. "Very good, these 2 fellows have finally been executed." The city lord's mansion's chief steward nodded in satisfaction and said, "The total reward for those missions is 13 million soul crystals. However, if little brother still has that blood explosion fist that Bloodslaughter comprehended himself, I can purchase it for another 7 million soul crystals." Blood explosion fist? Hearing this, Yixian's eyebrows raised. He had already copied down this blood explosion fist with the Eye of Revelation, so he earned another 7 million soul crystals. "I have already memorized this blood explosion fist. I can copy it down without missing a single word." Yixian did not say anything and directly took out a pen and paper, starting to copy down the blood explosion fist on the paper. In less than a minute, Yixian had copied it down and handed it to the city lord's mansion's chief steward. As a 9th level manifestation realm expert, the city lord's mansion's chief steward naturally had the ability to distinguish the authenticity of this blood explosion fist. "Alright, 20 million soul crystals. This is little brother's bounty." The city lord's mansion's chief steward did not waste time and directly took out 20 million soul crystals from his universe ring and handed it to Yixian. 20 million soul crystals was an enormous amount even for an 8th level manifestation realm martial artist. However, the losses caused by the Bloody Butcher bandits were 10 times greater than this amount.